The House will come to order. Calendar for the day. The first bill on the calendar for today is House File 846. The clerk will report the bill.
House File number 846, number 1 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to state government appropriating money for environment and natural resources, the second engrossment.
I recognize the bill author, the member from Dakota, Representative McNamara, to explain the bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This is the House Environment and Natural Resources Bill, and I'll stand for questions. Oh, excuse me. I just thought I'd get everybody's attention. Mr. Speaker, members, thank you for the honor, Mr. Speaker, to carry this bill. This bill meets our target of $244 million of general fund spending. It actually appropriates over $1.2 billion in the bill total, all funds. It funds the priorities of Bowser, DNR, and MPCA. It increases funding for the Minnesota Zoo. It targets on-the-ground spending for SWCDs, really important provision in the bill. There's a new recycling program in the bill for cities of under 45,000 people in greater Minnesota. We have challenges in greater Minnesota with recycling, just literally the geography and the long distance to haul the material, and so we've got a program to help them out. Real importantly in the bill is important work for MPCA to do in regards to independent peer review for water quality standards. Important increase in funding for both state forests and for state parks. The bill includes some common sense policy reforms, including the MPCA Citizen Board reform, independent peer review for MPCA when they set water quality standards. They follow the U.S. EPA's peer review handbook, legislative approval for new water quality rules when they cost over $50 million in aggregate, or when a single impacted party has $5 million or more in costs. We have Representative Uglum's bill to fix the AIS issue. Includes Representative Drazkowski's repeal of the former bill with the sticker on the trailers, and then we've moved that requirement onto the boat licenses, kind of a common sense approach that works real well. Real important provision, Mr. Speaker and members, is Representative Hancock's Wetland Conservation Act. And Mr. Speaker and members, I think this provision kind of exemplifies much of in the bill. Representative Hancock, as much as maybe Representative Hancock, you and I would have liked to have incorporated a few more things outside the 80% area, we honored the commitment that sides work together, both business agencies and environmental groups, to come up with a compromise. And Representative Hancock weaved a really delicate path through that maze and kept it intact. And we've honored our commitment with all sides to do that in this bill. Thank you, Representative Hancock, for that. Representative Uglum, again, has a provision for the phase out of plastic microbeads. Those are those real little itty-bitty beads that are in toothpaste and some other personal care products that are doing some bad things with fish in the water, and Representative Uglum's got the phase out of that. I don't know if former Representative Diedrich is in the audience tonight or not, but we've got some really important school trust director reform in here, more money. But members, I am troubled. The governor has not made that appointment yet. The governor needs to make that appointment. We need that position filled. And there's more responsibility for that director when he or she gets on board. Another important provision in the bill is the Conservation Easement Stewardship Account. If you remember, the OLA had a report and said we have a problem with enforcement on conservation easements. Sometimes they went out. When they finally did go out and check out on these easements, they found maybe there was a building constructed on the easement or infringement of other things, maybe a fence being built on the easement. And so we're dealing with that issue, Mr. Speaker. There's many other non-controversial items in the bill. The Game and Fish bill is in here, the DNR and MPCA policy bills are in here. And Mr. Speaker, rather than maybe go through every single provision, I would like, if Representative Hackbarth, I'm not sure, but Representative Hackbarth may want to touch on the Game and Fish Bill, Article 3. Otherwise, Mr. Speaker, I'm done.
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Game and Fish Bill is pretty much the department bill, minus a few things that we didn't really like, and we took those out. I would stand for questions if you have any questions on the Game and Fish Bill, but it's pretty non-controversial.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A15-0559.
Mr. Speaker, can we temporarily withdraw that amendment? Temporarily withdraw that amendment?
Certainly. We'll come back to it. There's another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Johnson C. moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A54.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't know if the amendments are out here yet.
Recognize the amendment author, Representative Johnson, to introduce the amendment.
Okay, thank you. Yes, I am. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce this amendment. The purpose of the amendment is really to push the timetable a little bit for local action in improving water quality by taking advantage of work that's being done in watersheds. The focus is on helping watersheds establish measurable outcomes and then, importantly, measure those outcomes, report on the progress being made, and then also importantly, developing coordination to help watersheds build local capacity and partnerships to improve the water quality. It really, my thinking on this amendment comes from a project that's on 7 Mile Creek. It's about halfway between, comes into the Minnesota River about halfway between St. Peter and North Mankato in Nicollet County, where there's a project going on that really is getting at, I think, the kind of progress that we need to be successful in improving water quality. It's a project that involves 20 entities, that it's a broad coalition representing conservation, agriculture, community, and recreation groups. And really it is a project that will demonstrate that significant water quality improvements can be achieved in agricultural watersheds without sacrificing the economic vitality of the surrounding farms. This is at the core of what we need to do in the countryside to improve water quality. It's a locally led collaborative process and really builds on that concept of collaboration, which we feel is essential for achieving water quality improvements in any agricultural watershed. The project puts in place controlled drainage, which can be implemented within the watershed's agricultural area while still respecting that farmers need to make a living. The idea is to pursue both the relationship building and conservation implementation by creating a strong and ongoing community dialogue and leadership development that will lead to sustained watershed improvements. And their goals are quite aggressive, quite assertive. They hope that over the next 4 years to reduce sediment levels in 7 Mile Creek by 40 to 50%, to reduce nitrate levels by 15 to 25%, and E. coli levels by 20 to 30%. And when you get down to it, I think a lot of times when we talk about improving water quality, we focus on the science of it. And obviously the science is important. And we've had projects applied across the state, but too often it's been an uncoordinated effort. It's been more of a shotgun approach. What's really recognized in this amendment is that there's also a social science factor here in getting people to build capacity to work together to significantly improve water quality. And therefore, I ask that you support this amendment to kind of push us ahead a little bit, move from the planning stage towards the implementation stage. I think that's what Minnesota wants as we're involved in a pretty wide statewide discussion about improving water quality in Minnesota. Thank you. I ask for your support.
Discussion on the Johnson Amendment. The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Johnson, thank you for the amendment. I think it's a great idea to look at this. Unfortunately, we don't have a fiscal note, and it puts the bill out of balance. So either I could ask you to withdraw the amendment and we could have a discussion in conference committee because I think it's a good idea, or I can make a motion to rule it out of order. I guess I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, if Representative Johnson would yield to a question.
The gentleman would yield. Representative McNamara.
Representative Johnson, I'm wondering if you want to withdraw the amendment after that good, passionate speech.
Well, thank you.
Representative Johnson, C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair McNamara. And I was kind of hoping that you drew the point of order and give the advice to the Speaker, and I was going to say, yes, take that advice, because I do recognize this costs some money. But before I withdraw the amendment, I just want to remind this body, there's a special opportunity right now in Minnesota. There's a growing consensus. I think there's a really strong understanding that we need to deal with water quality, and maybe it's because I'm getting older and I'm naturally impatient. These sorts of moving from the planning stage towards the implementation phase is important, and I think this is a really good way to do it. So, folks, keep an eye on 7 Mile Creek. Keep an eye on the Root River. Keep an eye on many of the projects in the Red River Valley that are being successful. I've sat on the Legislative Water Commission, and the one thing I've learned is that we've got good models out there in Minnesota. We can learn from those models, apply what we're learning, and move Minnesota forward. And with that, I withdraw my amendment.
The gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson, C, withdraws his amendment. There is an amendment after this. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A15-0559.
Mr. Speaker, if we could temporarily withdraw that amendment.
We will temporarily withdraw that amendment. Thank you, Leader Thiessen. There's an amendment to the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Purcell moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A15-0546.
Representative Detmer, for what purpose did you rise?
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
Please state your point of personal privilege.
Well, Mr. Speaker and members, if you could just get your attention here real quickly. We have a special group of families with us today. We have some Gold Star families with us today, and as you know, for the several, well, about 4 years now, I've been working on a bill for the Honor and Remember flag. And the Honor and Remember flag recognizes all individuals who have died as a result of serving in the United States military, and is founding from the founding of our country to the present day. It serves as a symbol of a national gratitude, a remembrance for Americans who have paid for our freedoms in their lives. Now, there are 21 states who have currently adopted the Honor and Remember flag, including Wisconsin and South Dakota. 5 other states have endorsed the flag, and legislation is pending in 20 other states. Additional states are expecting to adopt the flag as the legislation session goes on this year. It took only 3 weeks for the Wisconsin to adopt the Honor and Remember flag, and you know, I've been working on it for 4 years, and this bill is in the state government finance omnibus bill, which won't come up until later tonight or tomorrow morning. And we had about 30 families here earlier, and I just told them that I would introduce them today during this bill. But please recognize our Gold Star families. Thank you.
To the 0546 amendment, the gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment would delete Section 128 of the bill. Section 128 of the bill speaks to wild rice water quality standards, and that section would, I guess I'll read a little bit of that section so you know what I'm endeavoring to delete here. That the commissioner would not, the MPCA commissioner would not enforce the sulfate standard on wild rice waters until rules are adopted by the MPCA that would, and these rules would, that the commissioner would not apply the wild rice water quality standard for sulfate in 4A waters. That the commissioner will list waters containing natural beds for wild rice as impaired. And then the last part is that the waters containing rice beds has a meaning as established in law 2011. So my reason for bringing this amendment today is several-fold, and not the least of which is that we've had this standard in place for a number of decades. It was developed to protect wild rice, our state grain, for those of you who are aware of that, and those of you who may not be. And I happen to represent a district in the state that I would offer, I believe, has more wild rice than any other district in the state of Minnesota. And the Leech Lake Indian Reservation is entirely in my district, and we've got a lot of wild rice. So there's a significant resource to protect, and that wild rice resource is very important for waterfowl, fisheries, and so to have it potentially put in jeopardy by removing a water quality standard that's intended to protect wild rice is very concerning to me and to my constituents. So that's the primary reason for me bringing the amendment to remove this section of the 846. There are certainly other issues that involve with sulfate and its presence in our waters, and not the least of which is that the more sulfate you get into water in the lakes, the more mercury that is potentially released from the sediments. And as I'm sure most of you know, women of childbearing age and children can't eat walleye in Minnesota over about 1.5 pounds in size. And so we've got a real issue in Minnesota already with fish consumption for mercury, and we need to ratchet down on water quality standards, not go the other way. So this is the rationale for me bringing this amendment today. Thanks.
Discussion to the amendment. The lady from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and I rise to oppose the amendment of my good friend Representative Purcell. I completely understand where he's coming from on this issue, but I would ask members to keep the language in the underlying bill. And I do want to thank Representative McNamara for the time that he spent on this issue. We actually had a 2-day hearing on this issue in his committee. I want to thank him for the time that he spent on that, and also his understanding of the issue and the statewide impact that it has. I just want to give members a little bit of history of where this standard came from, because I think it will help you in understanding why the language is in the bill. This standard was first adopted into rule in 1973, and it's 10 milligrams per liter for discharges into wild rice waters. This is for any class 4 waters and applies to industrial and municipalities that discharge into wild rice waters. This standard that was adopted was based on observational research conducted by one person in the 1940s. It was not based on scientific research or peer-reviewed. And even the experts responsible for the standard didn't agree that 10 milligrams per liter was the only possible standard. In 1987, the MPCA reviewed the research, and their conclusion was the research supported limits varying from 10 to 500 milligrams per liter. Even John Moyle, who is the person who conducted the observational research, suggested in 1975 that the MPCA set a limit of 20 milligrams per liter at an MPCA permit for a power plant. So just to explain to you that this has the 10 standard has a complicated history. The standard itself, although adopted in 1973, was never enforced until 2010 when the MPCA put it into the permit at U.S. Steel's Keewatin taconite for the first time. And even there, the MPCA permit included a compliance schedule of over 8 years to work with the company to figure out how the standard would be complied with. Recognizing the statewide impact that enforcing this standard could have on municipalities and industry, many of you will remember that back in 2011, we appropriated money and funded the MPCA to perform scientific studies on what the appropriate discharge standard should be. The U of M and UMD conducted that research. It was our understanding that time in 2011 that the study and rulemaking would be completed in approximately 2 years, and in fact the MPCA itself set timelines saying that they would have the new standard and rules completed by 2017. However, this didn't transpire, and they actually just came out with their draft rules last month, and now rulemaking won't be completed until 2017. In the meantime, the arbitrary 10 standard remains in place. And as industries and municipalities seek discharge permits in the meantime, they would have to face the possibility of meeting the 10 standard in their permit, which would be extraordinarily costly, and as we know now, after the scientific research was conducted, would do little to nothing to protect wild rice. The portion of the bill that the amendment seeks to remove suspends that arbitrary 10 standard until the new standard is promulgated and the rulemaking is complete. The draft findings that the MPCA conducted found that sulfide, not sulfate, is the issue in determining how it impacts wild rice. The MPCA also concluded that sulfide formation is dependent on at least 2 factors other than surface water sulfate. Higher iron levels in sediment mitigate sulfide concentrations, and high organic carbon levels increase sulfide production. That's why a sulfate water quality standard is not justified, and MPCA shouldn't enforce it during this interim period. Members, this is a statewide issue. According to the MPCA's recent draft proposal, they're estimating that 150 businesses and cities across the state have monitored for sulfate discharges, and 144 of those discharge at levels above the 10 milligrams per liter standard. The language that's in the bill is supported by both the League of Minnesota Cities and the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities because of the significant and extremely expensive impacts of city wastewater treatment costs if the current standard is enforced. Compliance with the 10 standard would cost cities and companies millions of dollars in capital costs. Members, this is a standard that was in place in rule for over 40 years but never enforced. And all we're saying is we need a little bit more time for the MPCA to finalize their scientific research and to formalize the rulemaking process. And during that interim time, we're asking not to have this standard enforced. So respectfully, I would ask you to oppose the Purcell amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Please vote no.
Further discussion. All in favor say aye. Opposed say no. The motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hausman moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A44.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Hausman, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, the joy of our job, I think, is that when we engage on issues that are in a bill like this, we hear from citizens all over the state. They're watching us, they are listening, and they engage. And on this particular subject, they engaged in large number. I'm assuming that you heard, as I did, not only from constituents, many emailed, but from around the state. And interestingly, those people from around the state came to the committee not once but twice. They came with signs, they came with passion. Interestingly, citizens like the Citizens Board. Citizens, I believe, are calling for more involvement and oversight over their state government, not repealing citizen involvement and power. Projects that tend to come before this board often represent the most complex of the complex and usually are controversial or involve high public interest. Citizens believe that the MPCA Citizens Board is working, that it creates a transparent and open decision-making process for environmental review. In the current process that we would be repealing, concerned citizens, including neighbors to the project, get to testify before the Citizens Board. This happens at the end of the environmental review process when all the issues and details are on the table and the vote is public. The bill before us turns the Citizens Board from decision maker to note taker and moves environmental review decisions behind closed doors. The bill before us removes the authority of the MPCA Citizens Board on environmental review and makes its role purely advisory. However, the bill requires the Citizens Board to hold a public hearing where a project is proposed when 25 people call for it. When it comes to critical issues like whether a proposed massive factory, farm, dairy needs in-depth environmental review, citizens don't want to meet with note takers, they want to meet with decision makers. That's the power of the current structure where citizens testify to the decision makers before the public vote. It might be helpful for you to know those who testified in opposition to this change, to weakening the MPCA board. The League of Women Voters came, Minnesota Environmental Partnership, Sierra Club, the Minnesota Farmers Union, and the Land Stewardship Project all testified in opposition to this. We had farmers who came from several places around the state. One specific one that I should mention because she educated us on so much of this, and that is Kathy DeBoer, who lives and farms in Stevens County. And she had the message for us: protect the citizens' right to be heard and informed. Financially, she believes this move would be a waste of taxpayer money, as the MPCA Citizen Board would then be paraded around the state to hear proposals and opposition, but have no decision-making role. And she asked, who benefits from testifying before a board that cannot make a decision one way or the other, because the board is now note-taker and not decision-maker? Mr. Speaker, I would request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Further discussion, the gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Hornstein.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members. I would like to speak in strong support of the Houseman amendment. I had multiple experiences with the Citizens Board back before I was elected to the House of Representatives. And this was a critical avenue for citizens to engage in politics, engage in the decision-making process, with an administrative agency, oftentimes this was really the last resort for citizens like Ms. DeBoer. And I was also moved, Representative Hausman, by her testimony, and she had talked a little to the committee about the issue of transparency and how important the Citizens Board is for a transparent and open discussion of the issues before the Pollution Control Agency. She told us that transparency is the latest buzzword in politics, but rarely is there true transparency in how decisions are made. The Citizens Board of the MPCA is a great example of transparency and should be emulated by other state departments, not made into a scapegoat as it is now by some. And you know, we'll probably talk later in the session about the Metropolitan Council, and people are wanting you know, much more transparency in that agency. And you know, here we have a great example of it in the PCA. And so members, this is a very, very important bridge between a state agency. If this is weakened or we somehow move on the path of even eliminating it, as some have suggested, it would be a very, very problematic situation for so many stakeholders that are involved in the Pollution Control Agency and its decisions. So I would strongly support the Hausman Amendment. I hope you will reconsider this pathway. This is a very, very important institution in our state.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The MPCA Citizens Board is kind of unique, as has been pointed out. What we're intending to do with this portion of the bill is to bring them into the process earlier. The Citizens Board is made up of 9 members who are all appointed by the governor, and the Commissioner of the DNR is also a member of the MPCA Citizens Board. The Citizens Board gets involved in fairly complicated issues within the MPCA. When a permit is requested for a fairly complex project, then the Citizens Board, under the current situation, can overrule the commissioner and the agency and maybe deny the permit, require an EAW, or require an EIS when the agency hadn't done that. So what I'm proposing in this language is to bring the Citizens Board into the mix earlier. You heard the comments about the Citizens Board being paraded around the state. That is not in the bill. We took that out earlier. Those things will be happening here in St. Paul. So just to give you an idea of how the process works, when one of these fairly complicated permits is going to be requested, a permit application has to be filled out. When the agency determines that the application is complete, they must post that and take public comment. And then this is the point to where, when the permit is deemed complete and it's posted, and now it's there for the public to see, now is the time, under this proposal, where citizens can take action. They can see the things inside of the permit application that concern them, and they can ask for a hearing, gathering just 25 signatures. At that time, they can bring their concerns to the Citizens Board. MPCA's professional staff, their technical staff, their engineers and so forth can be there listening to the concerns of citizens on a proposed project. At that time, they can take those concerns and they can take those into consideration when either issuing a permit, requiring an EAW, requiring an EIS, or not issuing a permit. But the final decision will be made by the Commissioner of the MPCA. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Fabian would rise for yield for a question.
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Fabian, my concern is, you know, this, from what I understand, there is sort of one decision that's happened that's caused you to feel this big change needs to happen. Can you tell me why, after one decision, you think this is necessary?
The gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bly, this is not a new idea. And somehow throughout this process, this one decision that was made has become, I'll say, the poster child for this reform within the MPCA. I've only been here for 4.5 years, but there have been discussions in the 4.5 years that I have been here about doing some reforms to the MPCA Citizens Board. So the one decision that people frequently reference that played no part in my decision to bring this bill forward. It was the result of other things that have happened and concerns, former agency officials, former members of the board that have talked to me about the workings of the Citizens Board. And we just feel, I feel like, and this is a bipartisan bill, obviously, we feel like these reforms are reasonable. We are not taking the Citizens Board out of the loop. We are simply repurposing what their mission is within the process.
Gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. Would you yield for another question? Okay.
The gentleman will yield. The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
I'm curious, I guess, to know what some of those other concerns are, but what you are taking the Citizens Board's authority to, in a sense, intervene. What you're doing, I think, is just giving them the ability to ask some questions or take some testimony. But from my perspective, the Citizens Board, really represents the neighbors around this project, or the people who will be for the rest of their lives affected by what happens. And in this particular one decision, they were asking for an EIS. They weren't saying this shouldn't go forward, but they had deep concerns about the impact on their lives on this particular question about a dairy. But I'm wondering, why would you want to remove that authority from the Citizens Board?
Gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Bly, the reason that I want to do this is I think that it's actually going to increase the efficiency within the agency. I believe that, I can't go back and replay the decision that many people have been referring to. But it's my contention that the agency may have reached that same decision when public testimony was taken by the MPCA Citizens Board earlier in the process, and they listened to those concerns as well. So I think for efficiency, we are going to speed up the process. I think we're still going to arrive at good decisions. It's very seldom, very, very seldom, that the MPCA Citizens Board has overruled the decision of the commissioner and the agency. And I just think that this adds efficiency to the process, and I think we're going to still wind up with a very, very good product in the end.
Gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Well, thank you, Representative Fabian, and thank you, Speaker. My concern is that, as you said, this happens extremely rarely, and I guess I would want citizens to have the authority on a rare occasion when they have great concerns about a project to be able to intervene. Sometimes our agencies are compelled or really want to help move things along, and they don't necessarily always think of the repercussions of citizens. And I think it's good, it's comforting to know, as a rural member who also represents farmers, and I've talked to farmers who might live next to one of the giant dairies who have concerns. And I think, in my understanding of the way we've looked at these kinds of issues, the ability of citizens to intervene has been reduced over the years. And it's like one more example of how we take that right away from folks to say, this is going to affect me the rest of my life, and maybe my children's lives, and we need to look out for that. We need to recognize that there are ways that we can deal with these issues as they come forward. there was a lot made of this after that decision was made out in the airwaves and out in the discussion between both sides, and I'm very concerned about the message it sends about farming and agriculture. There was one statement made that the farmers who voted, who sat on the Citizens Board and made a decision to ask for the CIS it was said that they were not real farmers. And that bothers me when we don't look at all farmers as credible and look at their concerns and their rights. So I guess I strongly support Representative Hausman's amendment, and I would really truly hate to see us remove that authority, which, as you said, is very rarely exercised. And exercised in a way where it didn't say this project can't go forward, but it said let's make sure that we are taking care of the citizens. Let's make sure that we are looking out for those who will live next door to this proposed project. So without further comment, I guess I strongly urge a green vote on this amendment. Thank you.
The gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of the Hausman amendment. We've had the Citizen Board in place for a long time, and I think a lot of us took a lot of pride in the fact that we have a Citizen Board and that the word citizen is in there, and that we can rely on our fellow citizens to give us the kind of feedback that we need from time to time. And I have to tell you, I've had feedback from around my district on this issue, and I haven't had one email or one phone call telling me we want to change the Citizen Board, the way it's structured, the way they work. Not one. I've had a couple hundred from my district that are saying keep it in place. So I rise in support of all those folks up in my district that believe that the Citizen Board, the way it is, and citizens being important in our process, is a good thing. I support the Hausman amendment. Thank you.
Gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, I encourage a no vote. And just one other point of clarification. In the Dill amendment that we adopted on this, we are requiring more diverse regional membership on the board. Right now, if you take a look at who the members of the board are, they're largely made up of members from the greater metropolitan area here in Duluth, and there's really very little membership from much of outstate Minnesota. There's a couple, but we also want to take that into consideration, so I also remind you to vote no. Thank you.
Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I also strongly support the Hausman amendment. Thanks for bringing this forward. I feel real strongly about this, and I really want to kind of offer you another view. That we assume that we heard about efficiency and rarely used, but sometimes when we're placing an ecologically sensitive enterprise, we have to expect contention. It will be contentious. It will take a lot of time, and it can be extremely difficult. But I'm going to suggest that through that struggle, through that contention, through that process, good things can happen. We hear about peace in the valley here. I've never used that term before, but I'm going to tell you a story about peace in the Minnesota River Valley, in a community just outside of Kasota, Minnesota. So you can place this. Kasota's across the river from St. Peter. Back in 1979, a major miner of sand near Ottawa, which is north of Kasota, I got to keep the geography straight, proposed to do ask for a rezoning from the citizens of Kasota to rezone a square mile of land right outside of the town to do silica sand mining. The community didn't think that was such a good idea. They were concerned about this. This piece of land was really a pretty widely respected and really endearing piece of prairie that we don't have. It's kind of a rare landform where we live. And so as could be expected, the citizens joined. They created a public meeting, and over 100 people showed up. Cosoto's not that large a town. And they started to organize, and they weren't getting the response that they were hoping from the company. And so then what this led to was actually the formation of a grassroots organization. It started on $200 that was lent from another grassroots organization in the region, and bare bones operation, very citizens oriented. And it led to more public hearings, more court hearings, protests, a new city council resulted. And over a 2-year period of time, there was a lot of conflict, a lot of contention, and a lot of concern that this company was just going to go ahead and do it despite the protests going on. Eventually, the Minnesota Supreme Court offered a temporary restraining order, which led to files being being submitted in the courts. And at that time, a new election that threw the old city, several members of the old city council out, and with a new mayor and a new city council, finally the company said, we've got to work at this. It's time to sit down with the citizens-based organization. There were 2 weeks of long negotiations. It was a tense time in good old Kasota. And it was a tense time. There was a lot of heartfelt sensitivity about this, as would happen when there's an enterprise of this nature moving in. But this is a story where it's got a good ending to this story. Neither side got all it wanted. But in this case, both the citizens organization and the company long-term came out ahead. And basically what the company decided to do was set aside part of that prairie forever and never mine that prairie, with the agreement that the citizens-based organization would stop its protests on the rest of that prairie. They're still mining there. In fact, they're expanding their mining throughout the region. And you can go to where that prairie is, and they've actually mined next to that prairie and reclaimed that land. And I defy anybody to tell where that line is. You can't visually see it. It's opened up. This company now is opening us up for a Minnesota bike trail. And a lot of good positive results from this. Today, that citizens-based organization and that company work together on ecological progress. In fact, the citizens-based organization signs off on the environmental plan of that company. And the point being that despite a lot of struggle, a lot of contention, the company came out ahead, the citizens came out ahead, and the land came out ahead by these agreements. So let's not assume that because it's a long process, and yes, it can be a long process in these contentious cases, let's not assume that that's inherently bad for anybody. Because I would say that this is a shining example where this company can use this as an example, and occasionally does. They're quite modest about it, but can use this as an example of really good corporate stewardship of the land, and it came out of that struggle. So I would suggest that the MPCA, the Citizens Board, can add to that sort of harmony that can really, in the long term, provide benefit to a lot of folks, both the neighbors and the company itself. I could get into another story, but I'll save you that story, but it's about a large dairy in Nicolet County where there was a similar contentious argument about the placement of that dairy. And those dairies, similarly, they worked with the citizens group, they responded to it, and actually, I think, developed some business practices through that struggle that allowed them to provide create a better enterprise, a better dairy, and more ecologically sound. So let's keep the Citizens Board. Let's vote for Representative Hausman's amendment.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would encourage folks to vote for the Hausman amendment. You know, during the discussion here and during the discussion in committee and during the discussion about the Citizens Board for the last several months, it does come back to the one decision that was made regarding a large dairy proposed in west central Minnesota. And that decision was essentially, the effect of it was to kick the hive of special interests, and the special interests started buzzing. They started buzzing last fall, wanting meetings, talking about how this was, you know, effectively a disaster to have the citizens encouraging, asking for more information. To have the citizens respond to citizens was wrong in their mind. Now this provision, like many in this bill, and when Representative McNamara was introducing the bill, he talked about a few of the good things that are in the bill. But the whole bill is a buffet of special interest goodies. And this is where we're trying to remove one of them. This goodie is something where we're having a response. We're having a reaction by changing statute because of one decision. That one decision asking for more information to make a better decision. Why is this important? The solution, Representative Fabian referenced the solution in the bill, is again to make specific designations within the Citizen Board. So citizens on the Citizen Board who've lost their authority will be representing individual interests. So rather than representing Minnesota, this is the trend, rather than representing Minnesota, they represent an interest. That's their focus when they're on the board. So what do you get when you have boards with interests? You have results that that are preferential to those interests. So by changing the board, removing authority, and then designating who's on the board even more, we have an outcome that's not good for Minnesota. So this is a key vote for Minnesota. Would we go forward, down a bad path towards more special interest involvement in this legislature? Or do we stay with citizen participation for those very important decisions affecting our air, our water, and our way of life?
Further discussion to the Hausman amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And while I respect the opinion of others, members, this decision-making belongs better with the scientists and the professionals at the MPCA, and the Citizens Board should be advisory. Please vote no.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Thank you, Speaker. And you know, I sat in on some of the testimony during the committee, and it became clear to me, listening to some of the information given about the Citizens Board, that there is expertise on that Citizens Board. There are scientists on that Citizens Board. So, you know, they spoke with informed authority when they made that decision, and I think they probably responded with some restraint. And you know, over the years when I've seen projects not this large but somewhat like this, even in my own district, come forward and citizens were allowed to weigh in, or a citizens group was allowed to come forward, sometimes it resulted in a better outcome, not only for the citizens, not only for the neighbors, but for that project itself. They were able to, you know, develop systems within their project that made it better for everybody. And you know, it bothers me that you would make the argument that only technicians at the MPCA can understand this, or that they can do something to make a decision about this, and that those who will be affected by it should only be advisory. That rubs me the wrong way, and because what I've seen is that when the Citizens Board or a similar citizens group, as Representative Johnson mentioned, are able to intervene or able to talk with the project developers, it results in a positive, more community-centered kind of result, and it's a better outcome. And I can't say enough that this is something that we are taking away that I think will hurt Minnesotans, hurt rural Minnesota, and I think it's a terrible precedent to set. Thank you.
Further discussion to the Hausman amendment. The clerk will take the roll.
Mr. Speaker, my button isn't working. I vote aye.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker.
Members, we're going to be shutting the board down and opening the vote up again on the Hausman amendment. So let's clear the board. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Franzen votes no. There being 53 ayes and 78 nays, The motion is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Yaruso moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A45.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Section 15 on page 39 is what we are talking about here. There are a number of provisions in the bill involving ATM operation, allowing ATMs to ride along roadways and so on for the purpose of getting them to neighboring towns. However, this one section, ATVs, thank you, not ATMs. Thank you, Representative Dabney. This particular section deals with youth operators. These would be operators who are too young to have a driver's license. And it's a one-word change. It adds the word roadway to some of the exceptions where riders as young as 12 years old would be allowed to ride their ATV. So this would allow a 12-year-old to drive an ATV into town on the city streets if their parent is on another ATV near them. I think this is a potential safety hazard. We don't allow 12-year-olds to ride mopeds on city streets. You have to be 15 for that. And mopeds have a speed limitation. That's a speed capability limitations. They are they have to be designed such that they can't go over 30 miles per hour. So we allow a 15-year-old to ride a vehicle that can't go over 30 miles per hour on a city street, but not a 12-year-old. In committee, it was brought up that, well, you know, their parent has to be with them. But, you know, when we allow a 15-year-old to drive an automobile, their parent is at their elbow in the car, not in a separate vehicle. And so that parent is not going to be able to prevent situations that might arise out of a lack of judgment or a lack of ability to react or knowledge of what to do on the part of that 12-year-old. And I wanted to make sure I brought that to your attention, that that is in this bill. I am not comfortable with it. I think that we ought to find a different way to accommodate the desire to be able to get people that are using the trails into the towns to use the restaurants and so on. And it's one of the many reasons I'm going to be voting against the bill in the end. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I'd like to withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A48.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this is the provision we debated last Friday and on Monday, the provision that should have sent the bill to civil law. This is the provision about self-reporting. And I think, would Representative Fabian yield for a question?
The gentleman from Rosso will yield. The gentleman from Dakota.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Fabian, could you maybe tell the body about this provision of yours that I'm trying to repeal?
The gentleman from Rosso, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, it's a great provision.
Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Fabian. Maybe a little more detail would be helpful for the body and the Minnesotans watching.
Gentleman from Rosso, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen. Under current statute, there's a provision within MPCA that allows for a business or whatever to enroll in what's referred to as their audit program. And what you can do then is they'll come out and do an audit of your facility. And basically what happens if they find a minor violation, then you're exempted from any enforcement action for 90 days. And if they find these minor violations, you're in essence not fined. If you are found to be in violation of some serious things that are in statute, you're not exempt from that, and you would be then subject to enforcement action. What I want to do in this amendment, or in this portion of the bill, is to allow for a hospital or a nursing home or a school district or a business that, I'll use an example of having a standby generator that's used to turn the lights back on if the power goes out. Well, MPCA requires that you have your standby generator or generators permitted. If you find out, for example, within your organization that your standby generator is not permitted, you can self-report. They'll come out and do their investigation, and if they find that it is a minor violation, that there's nothing wrong, you can't be fined. That's the essence of this. So we're making the voluntary reporting sync up with their audit program.
Gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members talked on the earlier amendment about one incident. And here we go again, one incident that is resulting in legislation to change statute. One incident that resulted in an amendment in a committee, wasn't introduced as a bill, should have gone to civil law. That's the procedural thing. But I think the bigger procedural issue is that this bill, again, a buffet of these types of provisions where you have one incident, somebody gets upset, goes to their legislator, and then we have a proposal to change law. This is really an amnesty provision, folks. Amnesty for violators. If you self-report, it actually will add time because you're going to put time into that process. Changes things dramatically. Yes, there are provisions in law, but they're here in this provision, they're being applied to a new area. So self-reporting regulation. Ponder that for a moment. Self-reporting regulation with amnesty. So I would encourage a no vote on this, or a yes vote on the amendment to remove this provision from the bill.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Please vote no.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll.
What's our magic number? 3 still? Yep.
Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 55 ayes and 76 nays, the amendment is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A49.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And this provision also appeared in committee at the end, but it relates to some activity that occurred earlier in the session. And it talks about requiring time notification for discretionary EIS or EAW. This is another one of these incidents, one incident, and in this case, a large potato farm where the Department of Natural Resources required a discretionary EAW, and that decision made some people upset. So here we are. We've got a provision to change statute over that one decision. So I'd encourage a green vote for the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This actually is a very simple vote. What it says that DNR or MPCA, if you think you should do a discretionary EAW, which actually when this one incident that Representative Hansen talked about, when we asked DNR, have you ever done this before, they looked at us perplexed and said, you know what, we don't even know if we've ever done this before. And then they got back to us and the commissioner said, yeah, we did one other discretionary EAW before. It was up on the North Shore. It was with a mining company. We sat down at the table with them and agreed to do it voluntarily. Members, when it was a mining company on the North Shore, they picked up the phone and said, hey, we're thinking about doing an EAW. What do you think of that? And the mining company said, well, let's talk about it. They agreed to do it. Got done. In the case Representative Hansen alluded to, and it's not about that one case, this is about good government. A phone call at 4 or 5 o'clock in the afternoon and said to the affected party, we've got devastating news to deliver to you. Have all your important people together at 8:30 in the morning for that. So that's the way we operate in Minnesota when we got devastating news to bring to somebody. Instead of sitting down and chatting and talking about, and as a matter of fact, this company that they were going to bring the devastating news to had done voluntary EAWs in the past, had agreed to them, had done EAWs. They weren't discretionary. They were ones that were required, and they participated. They never even got to have a conversation with DNR about it. This is about good government. The one thing I will say, Representative Hansen, when we go to conference committee, I'm not sure 90 days is the right number. Possibly it should be a little shorter. That might be a little longer than is needed, and so we can have a discussion about that. But members, please vote no. This is wrong.
Discussion to the amendment. Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to raise a question whether this is legal. If they keep private a discretionary order like that, I would assume that that would have to be public, and that's a public action, and therefore I'm not so sure it can be kept private. Thank you.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Johnson brings up a good point. When we're legislating on the fly here, no bill, the author of the bill mentioned that we may have to change the 90 days. There are data practices provisions. There are questions about the data. There's questions about some of the protection of that data. But it didn't get to the proper committees. It gets stuck in. We did amend it in committee a little bit because it was drafted where it didn't even wasn't clear whether discretion or it would relate to all EAWs. So, members, it's important to vote yes on the amendment.
Discussion to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 79 nays, the motion does not prevail. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A55.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call. Having been requested are the 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this is a piece of unfinished business from last legislative session. It's the Toxic Free Kids Act. This legislation simply requires manufacturers of children's products to inform the state of Minnesota when chemicals that are of high concern for potential toxicity for kids, as determined by the Minnesota Department of Health, they have to provide that information when those chemicals are in those products to the state of Minnesota, and the state of Minnesota can then publish that information online. This is not labeling, this is not banning, this is not anything except basic consumer information about chemicals that are dangerous. And if the industry would have testified at any point that none of these chemicals are dangerous for children, or that this information was available in any other place, there would be no reason for this bill. But nobody can say that. The only way for people who are worried about their kids and what they're putting in their mouths and what kind of products they're using to get this information is if Minnesota passes this bill. It's moving through the Senate. If the legislature would adopt it today, if the House would adopt it today and send it to conference, we could actually get this legislation passed rather than see it die at the last minute as we did last session. So members, I would strongly urge you to support this bill. It's common sense consumer protection that all of you should be able to be on board with.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Winkler, for bringing this forward. Quite frankly, let's face it, folks, so many of us in here have kids, many of you have grandkids. This is simply saying, hey, if you have these chemicals in the toys that our kids play with, put it on the website. Let us know. It's not on the label. It's not saying you can't do it, but put it on the website. This is about our kids' safety. When you go to some of these factories in other countries, those rubber ducks that are made with these chemicals of concern, they get to come to America, but the same line is side by side with the countries that don't allow these chemicals to be made or used in the production of their toys. So, quite frankly, vote for the Winkler amendment. Care about your kids, because a vote against this amendment right now is against children.
Further discussion, the gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I won't go over too much of what Representative Schoen just said, but I want to rise in support of the amendment and remind us, a few weeks ago, we had a bill on the floor. I believe it was Representative Howell bill, perhaps. It was about protecting firefighters and chemicals that they're faced with going into a fire. And we all recognize the dangers that some of those chemicals that are in commerce can cause. And we recognize that for firefighters, and I supported that, and I told Representative Howells that I did. I went over and spoke with him, showed him some information that I had from my journals that I read about science stuff, and I shared those with him. This is the same issue. It is the same issue, only these are kids. These are children. So if you believe in your kids and grandkids' safety, please vote for the Winkler amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Clark.
Mr. Speaker, just a very brief couple comments. It is important to know, again, there are no federal or state databases that provide this information to parents. And so the right to know about these, the safety of these products is something that is really basic. And so I just want to urge a support for the amendment. Thank you.
Further discussion? The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, this did not pass last year when the minority party ran the whole place. Please vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 62 ayes and 68 nays, the motion is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Mullery moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment is coded A15-0559.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Mullery, to your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, what would be done by this amendment is right now the funding in the bill for the North Mississippi Regional Park, which is along the Mississippi, roughly from the Highway 694 bridge for a few miles. It's in both sides of the river in Anoka County and then in Hennepin County, both Brooklyn Center and North Minneapolis. And under the bill, that funding is cut off. And so this amendment would just allow it to continue. And I think there's really important reasons for this. This is a very unique park. It's the only one in the metro region system that's surrounded by low-income people, especially minorities, but more especially, it's the only one where there's a lot of African Americans around it. In fact, a lot of the African American events, including Juneteenth, which is the biggest African American festival in the state, is always held there. It's in for those that you don't know, it's the commemoration of the freeing of the last of the slaves. And many of the African American churches and other groups meet there. It's also the only metro regional park in the two urban cities, which is an environmental learning center. And on top of that, it also teaches kids what it was like back before the settlers came and how settlers changed nature and how nature changed what settlers were doing, et cetera, back and forth. And I remember when I first came in, there was a huge push for expansion by the longtime head of the Hennepin County Parks. And his point was that it's the only one in the whole metro regional system that really serves a lot of inner city poor kids, especially African Americans. 3 or 4 days per week, there are youth groups that come to this from schools, inner city schools, first-ring suburbs, from churches, from youth centers and things like that, to help the kids learn about nature and about the history of the river and about their history and importance to our state. In a recent expansion, there was also, which most of you voted for, there was funding for the first natural filtration pool in this country. It's supposed to be much healthier and also very much better for the environment because there's no pollutants that have to be disposed of afterwards. It's also, I've read articles, and I don't know how accurate the studies are, that African American youth are more allergic to the chemicals in our pools. I know I couldn't swim when I was growing up because I was so allergic, and a lot of them tell me they can't go and learn how to swim because of the problems with pools. This would clean up that problem. And as I said, this is the only regional park that's really in the center of a lot of African Americans. This is probably, you've heard many times, my district has an awful lot of problems. It's not just the income level. There's a lot of other issues. The youth don't have many opportunities to have the things, the amenities around them for success, and some get into problems, unfortunately. North Minneapolis is one of the lowest income in the metro area, and also this is in Brooklyn Center, which I believe, and Representative Hillstrom will speak to, I believe is the lowest income city in the metro area, and is also, I believe, is now majority minorities. So this is a very unique park, and it's really not something we should be cutting off. If you think of the history of this park also, it is tied into early growth in this state. This was, for 35 years, this area was the largest lumber milling district in the entire world. And we also would like to some way have that commemorated at some point. As I said, this does go through Anoka County and both Brooklyn Center and Minneapolis and Hennepin County, but more so it's also a tie-in to the trails going north into Anoka County and into northern Hennepin County. And basically, for my summary, taking money from the poorest area around the regional park with a high percentage of African Americans and a lot of Asians and spreading it mostly to upper income areas is not the way that we're going to solve the problems in this state with closing the achievement gap, the success of inner city kids. We need to help the poor youth of color have the opportunities to grow up to be successful. And with that, I believe there are the speakers, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the bill. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is not in my district, but I've probably run through, walked through, and biked through it more than anyone else in this body. Maybe not Representative Dean. But what we're talking about, these wage gaps, education gaps, and opportunity gaps. Well, this was done to fill the regional park gap in Minneapolis and Hennepin County and Anoka County. Regional parks and lakes were in South Minneapolis. Though I hate to say anything against my very good friend who put this amendment in, her district has this incredible Como Park in it, which is one of the most, it's a very much more upscale district than this district is, and it's a very much more regional park that has received very, very much more funding than this did. This provision, when we put it in, brought a regional park to these park-deprived areas. And I was involved in doing this as part of a State Department's conference committee in 1987, when we lifted the cap on what we could go into the parks. More important, the legislature's already looked at this twice since 1987. We expanded the boundaries in 2000, And just 2 years ago, we expanded the park again, and we authorized up to $2.2 million for the pool that Representative Mullery has talked about. And now Representative McNamara's bill goes back on a promise made just 2 years ago. That is only wrong, and it's more wrong when it affects some of the poorest communities in the state. And when I hear comments like Representative Newberger's from earlier this week, I cannot help but feel that we're seeing some more of this anti-North Minneapolis sentiment behind this. The provision to dedicate the money to the North Mississippi Regional Park is one of the best things that we've done in terms of bringing some equality to the park system, not only in Minneapolis, but in the state. This is something, if we do not repeal this provision, we're undoing a piece of legislation that actually does something to close the equality gap in the state, which we've heard people talking about continually, about how that is what the important in it. Those who try to stir up metro divisions are wrong to do that, and they're particularly wrong to pick this as an issue to fight about. It's divisive, and it hurts the segment of our population that needs help the most. And you know, and one of the things is it takes a grant that goes to one place and divides it so that a whole bunch of places will get a very small amount of money, none of which will really make any difference to them. So no one will help these disadvantaged areas unless the legislature steps in. Representative McNamara, I hope you'll agree with me that it's time to remove this provision from the bill.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Hillstrom.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, you all have a flyer at your desk that talks about this regional, North Mississippi Regional Park. I want to make it clear that this really is a regional park, and this isn't just about Minneapolis. While part of the building is in Minneapolis, much of this park is within my legislative district. If you notice on the serving the underserved section of this handout, it really does talk about the demographics of those that are served. Remember, for many, many years, our area did not have connections to all of the other parks and trails that were going on. This has been a partnership. The Metropolitan Council has invested in these parks. The Met Council found a grant for interest earnings. And so folks believe that this really is a statewide opportunity to connect all of these parks and trails. It connects Anoka County, Grand Rounds Trail System, Shingle Creek Park, Riverfront Regional Park, and Mississippi River Trail. Without this park, you wouldn't have that ability to have all of those connections. If you look at the map on the front, members, you can really see all of the areas that are surrounded by it that enjoy this park and to actually take care of it. Members, so I'm encouraging you to take this out of the bill. This isn't just a Minneapolis park. It is so important to the underserved. It's so important to my community. And members, I don't think it's good when we pit members against members when it comes to doing what's right for the park system. And you can clearly see by who's made investments that not just the state believes that it's a good idea, but many, many others have invested as well.
Gentleman from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I rise in support of this amendment. I agree with Representative Hillstrom and Representative Mullery. This is an outstanding park and it deserves our support. Let's help these kids and let's vote for it.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Carlson.
Yes, Mr. Speaker and members. Over the years, I was on conference committees that helped with the development of this particular park. And it's also a part of town that I'm very familiar with. Not only is my legislative district very close to where the park is located, but in addition to that, I used to be a teacher at Henry High School on the north side, which is literally right there. If you look at the map that Representative Mullery handed out, I just want to point out, not only does it serve as a regional park, North Minneapolis, which is a very important part of this discussion, and Brooklyn Center, which was pointed out by Representative Hillstrom, but people in my current legislative district are also users of it. It really is a park that services our region, those inner-ring suburbs that did not have a regional park, as well as North Minneapolis. So I would encourage support of the amendment. It does meet the needs of an underserved population, and I think it's had a huge amount of success, and I think it needs to be or the support for it needs to continue.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Freiberg. Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Davney.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank Mallory for this amendment. Members should also know that the tornado that went through North Minneapolis just a couple of years ago seriously damaged the heron rookery that's a part of this park. It's a fragile environmental area that is being preserved. It's an amazing sight to see the herons nesting and raising their young right in the heart of the city, and provides environmental learning opportunities for all of us, and is well worth preserving. I urge your support for the Mullery Amendment.
Further discussion? The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I feel a little outnumbered today here on this, but Mr. Speaker, I'm going to take an opportunity and members to set the facts straight. Many folks are probably confused on what in the world is going on here. Well, I'm going to take you back 27 years before anybody on this side of the aisle was here, and before almost everybody but a handful over there were there. And what got slipped into the bill was that this special park, which it is a special park and was underserved, in need of money. So for the last 27 years, this park has gotten $14 million. It was noted that it would just be a small amount if we stopped doing this. Well, actually, it's been $14 million for 27 years. And I think it's important for members to know that on line 23 of page 117, effective date. This section is effective January 1st, 2017. We wanted to give the park board some time. As Representative Mullery talked about, they have a really cool pool project at Weber Park there. That's a great opportunity and some special new technology. I want to make special note of the handout Representative Mullery passed out. Met Council grant interest earnings, $2,300,552. Members, do you know where that $14 million has come from? From every other park in Metro Parks. Every other park in Metro Parks has supplemented this park at the expense of your own. If you live in rural Minnesota, take a coffee break. It doesn't affect you. If you live in the 7-county metropolitan area, you've been helping this park for 27 years. I believe enough is enough. Political paybacks are over. Let's do the right thing. Vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. A lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, Representative McNamara yield to a question.
He will. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Suppose you took your numbers and you normalized it to the income of the people in the area, and you compared it to the people in your area. What do you think it would come out in terms of whether a subsidy is needed or deserved? The other point that you're making is you re-emphasize one of the points that I made, that by putting this money into this one park, and it's a small proportion of the amount of money that goes into the metropolitan parks, we've accomplished something positive. You also notice that I-94, before we were very concerned about how we built freeways and what their effect has, goes right down, cutting off the neighborhood from the city. These are people who need this park area much more than almost anyone else in the metropolitan area. And when you divide it up among all the parks in the metropolitan area, what is it? Is each park going to get, I don't know how many there are. My estimate, and it's just is that each park will get $50,000 maybe or something like that. And none of those parks that you're talking about have as deprived a community as this does.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think she asked me to yield. The one thing I would say, Representative Khan, have you heard of the Rondo neighborhood? Tell the people in St. Paul, when the freeway blew through the middle of their neighborhood, that they didn't deserve better treatment than they got. Maybe we should have earmarked that area too to get. Take a look at their poor parks in that neighborhood. They would have loved to add $14 million in the last 27 years. And actually, I'm giving them 2 more years. I think that's important, Representative Khan. I think this swimming pool project is really important. And I think that, if I'm not mistaken, I was concerned they might need some money for a little longer. I'm not saying that it wasn't properly used. I'm saying enough is enough. I don't think it's fair. I think it should be equitable, and we should move on.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative McNamara, if you were using this to create a regional park in the Rondo area, that might be something of interest. You're not doing it. You're just spreading it all over the place. We're talking about regional parks. We're not talking about small neighborhood parks. And this one has an enormous effect on the, I'm sure that you have never biked along it. I'm sure you have never been in that area. It has an enormous effect on the connectivity of the metropolitan area bike system. It has much more effect than just being a neighborhood park. That's why it's a regional park.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Mullery.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. First of all, Representative McNamara, I haven't found whether you put it in the bill, but my understanding is one park alone in the regional system is getting $14 million. So you're talking over 30 years, this park has gotten that. Just in one bill this year, apparently, there's $14 million in the governor's recommendations for one park. So I don't think this is exactly what you're talking about. The other thing is, the Met Council decided as a whole, I believe by a unanimous resolution, to create this park in the stream of funding back at the time. And members, if you're from rest of Minnesota outside the metro area, this is not a time to go and listen for coffee or something. This is an issue that affects the rest of you, because the more activities for youth growing up in North Minneapolis and Brooklyn Center, the more chance that they're not going to be costing the rest of the state money because they don't have the opportunities. Opportunities for inner city kids is what is absolutely needed to help this state develop more people who are able to handle good jobs, become tax-paying good citizens. And that's what the rest of you outside the metro area should be interested in. Mr. Speaker, I've basically been told what's going to happen, so I'll withdraw the amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A53.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
And I'd ask for a roll call.
Roll call having a request. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. During the debate on this in committee, the provisions of House Files 616 and 617, we had quite a bit of discussion on. And it was illuminating discussion. These were bills that were actually written by lobbyists,
Yes.
and the lobbyist was there presenting during that discussion. But the content of them really upends how Minnesota deals with clean water. And it really puts us at risk with the federal government on the Clean Water Act. It will add additional time to the permitting process. And essentially, the important part of this is that it adds additional legislative review. So there are a number of pieces of this bill where we have scientific decisions come back to the legislature for review and decision making by the legislature. And that decision making not only adds time, but it adds an opportunity for lobbying. It adds a perpetual process of continuing to influence the decisions by the interests that spend their time outside of the door here, rather than the scientists that are at the agencies or at the universities, or that can be called in to make those decisions. So there is a better way. And that way is taking the money, the fiscal note that goes for House File 616 and 617, and providing it to additional forest management. Now last year we provided $10 million for forest management. This bill only provides $1 million. We add additional dollars, taking it from House File 616, 617, the dirty water bills that are in this bill. We take money from the fiscal note there and we add it to the Parks and Trails operations and bring it above the governor's recommendation for parks and trails. In this bill, there is a provision that takes a working program on aquatic invasive species, where last year a working program was set up for local control, where the counties, each county would get an allocation. The majority believes that that should be spent, or that program should be shifted over to the Department of Natural Resources and cut. It's cut 10%. We take the general fund savings there from the dirty water bill and put it to the current funding of $10 million for aquatic invasive species. So, and then finally, in the bill, in this amendment, we add more money for soil and water conservation districts, bringing them up to a greater amount than is in the bill. So we think those are different, better priorities, different priorities, funding needs that are there rather than a continual legislative process that is affected by special interest. We have those needs that are there, and I believe there is an amendment to the amendment.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Schultz and others move to amend the Hansen Amendment to House File Number 846, the second engrossment. The amendment to the amendment is coded A69.
To the amendment, the lady from St. Louis, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I request a roll call, please.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I've noticed that many of you like to eat, and to continue enjoying your fruits and vegetables, your apples and your strawberries, I urge you to vote yes on this amendment to the amendment to save and protect our food supply and our bees and other pollinators. This amendment prohibits the use of state funds, specifically grants to the Soil and Water Conservation District, to plant or purchase a product that contains a pollinator lethal insecticide. And what this is, it's an insecticide that's absorbed by a plant that makes the plant lethal to pollinators. And this includes neonicotinoids and other classes of insecticides, which affects the central nervous system of pollinators and could cause paralysis or death. And bees are very susceptible to this class of insecticides and may even cause the colony collapse disorders that we're seeing across the country. Bees in particular are very valuable to our food supply. They're very important in the $15 billion of crop production annually, and pollinators support 35% of our crops globally and 85% of our flowering plants. So I urge you to vote green for the bees, and thank you.
Discussion to the amendment to the amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I encourage members to vote yes. I support the amendment to the amendment.
Further discussion? The clerk will take the roll on the amendment to the A69 amendment. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 116 ayes and 13 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. To the amendment as amended. Discussion. Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise in support of this amendment for kind of two basic reasons. One is there's a reshifting of some funding in areas that I think are important. Though I live in North Mankato, years ago my father purchased some land in Wadena County and we have a small tree farm that I now get to manage with my wife. And I'll tell you, the one thing threatening the tree farm industry, the timber industry in northern Minnesota is the economy and the challenge related to managing those forests. If another plant were to close, we'd be at risk of severe problems with bark beetles, and it would really become a challenge, particularly with managed forests. And so the forest management part of this amendment is important. The second area that's important with respect to funding is the AIS funding. Last year we provided $20 million, I believe it was, to support community groups, local groups, to fight aquatic invasive species. And what I've seen in my area is the energy that has given to the local groups in my region to do a good job. First of all, those folks know their lakes, they know their bodies of water, but they also have you build that local energy. A lot of times you hear me talking about citizen involvement, citizen action, citizen knowledge, and that sort of thing. This is a case where that money should be restored to keep that going and to support those efforts. But the largest reason, the more fundamental reason I support this amendment is the part of the bill that's laying before us, whereby there would be a legislative approval for new water quality standards. We are inherently a political body. That's good. We should be a political body. We're elected. It's the nature of the beast here, and we all enjoy that. There's a lot of value in that. But Minnesota, with its long heritage of supporting water quality standards, is not. I see absolutely no reason why we would want to throw that process into a political body to support a standard. If we pass this bill, a water quality standard would be promulgated by the MPCA, and we would have to okay that. The legislature would have to okay that standard. And particularly, it's going to be based on the economic consequences related to that standard. Now, we're in good economic times, and we're seeing a lot of disagreement about water quality rules and that sort of thing in these good economic times. Can you imagine how hard it would be to support a standard in rougher economic times, and the political machinations we would be going through to stop what would be even an obvious and important water quality standard? This is not the time, nor I just fundamentally do not believe in politicizing this process. Our water is important. Remember, this is the land of 10,000 lakes, folks. We're at the headwaters of the Mississippi. We need to continue maintaining high-quality water. It's a critical asset for our state. I strongly recommend that you vote in favor of this amendment.
Discussion to the amendment as amended. Gentleman from Roseau, Representative Fabian.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, this section of the bill that's being deleted has broad bipartisan support. It has the support of many of our rural cities. We heard testimony in committee, particularly from communities in the Red River Basin, a couple of them there, Breckenridge. Moorhead has expressed concern. Rochester. Some of the rules that MPCA is wanting to enforce or will enforce with regards to phosphates are going to be extremely costly to get to that standard. And sometimes, you know, we have to take a look at how do we best spend the dollars that the agency has or the state has, or in this case the cities have, to reduce, for example, phosphates. I work on a working group that's called International Legislators Forum. We're very concerned about the Red River Valley, very concerned about the Red River Valley and the phosphates that get into the Red River and eventually up to Lake Winnipeg. And one of the issues that has come up is that there are multiple standards throughout the different jurisdictions. Currently, the Red River Basin Commission and the Red River Management Board and the IRRC and so forth are working on trying to come up with some unified standards about how to address phosphate levels in Lake Winnipeg. Last summer I had the occasion to visit with the Canadian delegation at the forum that I was at, and there is a significant concern. We did hear testimony in committee from the Red River Basin Commission, the Red River Water Management Board, and they talked about how they're in the process of developing standards. One of the frustrations that's expressed in committee was the fact that on the Minnesota side of the river, in communities of, say, Breckenridge, Moorhead, and East Grand Forks, they're going to have a higher standard to meet in terms of the amount of phosphates that they can release into the Red River, as opposed to the communities across the river from them in Wahpeton, Fargo, and Grand Forks. And what we're suggesting, and what we're doing in this legislation, is delaying the implementation of some of those standards, getting some legislative approval, and taking a look at a cost analysis to see how much is it going to cost for us to meet those standards. And then is there a more cost-effective way, a better way to use those dollars to reduce the phosphates going into the, in this case, the Red River, and eventually into Lake Winnipeg. Of all of the phosphates that get into Lake Winnipeg, the amount of it that comes from, say, the city of Breckenridge is not that great. And I don't have the exact numbers here. But they testified that to meet the new standards in Breckenridge, they're going to have to spend several $1 million to meet that standard. Those of you that serve on LCCMR know that currently we are funding some pilot projects in the basin where we're going to use some natural ways to try to reduce the phosphate levels and create more habitat and reduce flooding in the basin. So the gist is can we do a better job of spending the dollars that we have to reduce the amount of phosphate that gets to the Red River and deal maybe more on a basin-wide level instead of just doing it city by city with point source versus non-point source, which of course is the stuff that comes across the land when it rains and the water washes to the river. So thank you, members, and thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Further discussion to the amendment as amended. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, I would encourage support of the main motion or main amendment as amended. Representative Fabian referenced Canadian work. I think we actually received a letter from Manitoba that did express some concerns while acknowledging working on these issues. This provision was one that Representative Purcell talked about in committee, where there are a number of small towns that have made the standards. But the key part of the provision that we're changing, taking the money from by deleting it, is bringing a decision back here to the legislature again and again and again on scientific review. Right now there are current needs in forestry, aquatic invasive species, parks and trails, and soil and water conservation districts. This is a clear choice right now on priorities. A vote yes is a vote for parks and trails, forestry, soil and water conservation districts, and combating aquatic invasive species. A vote no is for ongoing review, analysis, and legislative decision-making on scientific standards that will go on into perpetuity.
Further discussion. The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Members, you just got passed out a 3-page, printed on both sides handout. I'd like to walk you through a little bit. First one talks about water treatment upgrades that potentially will cost the city of Rochester $105 million over the next 20 years. And actually, depending on what happens, it could go higher. Members, I did say $105 million just for the city of Rochester, just one city. And then, members, if you turn the page and look, the back of the second page is a letter from the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities. These are the folks that are really, really, really concerned. Very thoughtful letter. It's signed by Councilmember Osmersa, Ely City Council member, and those of you who remember, she came down to committee. She's the president of the Coalition of Greater Minnesota Cities. She testified of the concern, and as Representative Fabian talked about, communities, Breckenridge, Moorhead, all different kinds of communities that potentially are going to deal with these issues. The costs are astronomical. And what we're saying is, let's actually realize what the costs are going to be, and then let's have some peer review about those costs. This is a really important part of the bill, and I ask you to vote no on the amendment. Thank you, members.
Discussion on the amendment as amended. Gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just, you know, I live in one of those cities, and I represent several of those cities. And I checked with my cities, and they did acknowledge they're deeply concerned about the cost. And they do want good scientific review. But they were also clear to me in one of my cities, don't throw it in the political arena. They recognize that that's just an inappropriate step. In the committee process, a city manager from one of my cities testified about concerns of it, but when asked, do you agree that having met those standards, this is a city that has met these standards, and having made that investment, does that improve the quality of that city, that opportunity of that city to recruit the kind of businesses that we need to grow and prosper as a city? That city manager said yes. And then, of course, we heard about another city in northern Minnesota that has met these standards. Some of our cities have met those standards, and they have found it to benefit them, to meet the needs of their cities. Again, I understand the issues with the costs. I understand that we've got to have good science, but let's not throw this into the political arena. I don't think that's what Minnesotans want. Let's vote for this amendment.
Further discussion to the amendment as amendment. The gentleman from Beltrami, Representative Purcell.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just real quick here, I just want to advise members who are on the floor to listen that what we need in Minnesota is standards that meet the needs of the clean water that we all believe we have. And clean water in Minnesota has gone downhill, especially in the southern half of the state. And we've got to work to get that back. And those of you who believe Minnesota Pollution Control Agency isn't using science, you better go get a science book and brush up a little bit, because that's what they're using, and they do know what they're doing. So I just ask you to support the Hansen Amendment.
The lady from Ramsey, Representative Russo.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. None of the objectives that Representative Fabian was outlining for us require us to take the decision-making process away from the MPCA. The cooperation can happen, the consultation with cities and so on can happen. And in one of Representative McNamara's handouts that we received, about 2/3 of the way down the page, it says Rochester officials acknowledge they don't know when or even what their new standard will be. I cannot imagine that putting that into the legislative process is going to improve that situation. You know, we know how we operate. We only meet for a short time every year, and much of that time we're preoccupied with budgets. So how is a city going to be able in a timely fashion to be able to figure out what's going to happen with that? And then finally, just a little while ago today, we heard Chair McNamara tell us on another amendment, this decision belongs better with the scientists and the experts at the MPCA. And I think we ought to apply that same standard here, so I support the amendment.
Representative Torkels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We've heard from a few members and other folks recently that continually state that our water is getting worse. That is not the case. In many cases, our water is actually getting better. Take a look, for instance, at the Minnesota River, where water quality is improving. When we send out a false alarm and say water's getting worse everywhere, it casts a shadow on those of us that use the land, and I, for one, don't appreciate it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members.
Further discussion to the amendment as amended. Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate hearing the information that Representative Torkelson provided. I do recall in committee earlier this year seeing a dashboard report that came to us in the Environmental Committee that showed that in the areas of nitrates that the water conditions were getting substantially worse, even though we have been making greater investments in water quality over the number of years. So in some areas in phosphorus we may have seen some slight improvements, but in other areas we are not seeing improvements at all, and it's important that we do something about this.
Discussion to the amendment as amended. The clerk will take the roll on the amendment as amended. Members, please vote. Members, please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 74 nays, the amendment as amended is not adopted. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Wagenius moved to amend House File Number 846. The second engrossment as follows, and the amendment is coded A47.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius, to your amendment. Members, if we could take our conversations in the back room with the alcoves, please. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would appreciate a roll call.
Roll call having been requested by the 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Howe, I believe you're the author of Section 88 that changes the relationship between groundwater appropriations and surface water. I see 4 big changes with your proposal, and I think there is a much better solution to your problem that won't affect everybody else in the state. Your problem is that Your problem is that Cold Spring Brewery uses a well that is close to a trout stream, and there's a question about how much water can be pumped without hurting the trout stream. Your other problem is that the city of Cold Spring has a drinking water problem because there's too much nitrogen in their source water. DNR's been working with the brewery and working with the city of Cold Spring, and they have an action plan. DNR has granted the brewery a 3-year permit extension, and the city is actively working to find a new water source, and I believe DNR is helping with that. The DNR has placed monitors on the trout stream in question, and it will determine the flow characteristics of that trout stream, and that work should be done well before the 3 years is out. The work will help determine what the solution will be. But let's just say, for argument's sake, that the solution doesn't turn out to be the easiest one, which would be just keep on pumping. There's ample time to ask the state to help with the new drinking water system that both the city and the brewery can use. I know the brewery doesn't want to use water that has been chlorinated, but there are other ways to have safe drinking water that can help both the city and the brewery. When Representative Hamilton's folks couldn't get enough water, they asked the state for help, and the state is providing it. Water is basic for economic development for Worthington, and it would be the same thing for Cold Spring. This is a basic infrastructure investment. There's a similar problem on the Poplar River, and the state is helping out there too. I said there are 4 reasons not to change the statute the way you propose. 1, once there is a 20% harmful effect to the stream, the brewery couldn't use the well. So the problem really hasn't been solved. We're in a moderate drought right now, and you could inadvertently be forcing a closure of the well sooner rather than later. Secondly, the proposed change affects all of the relations between, between surface water and groundwater, statewide and for, trout streams. It is almost impossible to see the implications of your bill statewide. But for sure, they're going to exacerbate the conflicts that we see now. 3, you're changing our basic water law from the everybody gets their fair share to something that's more akin to Western water law. And how's that working out for them? And finally, your amendment is expensive because it's going to require rulemaking, and we're going to have lots of monitors across the state. There's a much better solution here for the city and the brewery to work together and to continue to work with DNR as they're doing now. If the city needs help with a water system, they should come here for help, and we should give it to them. Vote green.
Discussion to the Wagenius amendment. Representative Howe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, members, this problem with this trout stream debate started in 2009. If there was a better solution, I would have hoped that would have arose by now. I've been working on this since 2013, and when you say, Representative Wagenius, that the 20% is an issue, the DNR has told me that the fix that was put in place last year to go from zero impact or potential impact to negative impact, they believe that negative impact is 15%. And that's not a hard, fast number, they tell us, that it could be as much as maybe 17%, but it all depends. Well, when you have an arbitrary number like that, how is the people that are trying to work with this statute supposed to address it when the number can vary to whatever suits the agency that's trying to enforce the bill? So I just looked at that, trying to make it so we actually knew that there's a number there that's hard and fast, that everyone knows, and the administration, that the agency is trying to enforce this law, doesn't just arbitrarily change it to whatever they see fit. We have to have something that everyone knows what's going on, and everyone can work towards a number. You talked about the relationship between surface water and trout streams. Well, this brewery has been there for 148 years. 148 years. Since this state was a teenager, that brewery's been there. The trout has been there since 1970 without stocking. I don't think the brewery, and that's the problem here, Representative Wagenius, there has been no proof that the brewery has had a detrimental impact to the trout. In fact, when we had the meetings, and I requested that the fisheries section from the DNR would be there, they put the fisheries in the back corner, wouldn't even let the people talk, because they said this isn't about the trout, this is about the law. And the law says, at that time, potential impact, which is zero, and we're going to enforce the law. So what we're trying to do, what I was trying to do, is make this an easier statute and rule to work with. Right now, and keep in mind, folks, members, this is the first place where they've enforced this statute. If you've got a trout stream in your community, this is coming to you next. This brewery is the largest employer in this city, the largest taxpayer in this city. In a relationship, by percentage, this brewery to this city has a bigger impact to this city than Hormel has to Austin. A bigger impact, in fact, twice the impact that Rochester has to Mayo, or Mayo has to Rochester. So this is huge. It's a huge impact. You shut this brewery down, it shuts the city down. We have to do something. We've been working on this for 6 years, Representative Wagenius. Since there's a better solution, no one's come up with it. Vote red on this amendment.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Members, DNR has given this brewery a permit for 3 years to figure out what might be an alternative. That's good. But what Representative Howe is doing is saying, my brewery has a problem. I am not only going to change state law for trout streams, I'm going to change state law for all water across the state. That means a major rulemaking. And you didn't provide the money for it. I don't think we should be in rulemaking, but that is what you have asked for. Because here, what you've done is you've said, for streams, there's this 20%. But for the rest of the waters, it just says substantial negative impact. So there's going to have to be rulemaking. This is when you have a local problem and you are going to put consequences across the whole state of Minnesota rather than solving the local problem with the tools we have at hand. And the tools we have at hand are the same tools that Representative Hamilton used when Worthington got in trouble, Representative Dill used when the Poplar River was having trouble. There are alternatives to changing the state water law for everybody with no clue about the consequences for everybody else's drinking water. This is a time to vote green and to go back to the drawing board that is already open because DNR has given the brewery a 3-year permit and told them it is helping them work it out.
Gentleman from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've had the opportunity to work with Representative Howe over the last 2 years. We share a Senate district, and in the words of Paul Harvey, it's time for us to hear the rest of the story on this one. Having sat at the brewery and having sat at meetings at City Hall with the folks from the DNR, folks from the brewery, folks from the city of Cold Spring, the DNR suggested that the city go out and drill additional test wells in the area. Well, first and foremost, the DNR was unable to identify the aquifer structure in that area as to where they would go to be outside of the aquifer that feeds this particular trout stream. When we said how far out do we need to go, they said, well, you might have to go 10 to 12 miles out of town to start finding potable water that's not in this aquifer. My simple question to the DNR was, can you assure us that on the other side of this aquifer that it's not affecting another trout stream? We don't have that data. We don't know for sure the impact on that. The DNR came to another meeting and said, hey, we've got a solution for you. The city of St. Cloud, they've got a water treatment system, and Cold Spring and St. Cloud are both on Highway 23. Problem is, they're 17 miles apart from one another. To acquire the right-of-way or the easements to be able to bring a pipe from Cold Spring to St. Cloud, nobody's got the funds to be able to do that, members. This is not an unreasonable request that Representative Howe has in this bill. For those of you who are getting excited about summer coming, the session ending, like to do some grilling, large poultry processing plant in Cold Spring. water intensive. We need jobs in this state. This gets to shut those jobs down. Vote no on the Wagenius Amendment and vote yes for Greater Minnesota. Vote yes for jobs in Minnesota.
Further discussion to the amendment? Gentleman from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. What's important to know, and Representative Wagenius, you make a point, and Representative Howe, thank you on the Cold Spring Brewery. But members, the amendment is bigger than just the Cold Spring Brewery issue. The Cold Spring Brewery and the city of Cold Spring issue is what brought this forward. But actually what we're trying to do here is find a solution across the state. And we worked with DNR, and I think we're very close to having something here that'll work. And what we're trying to do is define. So if you have significant or substantial is the word we're using here, negative impact for a stream in low flow, what are the implications if the water is reduced in normal low flow? How much can it handle? And Representative Howe, you talked about the discussions with the DNR, and they've been fruitful. And actually, in Cold Spring's case, luckily, I think we're going to maybe find a solution that works. They've given, as Representative Wagenius said, a few years to work on it. But the sad thing is the process we had to go through to get to where we're at. If we had legislation like this, Representative Howe, in place, it would be much easier. And I think this is what's important to know. Sometimes folks identify a specific instance and they say, oh, you're just passing legislation for that instance. No, that instance has brought forward the issue so we can learn from it. And that's what we're doing here. We're going to find a solution for Cold Springs. We're going to be able to keep the brewery open there, and we're going to work with it. And actually, we may be able to use, because folks should know, actually, a little bit of nitrates in water for beer is okay. For grandkids, it's not as good. But for beer, it's good. So actually, there's a solution we're working on here, Mr. Speaker, that could potentially work for all. But this is a good part of the bill. Please vote no on the amendment.
Further discussion? The lady from Hennepin, Representative Wagenius.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We come back to Cold Springs. Cold Springs has a problem. Representative McNamara acknowledges there's a potential solution we can all probably get around. However, this bill is not just about trout streams. It's about your lakes, it's about your wetlands, it's about everything. So if you don't know how this language is going to affect the lakes in your district, you should probably vote yes to take it out. Because I don't know about the lakes in my district and how this will impact. DNR, when I ask them, they have no idea how this language will be applied across the state. It's not just to trout streams, it's all surface waters of the state, and that includes lakes.
Further discussion to the amendment? The clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll.
Mr. Speaker.
Clark votes aye. There being 52 ayes and 78 nays, the motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Thiessen moves to amend House File Number 846, a second engrossment. The amendment is coded A62.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm bringing forward this amendment tonight for two reasons. The first is our debate that we had on climate change a few nights ago. And in that debate, we heard from many members on the other side that we shouldn't or couldn't weigh in on whether climate change is real because we're not scientists. And if people recall, we had a long discussion of who in the body was a scientist and was qualified to make a decision about whether climate change was real, and went back and forth about, Representative Quam is a scientist, Representative Yarusso is a scientist. We had a long discussion about that. And the suggestion was made that really only those with advanced scientific degrees were qualified on this House floor to make a decision about whether climate change was real or not. Now, I disagree with that because the consensus on climate change is really overwhelming, something about which 97% of scientists agree. The science is well settled and we should make our policy decisions accordingly. But, members, if we think we're unqualified to assess whether climate change is real, again with 97% consensus, then we are certainly unqualified to assess the complex and nuanced scientific analyses that are required for the water rules under the amendment I'm changing, and quite frankly, any number of the discussions we've just had for the last several days. The 20% for Cold Spring, that's not based on any science whatsoever. It was a number that was pulled out of the air. And that's not the way we should be making decisions, members. And indeed, Representative McNamara was right when he was responding to Representative Hausman on her initial amendment about the Citizens Board when he said, let's leave the science, let's leave the analysis to the experts. He was absolutely right about that. Because the fact of the matter is, unlike climate change in that debate, the science is not well settled on a lot of issues that we're talking about tonight. We have to be dealing with complex data sets, analyzing them with an understanding of chemistry and an understanding of any number of scientific issues. And frankly, we are terrible at sorting out those conflicting claims. And I come at this from a serious place, although this is kind of a fun amendment in some sense. But this is a serious issue, and I think back to my time as the chair of Health and Human Services. And we had occasion in that committee, and you probably still do, to hear a lot of bills dealing with public health, for instance, the impact of smoking, addressing chemicals, the Toxic Free Kids Act that Representative Winkler brought to the floor tonight. And it was incredibly frustrating because what you would get is one set of scientists coming in and saying one thing, another set of scientists coming in and saying another thing, and you would have, I at least would have, and I think it's true for almost every person in this body, no basis to decide which scientist was telling the truth. Now, again, that's not the case in climate change, but on many of these issues, that's the case. And I actually pushed repeatedly to set up task forces of experts who could actually work through those issues and come back to us with a recommendation. But I was never able to succeed on that for one simple reason. Because whichever side thought that they had the votes on the committee, and it was true when the Democrats had the votes on the committee, it was true when the Republicans had the votes on the committee, whoever thought they had the votes on the committee said, we don't want a panel of experts, let's leave it to the legislature to decide. That's the problem with all these changes we're making to state law where we're asking decisions that require expert analysis to come back to the legislature. Because what it comes down to is not science, but political power. And I don't think we want these decisions based on political power. That's not the way we should be going about our business. Now, we are a political body, and we are here to represent our people and to bring other considerations to bear on some of these issues. But I think the discussion we've had for the last couple amendments that have come forward is that the approach that's being taken by the Republicans in many of these provisions tonight, which is a one-size-fits-all to set a standard for the whole state in order to deal with one single problem, is not the best way for us to assert our political as opposed to our scientific power. What we should do is deal with the individual issue as it comes forward. If we don't like a regulation, if we think it imposes too many burdens in a particular situation, we have the power to pass a law to address that situation. And that's how we should be dealing with this. The problem is a one-size-fits-all approach. The problem is trying to believe that we have the kind of scientific knowledge to address these issues when we don't. And it leads to bad decisions, and it leads to bad consequences for the people of Minnesota. So, members, I'm going to withdraw this amendment because the point, I think, has been made. But I hope that we take to heart as we go forward here that and recognize what I think all of us knows in our hearts, except for maybe a few people who are actually scientists here, that we're not very good at science, and we should leave those decisions to the experts. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I would withdraw my amendment.
Leader Thiessen is withdrawing his amendment. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hansen moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment is coded A46.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And following up on Representative Thiessen, I'd ask for a roll call on this amendment.
Roll call. How many requests are the 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
You know, a few years ago, there was a program called Ask Dr. Science, and I just want to let the body know I do have a master's degree in science. People remember that. Probably the younger ones don't. Speaker does, I think, right? But here we go again. Legislative approval of trout streams. Legislative approval of trout stream designations. So another task being given to the legislature in the bill. My amendment would remove the legislature designating trout streams. Vote yes.
There is an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Khan is moving to amend the Hansen amendment to House File Number 846, the second engrossment, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A73.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan, on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, the purpose of this amendment is something that ought to appeal to all of the members of this body. What this does is protect private property rights for landowners. What this does is this says that in case of trapping, a person may not, without written permission of the owner, occupant, or lessee, enter private land that is not posted or under subdivision 4 to engage in trapping activities. So the burden is put on the person who wants to trap to go get permission from the owner. Currently, Minnesota law allows trappers to set traps on private property without the landowner's permission unless it is adequately trespass and posted, so that trespassing is not allowed. And lands that are cropped or grazed and so signs of tillage, crops, crop residue, or fencing do not require the posting of signs. So trappers must ask permission to enter these lands. So we're not really putting something that's not already required in other places. But however, for other non-posted lands, Minnesota puts the burden on the landowner. You have to post no trespassing signs annually with letters at least 2 inches high every 500 to 1,000 feet. This simply puts the burden on the trapper to reach out to the landowner with just one simple question. Wisconsin has required permission to hunt and trap on someone else's land since 1995. To hunt and trap on Wisconsin lands, you simply go and get permission from the landowner. A nice polite thing to do. What this does is simply give this kind of protection that most of us think we have on our land. If you have a dog and you're worried about what happens to that dog if someone has set traps on the land, this helps support this will help you protect your animal. I would call for a roll call vote on the amendment.
Roll call having requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan.
Okay, I've given all the good reasons to vote for it, so just vote yes.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Newberger.
Point of order.
State your point of order on the amendment to the amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise right now under point of order under House rules for the amendment to the amendment. 3.21. Motions and propositions must be germane under Section B. An amendment to an amendment on the House floor must relate only to the primary amendment without introducing any new subject. Representative Khan is representing an amendment to the amendment that deals with trapping when the original amendment here is deleting two sections. One has to do with trout stream legislative approval, and the other one has to do with aquatic invasive species education. So I would ask that the Speaker would find this point to be well taken.
Advice to the Speaker, the lady from Hennepin, Representative Khan, on your amendment to the amendment.
Mr. Speaker, I think that what we're doing is we're talking about liability, and I'd look at statute 604A23, owner's liability, and and one of the things that we talk about is recreational purposes. In subdivision 5, recreational purposes include, but is not limited to, hunting, trapping, fishing. Trapping is right next to fishing. They're only separated by a comma. And so, for example, I certainly think that shows proximity and germaneness.
Advice to the point of order on Rule 3.21. Further advice to the Speaker. After having, on the point of order under 3.21, after having listened to Representative Khan and Representative Newberger and others, I find the point of order is well taken. To the amendment. Further discussion to the A46 amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Again, this is the legislature designating trout streams. If you think that's a good idea, vote red on the amendment. If not, vote green on the amendment.
Further discussion to the Hansen Amendment, the A46. Gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. There's actually two provisions in here that Representative Hansen's deleting. The second one on page 68, you kind of need to read this and think, really, why would you have to put that in law? But we do. It says the commissioner shall not designate a man-made stream as a trout stream. The commissioner shall not designate a stream as a trout stream unless the legislature approves the designation. Actually, we had testimony from the agency that said it's hard for the commissioner to make the decision because sometimes they're political. We thought if that's a challenge for the commissioner, let's help them. So the legislature can help them make that decision about if a stream should be designated. But the first part, designating a man-made stream, that's a drainage ditch, members. So why would we have somebody there's a low spot in the ground, they dig a trench and it becomes a drainage ditch, and now it gets designated a trout stream? That just doesn't make any sense. Members, please vote no.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment. The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Hansen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative McNamara, you may remember back to in our own county the case with the Vermilion River, where the Met Council wastewater treatment plant was actually putting water into the stream, and then that was changed. We took the water out of the stream, built a pipe so it was directly going to the Mississippi. So that's the difficulty with the legislation. Is the man-made nature of it a ditch, like you said, or is it how man manipulates the flow? Or is it trying to find whatever 20% was of whatever? Man's impact on it, again, if you think the DNR has difficulty with the politics on that and bringing it into our hands, watch out. Vote green.
Further discussion to the A46 amendment. The lady from St. Louis, Representative Murphy M.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hansen, Representative McNamara, Representative Sundin, I call for the Midway River.
Further discussion. The clerk will take the roll on the A46 amendment. Clerk will close the roll. There being 54 ayes and 76 nays, the motion is not adopted. There's a man with the desk. Clerk will report the amendment.
Newberger moves to amend House File Number 846, the second engrossment, as follows, and the amendment is coded A58.
Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, all this amendment does is it adds a public notification requirement for solid waste facilities. It's pretty simple, and that's about it.
There is an amendment to the amendment.
Dill moves to amend the Newberger amendment to House File Number 846, the second engrossment. And the amendment to the amendment is coded A77.
To the A77 amendment, Representative Dill.
Thank you, Speaker Davids. And members, before you is an amendment that would treat non-ferrous waste, rock, as a part of the process of non-ferrous mining, the same as taconite rock is treated under rule and statute. There is nothing in this amendment that would allow any disposal of any items, processed water, any types of sulfides, sulfates. Nothing in this amendment would allow anything to be discharged or stored at any location unless it was under a permit, either a permit by the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency or a permit to mine that is issued by the Department of Natural Resources. These taconite provisions were established long ago to allow the mines to put their tailings in a tailings basin and store them. Then along came the solid waste laws that were promulgated for solid waste or garbage, household garbage, things of that nature. And then came an opportunity to do non-ferrous mining, which is still not a conclusive thing in this state. It's under the permitting process, and it's been determined that in this case you would have duplicative laws that governed the discharge of the tailings under non-ferrous permitting and would require a garbage permit and a permit to mine. Now, we've been working today. This just came up. It was just found that this was the case. It's nothing that we knew about until a day ago, and we've been researching it. And I just want to very quickly, for comfort to the members, read you a couple of points that we got from the DNR and a couple from the PCA. And the first one, it says the current provisions for solid waste facility rules exempt taconite operations from the requirement for a solid waste permit because the management of mining wastes, which are the same thing as you would have in a non-ferrous mining waste with minerals, are wholly different than the management of garbage. And that mining wastes are fully regulated through the permit to mine, which is a permit specifically for each process or each procedure, each company that applies for a permit to mine. And so with that, members, we're hoping that you'll support this. I'll stand for questions on this amendment. But again, I want to assure the body that no discharge of any type of water, processed water, sludge, any waste of any kind would be put in any place. Even the garbage from their office is put under a solid waste disposal permit that someone else holds. For example, when you go to a landfill. So I hope that can bring comfort enough to pass this, and I appreciate your consideration.
Discussion on the Dill amendment. The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for bringing this forward, Representative Dill. Again, members, this is something that kind of came out of nowhere. I think it was a small oversight as the permit process has been rolling along here, and we'd appreciate your support on this.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Newberger.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I support this amendment. Please vote for it.
Any further discussion on the Dill amendment? The member from Ramsey, Representative Yaruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The information we've received so far from the MPCA on this issue makes me think, we're okay with this amendment. I will be looking for further information from the MPCA, and if we hear differently than the preliminary information we've gotten from them, then I would certainly pursue looking at this a second time. But at the moment, it appears that this is a reasonable approach, and it was not heard in committee, as we've heard, because we did not have the information. And so we're going to be actively pursuing, making sure that we cross the T's and dot the I's and have the real situation on this. But for the moment, it appears to be okay.
Any further discussion on the Dill amendment? Seeing none, all those in favor of adoption of the Dill amendment to the Newberger amendment signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. We're now on the A58 Newberger amendment as amended. Further discussion on that amendment as amended. Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the Newberger amendment as amended signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. Representative Hackbarth.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. I would move that under Rule 3.33 relating to amendments that have to be pre-filed, that we suspend for the purpose of taking up the A15-0573 amendment to House File 846. And Mr. Speaker, I'd ask for a roll call.
Representative Hackbarth requests to suspend Rule 3.33 for the purpose of taking up the A15-0573 amendment and has requested a roll call. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Hackbarth, to your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. This amendment was some language that I just found out about yesterday, about 12:30, about half an hour after filing the filing deadline. And Senator Tomassoni has this in his Omnibus finance bill. This is the identical language, and I think in order to get this done properly, we should put it in Representative McNamara's bill as well. This is a crisis that's happening up on the Iron Range, and I think we need to address it now. There's a number of things that we're doing. In Representative Garofalo's bill the other day, we put some language in there that is going to let the taconite folks renegotiate with Minnesota Power their electric rates, and that's going to help them. And there's a couple other things that we're doing along the way, and I think this is important. This is a critical piece of legislation that we have to get passed, and this would assure that we get this done in the Environment Finance Bill that Representative McNamara is going to negotiate with Senator Tomassoni. I'd urge your support.
Discussion on the motion to suspend the rules. The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members and Representative Hackbarth. As he mentioned, this is in Senator Tomassoni's bill in the Senate. Regarding the motion to suspend the rules, it is my understanding that renegotiating these leases is permissive under current law. I think that Senator Tomassoni put language in his bill to perhaps send a message that it's important to the legislature that these leases are renegotiated, but it is permissive under current law for them to renegotiate the royalty rates. But in light of the fact that it has passed in the Senate and it would be nice to have a House position so that we can discuss it more thoroughly in conference, I would ask members to support the motion.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you'll see my name on the underlying amendment. I will be voting to suspend the rules, and if that prevails, we'll have our discussion. But the necessity of the amendment is to provide the Commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources with a sense of the urgency of the matter. He does have the right and will discuss with the mining companies the notion of reducing lease payments. This is about lease payments which are rental payments, and then royalty payments when the mining begins, but that'll be a discussion after the body decides the matter of suspending the rules. So thank you.
The member from Aiken, Representative Lueck.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of suspending the rules. We've got a situation on the Iron Range that's been brought about by some changes on the national and world level on market for iron ore, and we do have an urgent situation we need to address. So again, members, I would ask that you support the suspension of the rules.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metza.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I would ask for your support in this. I think a little detail into why we got here is needed, though. In 2008, the current leases signed with many of the companies were, there was a formula created in how the increased escalator on the account worked and a variety of different triggers that happen in regard to global pricing. And we feel right now that the lease payments have gotten quite a significantly higher than the private leases that are given, albeit the state of Minnesota and the Minnesota taxpayers do have the largest portions of land, and that gives us a stronger negotiating position. I do believe that it is pertinent for the state to be competitive as well. And overall, right now, we are in a tough position up there trying to find ways to keep our steel workers working and the taconite pellets coming out. And overall, it is our obligation as trustees to make sure that we have continued mining and continued forestry. And right now, when KeyTac goes idle, we get zero in school trust payments. When Mintac closes 2 lines, we lose 50% of the money going into school trust payments. Currently, with the layoffs that we've seen right now that'll be coming very shortly. So with that, I felt that a little background information was needed. I still think we need to do some work on this, but I do think it is an urgent matter and needs to be dealt with soon. I'd appreciate your support.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Mr. Speaker, members, here we go. I'm the broken record to talk to you about the pre-file rule. This is your first opportunity to just say, hey, it doesn't matter about the pre-file rule that we all voted for, because somebody stands up, the range delegation stands up and says, hey, we like this bill, we like this amendment, so let's suspend the rule. But you heard there's no real urgency here, there's no real reason to skip our process. Why do it for this one? This is in Senator Tomassoni's bill, I understand. It's not like it's going to be months and months before this gets consideration. It's going to be in the ordinary process. And if you want to suspend the rules for this, well then, any member who doesn't meet the time is going to be in here asking you to suspend the rules, and maybe we ought to all do that. Maybe that is what we should all do. Every single time there's an amendment that somebody didn't get it in time, no matter how good their reason is. Whether their dog ate it, whether the language came to them late, whatever the problem was, we can all come in and ask to suspend the rules. The reality is we shouldn't have the darn rule in the first place, but we do. And you all voted for it, or at least most of you. And so unless you just think that it didn't mean anything, and that just because you kind of like some piece of legislation today, or you want to help your friend, I would ask you to vote no. At least be consistent.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Dill.
Thank you very much, members. And I want to backtrack slightly why we would suspend the rules on this. First off, I want you to get into the grasp that taconite production for steel making on the Iron Range is like one pebble of sand on a beach on the ocean. Because all of the other countries in Brazil and Argentina, in Australia, in China, in Russia, outproduce us by literally millions of tons. but the importance of continuing to have taconite mining in this state and in this country beyond just the money that the state receives is because it's a strategic metal. Because we won World War II with steel from the Iron Range, not from Argentina. One company has become hell-bent to drive the price down of taconite pellets to incredible lows, to the point that our companies on the Iron Range, as small as they are in the scheme of global competitiveness, and it's important to us domestically, can't even remotely compete. Add to that the fact that there are no steel tariffs being charged for steel coming in from other countries. It's being made in India and Australia, China, Russia, and that it's called illegal steel dumping. But more importantly is the urgency here is that there are about 4,500 people mining on the Iron Range. These are fabulous jobs. And in the next month, over a quarter of them are going to be unemployed because of this global competitiveness problem. One of the things that we've done here in this legislature so far is we've put into motion some opportunities to lower electrical rates on energy-intensive trade opposed, meaning where there is world trade opposing us, and to relook at that in the Garofalo bill. One of the things that we need to do here in the state is to potentially, and I again say potentially because this is permissive, to allow the DNR to renegotiate. Now, the DNR cut a great deal for the state. In fact, so good that the people who own the private property rights that the same mining companies are mining on are paying, sometimes are being paid only a half to two-thirds of what the state is getting. And I applaud them for that. But right now, we need the flexibility to keep those mines open, keep them running, and do the very best we can at looking at how we can help cut costs without cutting jobs, with keeping people employed, keeping their health insurance, and literally this is a catastrophe in northeastern Minnesota. I only have one mine in my district. They have all, they mean Representative Metza, Representative Moline, Representative Anzels, they have the rest of the mines. But I can tell you that the town of Silver Bay will quake like a major earthquake if Cliffs Mining Company decides to close down because they're not competitive. And the same will happen with U.S. Steel, the giant John D. Rockefeller U.S. Steel and Andrew Carnegie U.S. Steel. The people in those communities will quake. And I want to tell you that I saw on the front page of the Minneapolis paper that they laid off people at Target. And you had to go into the 40th page of the Minneapolis paper to find it the next day. But on the Iron Range, when they lay off 1,100 people at United States Steel, you're going to find it on the front page for the next 6 months. And that's what it means to us, no different than when a poultry farm gets closed down or a dairy closes out in rural Minnesota. This is important. Please vote to suspend the rules in this instance. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Can somebody who is familiar with this, I don't know, maybe Representative Hackbart or something, tell me what this actually does? Is this the royalty paid to the RRB on each ton, or what do we have here? Whoever available that knows the answer, Representative Hackbart, if you know what it is, or somebody else.
Representative Dill will yield. Representative Earhart.
Representative Anzel, would you yield? You seem to be standing there.
Representative Anzels will yield. Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative, absolutely not. This has nothing to do with the IRRB. This has to do with payments that mining companies make to rent state land. Once they mine the state land, they pay a royalty. The Department of Natural Resources negotiates these payments with the mining company. The plain and simple meaning of this amendment is we would be expressing to the Commissioner of the Department of Natural Resources the urgency, the necessity to negotiate with the mining companies a downward rate for both the rent and the royalty. That's all it is. Has nothing to do with your favorite agency, the IRRB.
Representative Earhart.
Well, you know, Mr. I didn't really know that my favorite agency was the IRRB. I just know that all you folks from the range that are legislators serve on the board of directors and are always giving great economic advice to their investments and so forth. I know that, so I'm trying to figure out where it is that this money was going or coming from, and I don't know one royalty from another, and you shouldn't get so angry because I asked a very simple question, but I'll ask another question then. Representative Anzalek, would you reply to another question?
I think he's eager to yield. Representative Earhart.
Is this, thank you, Mr. Speaker, is this paid on land that lies fallow now and it has no other use, and so you're still being charged rent or royalty or whatever you want to call it, a mine? The mining companies are?
Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We don't use the words fallow on the iron ore formation. Rather, these are publicly held lands on the iron ore formation. Some are in section 16 and 36 of each township. Some are other kinds of state lands. They are public lands that the mining company must pay royalties to the state of Minnesota in order to extract the minerals. Once they extract the minerals, they then pay an occupation tax and a production tax. But in order to extract minerals from state land, mining companies have to pay a lease fee. And that's the issue, the underlying issue here.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, that's educational, and I just wanted to find out what was going on with this thing we were rushing through at the last minute, and you certainly answered that, Representative Anzalek, and I appreciate it. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of parliamentary inquiry.
State your point of parliamentary inquiry.
Should we suspend the rules for Rule 3.33? Does that then open up House File 846 for us to produce amendments during the time in which we have suspended the rules?
The motion, the Hackbarth motion to suspend the rules is for the purpose of taking up this amendment that he is proposing, and this amendment only. Representative Dean.
Further parliamentary inquiry?
State your point of parliamentary
inquiry. Is that a motion that can be followed? Because there's nothing here in 3.3 that allows you to specify exactly for which amendment you may be taking up.
Let me clarify, Representative Dean. It's the motion to suspend that specified that it was for this purpose, not the rule. So the motion is to suspend this rule, 3.33, for the purpose of taking up, and only for the purpose of taking up, the amendment A15-0573.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would just say that I believe that that motion then is out of order, because I don't believe we can specify just one amendment from which to suspend the rules.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Part of why I wanted to rise was what Representative Dean just asked, so thank you for that clarification. But I really did rise to disagree with Representative Liebling, because this, members, is precisely why we have the 24-hour rule. We have no idea what this language does. Absolutely none. There's been no process. There's been no understanding. We don't know what the impact on the permanent school trust fund is going to be, which this appears to me to affect. We don't know what effect it's going to have on the university trust fund, which this appears to affect. We don't know how much money is going to be renegotiated, although, as Representative Moline said, the agency already has this My sense is what's going on is that Representative Lueck voted against U.S. Steel, against U.S. workers the other night, and he wants some cover for his folks up on the Iron Range. That's what's going on here, members. So, you know, and the other thing that I think is important is we knew this amendment existed the day before yesterday because Representative Tomassoni put it into his bill the day before yesterday. So while Representative Hackbarth was unable to get this bill in to meet the 24-hour rule, there's been no explanation of that. I don't understand that. But I do think that we're going down a very, very dangerous path here where at the end of the day we can just stand up and throw out changes to statute that nobody has any idea about the impact of it. Now this is important, and I understand what Representative Dill, what Representative Moline, what Representative Anzels, what Representative Metza have said about the importance of dealing with this issue because of what's going on the Iron Range. I'm not sure renegotiating these leases are going to get a single job back. We don't know that, but there's a possibility that that's the case. What would have done more is if we would have created more demand for U.S. Steel and voted the other night to allow Representative Moline's amendment to go on to the bill. And that would have required the actual use of steel made in Minnesota for transportation projects and other infrastructure projects. That would actually drive demand because the problem here, members, there is a cost problem, but the real problem is a problem of demand because of the dumping from other countries. If we would require and stand up for Minnesota workers and require them, require our department with taxpayer money to actually use U.S. Steel, that could actually change the game, not just because of its increasing demand, but it would also send a real message to the folks in Washington, D.C. who are falling down on the job and not enforcing our current trade rules. So members, what I would suggest is people vote their districts on this motion to suspend the rules, and that we see what happens with that. But we're setting some really bad precedent, and we honestly do not understand what's going on with this language. That's the reason that we have the 24-hour rule to begin with, so we can actually understand what we're voting on. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if Representative Hackbarth would yield to a few questions.
He will yield. Representative Hortman.
Representative Hackbarth, I'm wondering what the price per ton of iron ore is on the world market and what it costs to produce a ton of iron ore on the Minnesota Iron Range compared to what Australia is putting on the world market.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hortman, I don't know. You might want to ask Representative Anzel. He probably knows.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hackbarth, I thought since you were the chair of the mining committee, you might know, and that we do have a considerable problem with the dumping on the world market by Australia and Brazil of iron ore. And so what I'm interested in is the differential in the price between what Australia and Brazil can produce at and what we can produce at on the Minnesota Iron Range. And I have a feeling that the differential is more than $30 a ton. So I have a feeling if we did everything in our power, if we repealed every tax on Minnesota Iron Range production, if we put the cost of their electricity completely on other ratepayers and gave them their electricity for free, if we rolled back labor protections, that we wouldn't maybe be able to make the kind of difference that would change things in the near term on the Iron Range. And so with this amendment, I have another question for Representative Hackbarth. My question is...
He will yield. Representative Hortman.
What funds currently receive revenue from these royalties, and do they include the school trust lands?
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yes, I do.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Hackbarth, do you know how much money annually goes into the school trust fund from these royalty payments, and what amount would be at risk if we were to vote in favor of this amendment?
He will yield. Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. If you don't mind, Representative Hortman, I would like to yield to Representative O'Driscoll that may have that information. He is the expert on the school trust fund issue.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative O'Driscoll yield?
He will yield. Representative Hortman.
Same question to you. Do you know the fiscal impact on the school trust lands?
Representative O'Driscoll.
Mr. Speaker, I'm sorry. I was just returning to the floor when Representative Hackbarth asked to yield to me. So if Representative Hortman could restate the question in its entirety, that would be helpful.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Well, this gives me a good chance to talk about my friend, former Representative Denise Dietrich, who was a very strong representative in this House, and she accomplished a great feat. She got the school trust land revenue to be added on top of the K-12 funding. It used to be a subtraction out, so it didn't matter how much money was paid into the school trust lands. Our schools didn't get any more money. And because of her work now, we all have a keen interest in what happens with the revenue from the school trust lands because it affects every school in the state. And so what I'm asking you is the Hackbarth amendment that he's asking us to suspend the rules to take up, what would be the fiscal impact on the school trust lands?
He will yield. Representative O'Driscoll.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Hortman. As you well know, and as Representative Hortman has outlined, former Representative Denise Dietrich was very instrumental in helping with the school trust lands, and this is something that I've been working on for the over 4 years that I've been in the legislature. And we were very proud to be able to move forward and to bring bipartisan legislation forward that would put more legislative oversight on our constitutional obligations to look out for these trust lands because of the high obligation under law for trust lands. And so to answer the specific question, those revenues vary from year to year depending upon how much ore is extracted, market conditions, and the like. To be able to ask and give you a specific dollars and cents amount, I can't do that today because there's gross numbers, there's operating expenses, and there's net numbers that come out of this. And those numbers are generated every year and put into the suspense account, which is then moved into the trust fund, which is then invested by the State Board of Investment. So I think you're asking for a lot of information that's unavailable at this late hour on a Friday afternoon.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I'm sure we all wish Representative Tom Rukavina was here because I'm sure he could tell us off the top of his head. My recollection is the school trust fund pays about $14 million a year into the K-12 budget. Perhaps the chair of the K-12 committee could yield for a question.
Finance or policy?
Finance.
She will yield. Representative Hortman.
Representative Loon, do you know how much money from the school trust fund is getting put into the K-12 budget this year?
Representative Loon.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Hortman, no, actually I do not. I will try to look that. I'm being told 28 million. I'll try to confirm that.
Representative Hortman.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Loon, that's very helpful. I have a feeling that the Hackbarth amendment could have a substantial impact on the school funding situation. And this is why we have the 24-hour rule. There's a part of me that hates the 24-hour rule because it has stopped all creativity and bipartisan problem solving on the floor that was, I think, an excellent attribute of this legislature in the past. But the reason we have it is so that we can investigate something like this and make sure we know how it impacts our schools and other parts of the state budget before we take a vote here on the House floor. So, members, based on our lack of information, I would recommend a vote against the suspension of rules.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise for a point of personal privilege.
Unfortunately, state your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. Mr. Speaker, unfortunately earlier Minority Leader Thiessen misspoke. First of all, you're not supposed to take personalities into the debate. And really, unfortunately, he called out wrong. He said Representative Lewick must be trying to make right for a vote that he took when he voted no on the suspension of House File 1585. Very troubling, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lewick actually voted aye on the suspension of the rules of 1585, the Metza motion. Members, please refrain from calling out personalities, and at the very least, make sure you're accurate in what you have to say.
Mr. Speaker, point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker.
Representative Thiessen, state your point of personal privilege.
Thank you. And I would say the same thing back to Representative McNamara, because what I said is he voted no on the Moline amendment on those appeals to allow us to move forward to put the U.S. Steel on. So I was actually accurate, Mr. Representative McNamara. Representative Lewick voted no when we had the chance on the actual transportation bill twice to put U.S. Steel, Minnesota-made steel into our transportation system. you can check the record.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Hortman, I do have an answer for you. Last year, the taconite companies paid in $50 million. And members, if we don't do this, and the taconite companies shut down and go out of business, how much money is going to go into the trust then? How much money are we going to have for the schools then? We've got to do something now. This is urgent. And this assures that this gets done if we add this to Representative McNamara's bill.
Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I must have misunderstood Representative Hortman's question. I thought that the question that she was asking was the information that Representative Hackbarth was providing today. On the $50+ million that goes in, those are the net receipts and revenues that come from the sale and royalty rights. The thing that I want to clarify for members is that the interest and dividends that are paid by the State Board of Investment on school trust lands do not in any way add to, subtract, multiply, or divide what we put in K-12 general fund revenue. Those are funds that are paid out separately, and right now we're paying them out at about the rate of $28 per student in the state of Minnesota, which is $1 million. Representative Hortman was correct when she said that those dollars are paid in addition to any other education funds that are paid out to school districts. It's extremely important at this point that we protect the children and the school children in the state of Minnesota and vote to suspend the rules and take this up. Monday morning at 10 o'clock, the School Trust Lands Commission, a bipartisan, bicameral commission, will be meeting, and I will guarantee you this will be a topic of discussion. Since the Senate will be coming with this language in their bill, does the House want to go to that meeting and send its 3 DFL members and its 3 GOP members to the table without that same language and its same support? Members, please vote to suspend the rules so that we go to the table united as a legislature behind the kids in the state of Minnesota and jobs in greater Minnesota. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Itasca, Representative Anzels.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Just to add a little clarification, it's only the interest on the corpus in the permanent school fund that can be expended annually to contribute to the education of all of our kids. And every student in every school in every community gets a share of the interest off the corpus. The second point that I would want to make is the mining companies are not a monolithic entity. They're all privately held businesses with their own cost of production, their own factors that go into how it is they do their business. Consequently, some companies are able to survive at different levels of profit when they sell a long ton of taconite. I can tell you with 100% certainty that one of these mining companies, a company that is fully integrated, which means they produce the raw material, the iron ore, which makes the pellet, which is sent to their blast furnaces. I can tell you that that company is the company that has had to lay off workers at both Keewatin Taconite and Mintac, about 1,200. They can't make it at the current price for a long ton of taconite, which is $48, which is a third or less of what a long ton of taconite was selling for 18 months ago. But the other companies have different business models, different costs of production. My personal fear is this is just the beginning. It is just the beginning. So just to clarify a little bit.
Representative Hortman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Metsa informed me I need to apologize to the government of Australia. I didn't mean to imply that they were dumping iron ore. I guess that's a term of art that means that the country is illegally subsidizing it. I guess my point was they're selling it at a price we can't meet, in contrast to China that's supporting steel production and is actually dumping steel on the world market. So my apology is to the nation of Australia.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Metsa.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I thought it pertinent to mention one thing real quick here, and that's U.S. Steel in particular right now, where we are seeing the shutdowns, both at Keetac and Mintac. Keetac going completely down with 400 jobs in Representative Moline's district, and Mintac in my district losing 50% of the jobs, is where 90% of the school trust money comes from. Those two properties, 90% of the money that comes in is generated right now from two plants that won't be running.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And I just don't think we should really spend any more time on this, and we should just go to a vote. I mean, there's been lots of questions asked about how this would impact the school trust fund and university fund, but the fact of the matter is there's absolutely no guarantee that the royalty payments are going to be lowered, even if the DNR renegotiates the leases, as is already permissive under state law. So, you know, this is directing them to do something that they can already do, but the fact of the matter is there's no guarantee that royalty payments will even be lowered. So I don't think we need to, you know, spend a whole lot of time on that issue, and I would just ask that we go to a vote. Thank you.
Representative Hackbarth.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And just to wrap things up, this is the vote on this issue, members, to suspend the rules. We have to have your vote to suspend the rules to take up this amendment. I think we've got the votes to pass the amendment, but we need your support to suspend the rules to help Iron Range keep these jobs. Like Representative Anzel said, this is only the beginning. We've got to help them out now. And I think Senator Tomassoni would agree. Thank you.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the motion on the suspension of Rule 3.33. The clerk will close the roll. There being 95 ayes and 34 nays, the motion does prevail. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Hackbarth and others are moving to amend House File Number 846. The second engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A15-0573.
The member from Anoka, Representative Hackbarth, to explain your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I think we've debated this bill or this amendment enough. I think everybody knows where we're at. Representative Thiessen, though, I did want to let you know that I honestly I had no idea about any votes with Representative Louie. No idea whatsoever. I honestly did not hear about this issue until 12:30 yesterday after deadline, and that is the honest to God's truth. That's why this amendment's here. I think it's important to do it. Senator Tomassoni has it. I thought this was the perfect place to make sure that we got this job done.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd just like a roll call.
I apologize, I didn't hear what you said. Requested a roll call. Roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further, my apologies. The member from Washington, Representative Schoen.
Well, I just wanted to say how convenient it is tonight. I mean, I'm glad to support this because the other night I was supporting Representative Moline when we were trying to suspend the rules to say Buy American, and none of you folks supported that. But we're glad to be here tonight to get this vote so that we could be in that direction to help the Iron Range out. And you're welcome. Let's do this.
The member from St. Louis, Representative Moline.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And since the House Republicans are now so interested in what the Senate Democrats are doing, I wanted to let you all know that the Senate Democrats did amend American Steel onto their transportation policy bill. So we are very appreciative to that. That's the biggest issue right now we're facing is the dumping of foreign steel on our shores. So I hope that in Conference Committee on the Transportation Bill, you will be able to accept that American Steel provision. Thank you, members.
Any further discussion on the Hack-Barth amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. Applebaum votes aye. There being 114 ayes and 16 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There being no further amendments at the desk, the clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, House File Number 846, as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion on House File 846. The member from Hennepin, Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative McNamara yield for a couple of questions here?
He will yield. Representative Earhart.
Representative McNamara, I'm not quite sure what you're doing with one piece here, but it's on page 23, and it concerns the allocation of to counties for aquatic invasive prevention. And first of all, that initially was $9 million per year, and you have, or $10 million, and you've changed that evidently. That's, you've grabbed $2 million out of that allocation, and but what are you doing with that money here? I'm not sure how you're moving it around. Can you
Representative
tell me that?
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Earhart, you are correct. Last year, there was I remember right, I believe it was $4.5 million was in the tax bill last year that was for AIS to the counties. And that was projected to go to $10 million a year. We're taking it from the $4.5 million of last year and doubling that to $9 million a year. That's one way of looking at it. It's a 100% increase from last year. Or you can also look at it, it's a 10% decrease of what was proposed. Either way, it's $9 million a year. We're keeping that program basically intact, but we moved it into the environment bill where we believe aquatic invasive species should be dealt with. It's still a grant program out to the counties. The counties like it that way, and we're basically keeping that completely intact. And it still has the 2 payments, July and December. The payments go out to the counties. I believe it's late this July and then again in December. And if I remember right, Representative Earhart, it's 50% payment to each of the counties. And it's based on the number of public boat landings and parking stalls within the boat landings.
Representative Earhart.
Thank you, Representative. I noticed you repealed all of the stuff on page 4R in the appendix, but I think then you reinstated those on page 46, which seems to be similar. But who's distributing this money now? The counties were getting this money directly. Who's holding the pot of money now yearly? Representative yield, please.
He will yield. Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Earhart, they will still be distributed from the Department of Revenue out to the counties twice a year. We're keeping that intact. Originally, we thought it would be distributed differently, but we put that back to where the money will be distributed the same as it is today, or last year, I'm sorry. It'll be from the Department of Revenue out to the counties.
Representative Earhart.
Representative McNamara yield to another question.
He will yield. Representative McNamara.
Mr. Speaker and Representative
McNamara,
you haven't then, as I heard rumors, put this into the hands of the DNR. It's now on the same basis as it was when it was originally conceived. Am I correct there?
Representative McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Earhart, we are not letting DNR get a hold of this money. No.
Representative Hornstein.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just wanted to make a few comments about the bill. I'll be voting no, and I would encourage others to do so. I have a few concerns. First of all, last year we made a lot of progress in this body on improving and increasing recycling goals for the metropolitan region and increasing setting out some policies that will increase recycling in the commercial sector. And so I'm disappointed that we didn't really build on that very much in this legislation. And Representative McNamara, I want to thank you for your efforts last year on that. You were very helpful. But we had a legislative auditor's report that came out just a few months ago about recycling and waste reduction. And like other auditor reports, they have some very specific recommendations for legislative action. And we don't always have to say what the legislative auditor wants, but I think we should look at it very seriously. And we didn't really hear this report, which I was disappointed in, and we didn't really discuss some of the recommendations. So, for example, the legislative auditor says that the legislature should establish goals for all tiers of waste management hierarchy, including goals related to landfill disposal and waste processing, and require counties and the MPCA to track progress. The legislature should direct MPCA to research alternative technologies and determine how to integrate them in the state's waste management hierarchy. Identifying PCA as the agency responsible for coordinating state agency recycling initiatives, and requiring the MPCA to annually publish state agency recycling rates and implement effective recycling and waste reduction practices. And finally, the legislature should consider adopting incentives that encourage disposal of waste consistent with the waste management hierarchy. That's one that I think is especially important to significantly increase our recycling goals. And so members, instead of following at least some of these recommendations in terms of increasing recycling and waste reduction and building on our success last year, we actually went in the opposite direction. And, you know, if you look at page 10 in the bill, lines 20 to 32, this is actually going to cut 20 positions at the PCA that are responsible for implementing the kinds of things that the legislative auditor is suggesting. And so I find that deeply troubling. We know that the public is behind this. We're literally throwing out hundreds of millions of dollars in the state every year when we throw out recyclable goods into landfills and incinerators. It's an economic development tool. The public's behind it, yet this bill does little or nothing to improve our recycling and waste reduction rates and also organics composting in the state, and in fact takes us in the opposite direction with these 20 staff positions that are going to be cut in this bill. My second concern is found on page 87. I have many more concerns than this, but I'm just going to identify a few of them for you, major ones. So my second concern is in sections 93 and 94, and Representative Thiessen and others Representative Hansen did a very good job of our inconsistency in terms of how we treat science as a body. You know, a couple nights ago, we all had to be scientists to talk about climate change. 2 nights later, none of us are scientists, yet we're making scientific decisions about PCA rulemaking. And so I'm very concerned about throwing these technical issues into the hands of a legislature with very limited scientific experience and background. We also have a full plate. You know, remember the other night, we're now going to be deciding every transit route in the region. Now we're deciding PCA rules. I'm sure that if you look at the majority Republican plan, the legislature is going to be deciding a lot more things. So we better be prepared to stay 24/7 in our seats. And then finally, I'm very concerned about page 115, section 126, suspension of new water quality rules. The idea that we're codifying, suspending clean water rules. This is code for gutting the Federal Clean Water Act, members. I find that extremely troubling. And in fact, when the state of Arkansas tried to do the same thing, the EPA said, absolutely not. Arkansas realized they couldn't get away with it, and they had to have a special legislative session to undo the very things that we're putting into law now. So I'll just read you a couple of sentences from an article a couple years ago in the Arkansas Democrat Gazette. That's a nonpartisan paper, despite its name. That's, I think, the big daily paper in Little Rock. So they write, after months of revising existing water regulations to comply with new state water quality standards, staff members at the Arkansas Department of Environmental Quality must now revert to the state's original and long-held interpretation of the Federal Clean Water Act. And it says after the special legislative session, Governor Mike Beebe had to sign a new law repealing the changes that the state had made, very similar to what we're doing here tonight. And so a citizen was quoted at the end of the article saying, the bottom line is that the Clean Water Act is still the law of the land in Arkansas. If we had been allowed to skirt federal law, that would have been a dangerous precedent. So we're setting a similar dangerous precedent tonight, and you can bet that the EPA will take note, and we may be back in special session or next year doing the same thing that the state of Arkansas had to do. So this is really too cute by half, members. It's a really bad provision. It's really setting us up on a collision course with the EPA, and rightly so, when we try to gut the Clean Water Act. So for those 3 reasons and more, we talked about the Citizens Board as well being very problematic in this bill. I would urge a no vote. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker and members.
Representative Lencheski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker. I stepped away from my desk. I just want to make a couple comments to Chair McNamara and Chair Hackbarth. And one is on the AIS provision. I hope you're going to work closely with Chair Drazkowski and Chair Davids, as they know those. I'll wait. Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, yes, that's okay. Chair McNamara and Chair Hackbarth, I was just saying I hope you'll work with Chair Drazkowski and Chair Davids. As you know, the AIS provisions were put in the tax bill, as you mentioned. Chair Torkelson and I and Representative Chair Davids and Representative Slocum and Representative Davney worked with Senator Skoye on that, and that's a premier issue for him. And so I hope going forward, between your committees, you'll figure out if it's going to be the Environment Committee at the end of the day that's going to work on that provision, or the Tax Committee, because I think the Senate will have something to say about that. Similarly, I just wanted to point out that Chair Drazkowski and Chair Davids are also working on another provision that I know is a big part of the environment area, Representative McNamara, and that is how will the legacy funds address the issues of property taxes and the cost of land. And so I hope, again, in those areas you'll sort that out on the Senate side as you go forward. I do just want to thank Chair Hackbarth and Chair McNamara for issue in my district that you both know now that I care profoundly about. And I really appreciate you helping with that and keeping your word, and I'm really thrilled to see that that provision is not in the bill. And I just want to thank you, Chairman Hackbarth and Chair McNamara, for that. Thank you.
Representative Wageninas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative McNamara, you've outdone yourself. We now have the Pretend Games, Act 2. Pretend all is well for pollinators. Pretend, and then you don't have to do anything, and you don't. Pretend that our metro area is not getting ready to go into non-attainment for ozone. Pretend, then you don't have to do anything, and you don't. Pretend that the folks in the metro don't have a very costly health problem because of too many fine particulate matter in the air. Pretend, and then you don't have to do anything, and you don't. Pretend all is well with our waters, then you don't have to do anything. Oh, but there. You actually do something here, don't you? You help out those who want to use more than their fair share of groundwater, the drinking water source for 75% of Minnesotans. Pretend we don't have a nitrogen problem in our drinking water, even though your own Dakota County reports that 27% of private wells in rural Dakota County exceed the drinking water standards, and your Hastings Public Works is having trouble providing drinking water because of nitrates in the water. Pretend there's no nitrogen problem, then include Representative Fabian's bill that would allow either the House or Senate to virtually or in effect veto any nitrogen standard that would protect our waters. Fortunately for those of us who actually want to protect our waters, Representative Fabian's wild-eyed bill doesn't work. The legislature doesn't have the power to reach up from this floor and veto part of the Clean Water Act that's federal. The Minnesota Constitution is very specific about the powers it allocates. It does allow the governor to veto, but of course for those of us who care about our Constitution, we can read it and say there is no authority for this legislature to veto. And more to the point, Article 3 in the Constitution says, and I quote, "No person or persons belonging to or constituting one of these departments," that is the executive, legislative, and judicial, "shall exercise any of the powers properly belonging to either of the others, except in the instances expressly provided in the Constitution." Enough said. Pretend, Representative McNamara, then you can let the next generation fix the problems you wouldn't fix. Pretend, Representative McNamara, then you can let the next generation pay the tab for the problems they didn't create. Pretend then you can even take away the money that was set aside to clean up some of the problems. Representative McNamara, you do that more than once in this bill. But your biggest money grab is taking $13.3 million from the closed landfill investment fund. That fund was created to take care of 109 closed landfills. The garbage and the contamination doesn't go away. Some of the mess in those landfills was created by us, some of it in the generation before us, but it certainly wasn't created by the next generation. The projected cost of caring for these old landfills is $72 million. So why in this term of surplus, Representative McNamara, should you ask the next generation to pay for the mess they didn't create? Pretend games, part 2, playing now in the Minnesota House of Representatives.
Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I take a look at this bill, there's a lot of reasons to vote against it. There's a lot of things that has caused me angst as I've looked at it, and we've heard it well outlined on the floor already this evening. It's a bill that I've struggled with because there is one very shining spot in this bill that I feel is very important, not only for the region that I'm in, but for the entire metropolitan region. And that is an area that I've been working with on Representative Runback and myself on trying to address the regional water issues that we face, where we have water shortages, we don't have water being used in a sustainable issue, and we've got new issues that come up where areas of the metropolitan area, we've had water contamination that has cropped up recently. The problem is there is not one interconnected way to make sure that we bring our fractionalized system together. And there's a provision in here in this bill that does that. It facilitates, with the Met Council, helps facilitate bringing the communities together to figure out the best way to put the model together that will solve the water supply in a sustainable way going forward from using more surface water and cutting back on groundwater. It's something that's going to be new. It's something that's going to push a lot of us outside of our normal comfort zones. But it's something that I can see the value of for solving our issues going forward and setting up the model that will eventually solve the problems that we have, whether it be in White Bear Lake or in the West Metro or New Brighton. And I think it's something that because of this one issue, that I can see the hope of solving our regional water issues here in the metropolitan area, that I will be voting for this bill.
Any further discussion? Representative Hansen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Who asked for this bill? Representative Hackbarth. Representative Hackbarth asked for the bill. I think there's more folks than Representative Hackbarth that asked for this bill. There's a lot of stuff in this bill, chock full of special interest goodies. Now I see the pages are already handing out the next bill. The next bill where we lift the caps on campaign contributions. Where we go to the wide open contributions for interests. This is just a taste of what's to come. Some of the amendments we offered earlier tonight indicated that there were individual cases, one case, where somebody who's powerful or somebody who's connected, somebody who has an interest or has a group with an interest can move law. What about the public interest? What about Minnesota's interest? It appears, let me just go back a moment. Representative Fabian said earlier these things have bipartisan support. And I'm sure there'll be bipartisan support for this amendment, for this bill. But just because it's bipartisan doesn't mean it's good. We can't show we're pro-Minnesota, pro-rural, pro-suburban, pro-metro by being anti-environment. Our environment affects our economy. It affects our food production, our water, our basic necessities of life. And this bill has provisions that deal with all those things. Provisions that come from the people outside the hallway, the people who write the checks, the people who are going to continue to write the checks. 131 pages, a buffet of special interests. We haven't even talked about the shifts and the gimmicks, the transfers, the language that's throughout here. At a time of a surplus, we're taking money from the closed landfill account. We're taking money from the Republican majority is taking money from the closed landfill account because it made too much interest. It's taken money from the Metro Landfill Trust because it didn't make any interest. If there's a fund or a trust, it's going to be taken from and moved around. I'm not sure for what reason. We had some opportunities today, and again, they went down mostly on bipartisan basis, to show an alternative, to show different priorities. I think when people went to the polls last year on election day, they didn't ask for this. They didn't ask for rollbacks on environmental law. They didn't ask for the legislature to get involved in the scientific decisions on water or designating trout streams. I'm going to try that out next time when I'm going door to door. Do you want me designating trout streams? Anybody here think they're going to find a yes at the door on that one? It's just a symptom. Who asked for the bill? Who asked for these budgets? Who asked for this direction? Not Minnesota. Should vote no.
Representative Thiessen. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I just want to thank the folks on the committee who, with their hard work, including Chair McNamara, Chair Hackbarth, Vice Chair Lueck, and Vice Chair Fabian. A couple things that I think are particularly good in the bill. A thing that I've heard a lot from folks throughout the state and from members that they're hearing from their constituents is some concerns they have with the Minnesota Pollution Control Agency I'm very pleased that this bill has some language so that there can be a third-party audit of the MPCA. Also happy that there's bipartisan provisions reforming the implementation of water quality standards. There's language that simplifies the AIS sticker decal process. And finally, I think the best thing about this bill is it allows us to be good stewards of both the environment as well as taxpayer dollars. And I just again want to thank the chairs of the committees for working on this and putting together such a strong bill. I urge a green vote.
The member from Dakota, Representative McNamara.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think it's interesting how we paint a bill, and unfortunately we end up so partisan. It's kind of interesting to hear how I'm the one in the pocket of big business. 14 years I've been here and never taken a penny from a PAC lobbyist or special interest group, and spent more time door knocking than anybody in the body, and I'm the one about big business. So if anybody here believes that, I think you're kind of a loner. Members, I'll just touch on some of the things in the bill that we haven't talked about yet. Great additional funding for the Minnesota Zoo and the turtles out there. It'll be really good what we're doing. We've got for the state parks. The state parks need some help. $2.1 million a year in additional money, and 100% of the governor's suggested operating increase. So here's a bill that we're doing so bad and yet we're doing so great. It's interesting. Representative Hancock, your Wetland Conservation Act, great job. School Trust Director, we touched on that a little bit. Really good parts about getting more responsibility and getting something moving forward there. Then, Mr. Speaker and members, I want to touch on a few of the things that have been mentioned about what's in the bill or not in the bill. The rider for the PFC study on East Metro is in there. I wanted to make sure it was mentioned for the coming biennium. That's at $913,000 a year in each of those 2 years in the biennium. And whoever is around here in 2 years, and I hope it's me to be the chair of this and presenting it again, and I hope to have that money if it's needed in there again. Some things that we didn't touch on of how bad this bill is, and only a Republican bill. Representative Clark, your crumb rubber issue. You brought that forward, and I thought, well, that's interesting. Did a little research, and we've got some money in there. MPCA doesn't like it. I don't know what the scoop is. I understand there's an extensive study in California. I think if we can get them to send us a copy of it, we'll get some good information. We didn't really talk about the SWCDs or the governor's initiative for clean water. There was no money in the governor's recommendation for additional money for SWCDs, and Chair Knobloch gave us a target, but we were able to find $4 million additional for SWCDs. Some folks have mentioned they don't like or don't think that's enough, but that's $4 million more than the governor had. And one of those mentions, Representative Torkelson's got language in there talking about cleaning up the water in the area where we can get grass along the sides of water, something that the governor has really expressed a strong interest in. And then we've got that section in the end that deals with the large-scale water retention projects. Part of the water issue, we often talk about stream bank and near stream bank erosion. Well, unfortunately, in the governor's proposal, he didn't even address that. We address it in a major league way with common sense use of legacy money, of using clean water, LCCMR, and Lessard Sam's Outdoor Heritage money together to do some really cool projects. So just think when you vote against the bill, if you're contemplating that, these are all the things you're voting against. You hear people about all the bad in the bill. I strongly suggest you read it. The money for the shooting ranges, $3 million additional. You know, there's two I can think of. Representative Backer, I was out in your district and in Graceville. They're doing some improvements to the Graceville Gun Club there because of a grant for the shooting range. Fastest growing youth sport in the state of Minnesota, trap shooting. Representative Purcell, $400,000. I just read that Bemidji's going to get $400,000 for the shooting range. This is a Representative Dill provision. We've actually got $3 million in this bill. Some of that's going to be able to be reimbursed from Pittman Robertson, but the reality is we might be actually using for one of the first times, well, I guess consistent, we'll get our full use of the Pittman Robinson and we won't be able to get a match on everything. But it's just terrific things. And then Representative Hornstein, you talked about how bad we were on recycling. Members, if you realize, and you've been paying attention in the state office building, we now have labels on the garbage cans, on the trash cans, on the recycling bins, and on the paper bins. Finally. 14 years I've been here. Representative Hortman and I have been complaining for her 12 years. We finally got the labels on, and guess what happened? They're overflowing. You look now, the pop cans are coming out the top. We got to get the custodial staff used to emptying them more often. So I took that idea and said, why don't we do what MPCA worked with the Science Museum to do and put real garbage cans in the SOB? I mean, that took a real rocket scientist to figure out that. I think somebody with an advanced degree with science in the second word, it would be like a Bachelor of Science degree from the Carlson School of Business, ought to be able to figure this out. But 900 employees at MPCA can't figure it out. And they wonder why we're studying them to see what they can do better. Give me a break. And then I noticed we waited till the very end to say how we took part of the CLIF money. What wasn't mentioned was, in 2010, Representative Wagenius took the whole thing, lock, stock, and barrel. Principal, interest, everything. But I'm chastised because I took the growth because we don't have a plan on what to do with the money, and we actually can't spend the money till 2020. And then someone even mentioned the MILCAT money, which has been sitting around $8 million, even though we have insurance from the landfill companies. So if something goes haywire, they've got insurance to hold us harmless. We're collecting $800,000 a year and accruing it. It's now up to $8.1 million. And you know how we have it invested? Oh, we don't have it invested. It's laying around and just sitting there. Well, they get the daily passbook rate for those of you that pay attention. Representative Kelly, I know you worked all day today. You'd like this, about 0.1%. $8 million. The market's up, what, 40% in the last 2.5 years? $8 million, 40% of that. That's $3.2 million if you don't compound it. If you compound it, it's about 3.5. And you're wondering why we took it? Give me a break. Get real. We're moving at the pace of a turtle when at least we could be moving at the pace of rabbits. And Representative Hornstein, a couple more. We've got a $1.3 million competitive grant for recycling, the new program. And you know what? It's only in the rural. It's to help the rural. Representative Fabian, we got your great fish guts amendment. You know, I knew as a kid, my mother said, after we catch the fish and you skin them, that was before I went to college. I wasn't allergic to fish till I went to college, and I developed an allergy at UMD, and I can't eat fish anymore, but as a kid, we always ate it. And so we would bury the fish in the garden. Well, you know what? MPCA said that's not recycling. You need to haul it. What was the deal? You had to haul it to the transfer facility, and then they were going to do something to it instead of putting it in the garden to grow things. We fixed that. Let's see. I think I kind of touched on it. We got Representative Hackbarth's Game and Fish, and thank you for that new amendment that deals with the Iron Range. Representative Anzelk, Representative Metza, Representative Moline, Representative Dill, thank you for representing that. The Iron Range members, Representative Lewick, you're our 5 members that are on IRRB. I don't know if many of you remember, but I've got a great friend, he just retired from MnDOT, that lost his job in '87 at Reserve. They tell us it may be worse than the late 80s if we don't react. This bill that Representative Hackbarth, the amendment that he put on, I understand it may be superficial, but we just sent a message. I believe it had 115 votes. We want to be serious, and we want to work with the companies up there, good union employers that are doing good things on the Iron Range. They need a lower cost to compete. Unfortunately, and Representative Hortman, you used the word dumping. That's what they're doing. They're dumping steel on our market. I'm sorry. I don't have a problem saying that. I knew what you meant. We can't compete because they got the Chinese government that doesn't care about pollution, producing steel for next to nothing. Government's involved, and it's wrong. We need to help these guys, the cost of energy and their cost of steel. And we can do it through working to renegotiate some of their cost of doing business. Those are going to be hard discussions, but we need to have them, members. And thank you for adding that really important provision to the bill. Members, we've been moving like turtles. We need to move like rabbits. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. Joachim votes nay. There being 78 ayes and 52 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to.
Yep, aye to nay. 78-52.
Representative Murphy, for what purpose do you rise?
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Speaker.
State your point of personal privilege.
Mr. Speaker, before we get on to the next business, I just wanted to take a couple minutes for something that I've wanted to say for a long time. I'm speaking about tomorrow is the education bill on the floor. And yesterday, we had the DFL response to what we're going to be voting on tomorrow. And I was disappointed that it was laid on the table. But I don't want anyone to be left with the impression that the DFL members were not receiving the bill tomorrow with the deepest respect and thankfulness to the gracious and inclusive way that Chair Erickson and Chair Loon displayed in their planning and organization of their committees. They opened the door to almost everyone that had a bill and new exciting ideas were brought by people from all over the state of Minnesota of the ways that we could share in the successes that were taking place by students and parents and communities across the state. As individuals, the committees were treated, as I said before, treated with respect and inclusiveness, in the sense that we built up a camaraderie and a respect for the members that we did not know before. And we were able to work and discuss and trade ideas and laugh. In my years of experience, I have never been so proud to work with such smart people on both sides of the aisle. And my DFL committee members especially have my entire admiration and respect. And so, Chair Erickson and Chair Loon, thank you very much. Let's go forth.
The next bill on the calendar for today is Senate File 888. The clerk will report the bill.
Senate File number 888, number 2 on the calendar for the day, an act relating to the operation of state government, the unofficial engrossment.
I recognize the bill author, the member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson, to introduce your bill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. I'm proud to present the state government finance bill today. Folks, we've heard from Governor Dayton that he is interested in enacting real reform here in the state level in this cycle of his governorship, and I couldn't agree more. We do need to enact real reform. But I think when it comes to real reform, we as a state government need to lead the way and show leadership. And so my bill does just that. Folks, my bill provides healthier options, eating options for families, financial literacy, and it also offers some learning opportunities for at-risk youth. This bill also prioritizes vets' health care and provides greater oversight of tax dollars. We've seen over the last 2 years that government spending has increased by 12 to 15%. Folks, that's just an unsustainable rate. What this bill attempts to do is try to provide greater oversight, greater accountability of our tax dollars, and just more effective and accountable government to our public citizens. So with that, members, I stand for questions and look forward to the amendments. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Anderson S. moves to amend Senate File number 888, the unofficial engrossment, and the amendment is coded A8.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson, to introduce your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This provision, all it does is it deletes a section that's relating to the Office of the Legislative Auditor and their audit data, and that's all it does. I'd ask for your support.
Any discussion on the amendment? Seeing no discussion on the amendment, all those in favor of adoption signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan moves to amend Senate File 888, the unofficial engrossment, as amended, and the amendment is coded A11.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Khan, to explain your amendment.
Too much paper. Just a minute, Mr. Chairman. Oh, Mr. Chairman and members of the House, I'd move adoption of the amendment, and I'd also call for a roll call vote.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Okay.
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker and members, this is part of a continuing attempt to try and teach some elementary arithmetic on the floor of the House. What we have, let's start with a very simple question. If we have an amendment that says 1 plus 1 equals 2, an equation, sorry, 1 plus 1 equals 2, and we add an amendment to it that says 1 plus 1 plus 1, we then know that equals 2 plus 1. We can say it says 3 equals 3 if we want to do that. But if we say 1, we cannot say 1 plus 1 plus 1 still equals 2. This is what we're trying to do in our state budget. We have a line in the in our budgeting section. We have a line in our budgeting section which states that we cannot count inflation as we're doing the budget. We do not have anything, though, that puts any restrictions on the counting of inflation when we look at the revenues coming into the budget. That is as simple as saying that 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 2, instead of adding the 1 on both sides, so you get 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 3. I hope that's, we've sometimes tried to, this concept of not counting inflation seems to be great, because people jump up and scream, we're not putting government on autopilot and something. This is another attempt to just have an equation that makes sense in our statute books. We do not want to have the equivalent which we have now of 1 plus 1 plus 1 equals 2. In this case, we just simply say if expenditure estimates do not include an allowance for inflation, revenue estimates must not include an allowance for inflation. That's the equivalent of adding 1 to both sides, and I hope that the author of the bill will accept it.
Discussion on the Khan amendment. The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Khan, I'm actually really glad you brought this amendment, because this has been an issue that's been around for years. I am kind of surprised in one sense, though, to hear you bring in the amendment, because, as you know, I've been gone the last several years, and it was an issue before I left, and I didn't necessarily expect it would be an issue when I came back, because the Democrats had control of the House and the Senate and the governorship these last 2 years. And I remember when I left, there was always all sorts of criticism about why we weren't doing this and how, well, it was because Governor Pawlenty didn't want it. But here I come back, and what do I find? After 2 years of complete DFL control, nothing has changed. If this was such an important issue, if this was something that was such a good idea, why didn't your side go ahead and do something about it the last 2 years? But I'm not going to necessarily ask you to yield on that. I will say, members, this is actually a lot more complicated than it looks. And, Mr. Speaker, I'd actually like to ask Representative Khan to yield for a couple questions if I could.
She will yield. Representative Knobloch.
Well, Representative Khan, in your bill, or your amendment rather, you say revenue estimates must not include an allowance for inflation. Representative Khan, do all revenue estimates currently include an allowance for inflation?
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Knobloch, yes, I'll give you a specific example. What happens is that when we look at tax collections, we look at estimated salaries. All of those estimated salaries have an estimate for inflation in. And while I'm up, Mr. Speaker, if I can answer your previous question, one, I have introduced the bill to get rid of that line, which was put in by two old friends of ours that was a Krinky-Pogomilla agreement. So I think that probably tells everyone what might have been wrong with it. But I have tried it every year that I was here. What I was waiting for, Representative Knobloch, is for as sensible a chair of Ways and Means as you to come back so that you will clearly agree with me and accept it, and we can get rid of it together.
Well, Mr. Speaker, would
Representative
Representative Khan
Knobloch.
yield for another question?
She will yield. Representative Knobloch.
Well, Representative Khan, you didn't answer my first question about whether all current revenue estimates in the forecast include inflation. I guess let me talk about expenditures, Representative Khan. Mr. Speaker, Representative Khan, is it true that none of the current expenditure estimates in the forecast include inflation?
Representative Khan.
Mr. Speaker, if they do, they are in violation of the statute, because the statute specifically says they shall not include an estimate for inflation. So assuming that they're following the law, then we specifically know that they do not. This puts the same language in on the other side of the equation. If we're not doing it right on one side, you know, then we're probably not going to do it right on the other side, and all we have to do is get rid of, you know, when you get to conference committee, you can get rid of all of those silly lines, which you seem to agree with me on. And as I said, all I was doing was waiting for you to get back and come in charge.
Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, members, you know, when we hear about the budget forecast, and we hear now that we have a budget surplus of $1.9 billion, I think people here know, I'm not sure if everyone who might be watching on TV knows this, we don't have $1.9 billion sitting in the bank. This is $1.9 billion that our state economist projects is going to be in the state's bank account on June 30th, 2017, when the next budget period ends. And so the state economist is making this forecast, members. And how does the state economist do that? What they do is they look at current law. They look at the way the law is now, and they say, if the law doesn't change, this is my estimate of where we'll be at the end of the next biennium, in this case, June 30th, 2017. Our state economist's best guess is then we'll have a surplus of $1.9 billion. But let's first talk about revenues, members, because actually it is not true that inflation is included in the revenue forecast. Look at the state income tax, for example. The state income tax, which comprises about half of the general fund revenues for this state, has actually been adjusted for inflation for something like 30 years. You go back 30-some years in the high inflation years, and I don't remember exactly when this came in, but in the high inflation years of the 70s and 80s, what was happening is people would get an inflationary increase, but because inflation was so high, it was evident that they were quickly moving into higher tax brackets, even though they, in a sense, really weren't making any additional money. And so we changed it, members, so that actually now the Department of Revenue adjusts their income tax tables to adjust for inflation. So, members, actually about half of the general fund actually doesn't have inflation in it. It probably starts out with it, but we effectively take it out when the state economist does the forecast. Then you look at some other segments of revenue we have. Now, the sales tax is about 25% of our general fund revenues. That, I would guess, when they're making their estimate, if there's inflation, we get more sales tax, and so that has inflation built into it, just because that's how the sales tax is calculated. But you look at some of the other revenues that we have, the estate tax, I don't know that that really has any bearing on inflation and how that goes up. It's probably more tied to the stock market. Commercial real estate values, you know, a few years ago, inflation was probably flat and commercial real estate values were going down. So, members, it is a myth that we have inflation figured into the revenues. In a few cases we do, like the sales tax, but all we're doing is following current law. And members, on the expenditure side, it's the same thing. You look at special education, the second largest line item in the education budget, we have an automatic inflator there of 4.6% per year, that in our budget it automatically goes up 4.6% a year unless we change it. Also in the education area, we have an automatic inflator in the adult basic education area. I think it's 3% a year. You look at medical assistance, the largest single line item of expenditure in the state budget. If you count the federal funds, we do forecast inflation in the medical assistance budget. And so, members, again, if you look at expenditures, there are some where we are forecasting inflation. If you look at the budget forecast, there are some that we are not. Yes, under the law, as Representative Kahn says, we're not automatically adding inflation to everything, but I hope, members, you're understanding that it's much more complicated than Representative Kahn is portraying. Much, much more complicated. And members, I would ask you to vote down the amendment, because I think the way it is now, basically what we have, the forecast, is our baseline. The economist, our state economist, looks at the economy. She makes her estimates based on what the law is. If we change the law, then we can say, well, the effect of this law is going to perhaps decrease revenues, perhaps increase revenues. But members, if you want to change the forecast and add inflation, then bring forward a bill to add inflation to various expenditures, or to take inflation out of some of the other revenues. Members, I think it's right for us to just stick with the way the state economist has been doing it for years. I'd ask that you vote no on the Kahn amendment.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Mr. Speaker, the state economist...
Representative Kahn. Representative Thiessen has the floor. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Always dangerous to interrupt Representative Kahn. But, well, and I really appreciate the soliloquy and lecture, Representative Knobloch, on how our forecast works. Just a couple things that I'd point out. Because of your deep concern about, balancing the books and how all this forecasting works, members, I mean, if you look at your tax bill as an example, and this is coming off the remark you made that this is not really cash in the bank, it's just what's forecasted into the future. In a tax bill that you are going to be moving, I guess, passed out of Ways and Means today, if you were to phase in everything that's in that tax bill in the year 2016 and 17 and the upcoming biennium, it would be a $4.5 billion reduction in revenues. You'd create a $2.5 billion deficit in this coming biennium if you actually put it all into law right now. You're trying to hide it from the people of Minnesota. I get that. But that's not good budgeting, Representative Knobloch. You're ignoring, I guess, inflation right there, but that's ridiculous. And it's irresponsible. In your press conference today on the education bill, you claim that you're putting in another $1 billion, which is also ridiculous if you ask any teacher, if you ask any superintendent, if you ask anyone related to schools in Minnesota, they'll know that you're not telling the truth about that. Because what we have in there is pupil growth worth $250 million. What they have in there is the fact that we put in funding for the second year of the biennium that is now going to be 2 years of the biennium. Not an increase in funding, it's just double because we started it in the second year of the biennium. So the problem I have with you getting up and lecturing us about the budget and the forecast, Representative Knobloch, is because you're doing the most irresponsible budgeting we have ever seen in this body. And you should be ashamed of how you're doing this. Borrowing all kinds of funds. The bill we just voted on, Representative McNamara's bill, in a time of surplus, he's borrowing all kinds of money. In the bill we're debating tonight, to reach her target, Representative Anderson is maybe cutting about $18 million, and she's shifting about $60 million. That's the kind of reform I guess Representative Anderson believes in. But you should be ashamed of your budgeting. But worst of all, in the bill that we're facing tonight, because we're talking about a lot of technical stuff here, worst of all in the bill you're facing tonight is you are blowing a Koch brothers hole in our democracy. This bill will allow us to spend as much as we want on our campaigns. There will be no limitation on what we can spend on our campaigns, It will allow us to solely rely on PACs and lobbyists to fund our campaign. So we can spend $200,000 and we can raise all that money from PACs and lobbyists, from corporate special interests. And we're cutting out the ability of individual people to participate in our democracy. That, we can talk all day about the importance and the policy issues around Representative Kahn's amendment here, but that is outrageous and shameful.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker and members, the simple line that exists in state law says that expenditure estimates must not include an allowance for inflation. What that is doing is subtracting something. Now, I don't care how the state economist works it and how she figures around it, but our law has a mathematically incorrect equation in it. And I believe our duty here, if we believe in something like an adherence, not to the law of God, but just to the rules of simple arithmetic, mean that today we have a chance to correct this equation and to say that 1 + 1 = 2 and 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. That's all I'm asking you to do today. If you believe that statement is correct, you will vote for my amendment.
Further discussion on the Kahn amendment. Who's got it? Oh, the member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Dean yield to a question?
Which Representative Dean?
That one.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean R. He will yield. I'm sorry, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Dean. Excuse me. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Dean, can you tell me how much you received in public subsidy last election cycle?
Representative Dean.
Boy, Mr. Speaker and Representative Anderson, I don't have my charts with me, but I would say that I received somewhere in the neighborhood of $4,200 to maybe $4,800.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'll help you out, Representative Dean. You received $7,091. Representative Pinto, would you yield for a question?
He will yield. Representative Anderson.
Representative Pinto, can you tell me how much you received in public subsidy?
Representative Pinto.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, I don't know. I'm thinking it may be around that same amount. I know that my Republican opponent, I believe, received a similar amount, and I think contributed it to the state party, is my understanding. Thank you for asking.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Pinto, you received $8,567. And of that amount, you donated $8,000 to the House DFL caucus, as Representative Dean donated $7,000 out of his $7,091 to the DFL caucus. That's tax dollars. Those are the dollars that the citizens of the state of Minnesota gave to them for their campaigns. I'm guessing you probably won by around 60%, maybe, right? 62, maybe more than that, right? And we're spending tax dollars so that you can shift the money to the House DFL caucus. Now, I don't blame you. You want to give that money to your DFL caucus, that's fine. But should we be using public
Parliamentary
tax dollars
inquiry, Mr.
for
Speaker?
public subsidy?
Parliamentary inquiry, Mr. Speaker?
Representative Winkler, for what purpose do you rise?
Under what order of business are we right now?
We are debating the Kahn amendment, the A11 amendment. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I'm just building my base and responding to Representative Thiessen's comments. Folks, when we're talking about public subsidy, we're talking about the people's money. What we're doing in this bill is say we are no longer going to take the people's money and spend it on politicians' campaigns. Members on the Kahn amendment, I urge you to vote no.
Any further discussion on the Kahn amendment? Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I actually I guess I'll save my comments on that till to the point that Representative Anderson made till later. I just want to point out that the Council of Economic Advisors here in our state has said that Minnesota's current practice of excluding inflation from the spending estimate is fundamentally misleading. It is inconsistent with sound business practices. I have to say that that is consistent, that finding is consistent with my understanding as well. I'm not aware of businesses that would count inflation on one side of a ledger, not on the other. I understand Chair Knobloch's point about this being complicated, but when I look at the statute, it seems pretty clear. Revenue must be estimated from all sources provided for in current law. Expenditures must be estimated for all obligations imposed by law. And for some reason, a number of years ago, we took inflation off of one side of the ledger and added in the other. So I would urge a passage of the amendment, and I'll respond to the rest later. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Kahn.
Mr. Speaker, I then revert to my primary characterization of this amendment. If you believe that 1 + 1 + 1 equals 3, you should vote for my amendment. If you believe that 1 + 1 + 1 equals 2, then vote against my amendment and go explain that to your kids taking arithmetic when you get home.
The member from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, just briefly, members, I just want everyone to know, if you don't, that the budget forecast always contains an estimate from the state economist of what the actual surplus or deficit would be if we counted fully inflation on both the expenditure and the revenue side. And Representative Kahn, you say, well, look, this is what the law says. But yes, Representative Kahn, the law also says that we take inflation out of the income tax numbers. The law also says that we count inflation in medical assistance expenditures. The law also says that we count inflation, in fact, more than inflation, in special education and adult basic education. So members, again, it's all much more complicated than is being portrayed. Again, I would urge you to keep things the way they are so that current law, whatever that may be, is what governs how we determine our forecast.
Representative Pinto.
Thank you. I just want to say that if MMB is already producing this number, then despite the complexity, it should be pretty simple to implement this. We can simply follow the number that MMB is providing. Businesswomen and men know that they do this in their own businesses. If we're going to treat government like a business, then please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The clerk will close the roll. There being 53 ayes and 76 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson moved to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A26.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. And members, what this amendment does is realize the large number of cuts that are in this bill to all parts of state government. And what this does is just gets at a little piece of that. Now, members, when we make cuts like this, it means that our people are going to get laid off and are going to be let go. And so when people get let go in state government, we have to pay severance. And in past years, we've heard up to $30,000 for each person that gets let go in severance costs. That includes unemployment insurance, that includes paying them off for their unused vacation time, paying partially off for their unused sick time. And that's on average what we've been told in the past years when we've done this, had layoffs, it's cost about $30,000 per employee. Now the Department of Admin says in this bill, the way it's structured, that they're going to have to lay, on the current thing, they're going to have to lose 16 full-time equivalents. That's 16 employees. And they say also, on top of those cuts, with the changes of responsibility that they're having and the additional stuff being put on them, that the current employees they have don't have the skills that they need to do that. So there may be an additional 30 cuts with 30 new hires to adjust their staff properly so that they have the right mix of people, so that they're right size to do the jobs that the bill is imposing upon them in the Department of Admin. And I've gotten a letter from the Department of the Veterans Affairs. They're saying with the cuts that are in this bill, they're looking at maybe losing 88 positions. So that's 88 people. So this bill, this amendment just slightly goes at that. Now we've nicked a little every other parts of the bill a little bit to try and come up with a little bit of money so that there's money in there to pay for this severance cost. Because members, if we don't pay for it, that means that they're going to have to lay off additional people to pay for that. So instead, those 16 people they're laying off at basically half of what it costs to have an employee on full time for the year, it means they're going to have to lay off probably another 8 people. So this is what we're looking at, is a large amount of money that's going to be caused by the layoffs we have here. So this is what it's trying to be honest about our accounting, honest about our budgeting. If we're going to do a cut bill, we need to account for those costs that we're imposing upon our state government, our state employees, and our departments, so that they can fund these things, so they can do the things that they need to do. And members, that's what this is all about. It's about honesty in budgeting. It's about, as Representative Kahn said in the early amendment, about 1 + 1 + 1 = 3, about being honest about how we're doing this. And members, I know what the numbers are, and I know how it looks, how the votes are going to go. And because of that, I wanted to speak on this, because it's important that we understand that when we're doing cut budgets, and these are, I mean, this budget is all about shifts. This bill is all about shifts and gimmicks. And members, sometimes when we're in a deficit, shifts make sense. We can get over a short-term deficit to keep programs going and keep employees on, to do the business of the state of Minnesota. But members, we have a $2 billion surplus. And to be doing these shifts and gimmicks that we did when we had deficits doesn't make sense at this time. And so members, at this time I'm going to pull the amendment.
Representative Nelson withdraws the A26 amendment. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Norton moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded RA 15-010.
The member from Olmsted, Representative Norton, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have before you an amendment that modifies a provision in the bill dealing with the councils, our minority councils in the state of Minnesota. I've been approached by 2 different councils, but in particular CLAC, the Chicano Latino Affairs Council, about some concerns they had with the provision. First, I want to thank Representative Lane for taking on this issue and seeking to address the concerns that were identified in the OLA report. I think that was very important. And I think there's agreement that improvements could and should be made, and in fact have been made, on the ethnic councils since the OLA report was released. In my community, both CLAC and the Council of Black Minnesotans are active and have made impressive changes in the last 2 years in visibility, in their actions, and in being a voice for their respective communities at the school, at the city council, and at the county board levels. My amendment puts a short pause on implementing Representative Lane's proposal and gives the three councils a short period of time through a task force to discuss the proposed changes in law to allow for some debate and understanding. Representative Lane has a lot of experience in mediation, and it was my hope that through that pause that everyone could come together and hopefully agree with the recommendations that she had, but if not, to suggest some changes that could be made next session. Members, we all want to be heard. We don't want things done to us. We want things done with us. And that's what my amendment was trying to do. So, members, I'm just going to let you know that I had a number of people who I've been working with or who've worked on this issue, Representative Dean, Representative Keel, Representative Mariani, Clark, Liebling, Nelson, Kahn, and Hamilton. We've all been very interested in trying to make some changes to Representative Lane's language, but really I think what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to withdraw this amendment and ask that as this bill moves into conference committee, that continued work can be done to make some modifications so that all the councils can come together and move ahead making the changes, hopefully, that Representative Lane has suggested, but if not, those changes, some modifications that will benefit us all. So with that, Mr. Speaker, I'm going to withdraw the A10-A010 amendment and hope for some changes in conference committee.
Representative Norton withdraws the amendment coded RA15-010. There is another amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Schultz moves to amend Senate File 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A35.
To your amendment, the lady from St. Louis, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment addresses legislative redistricting. So for the last 40 years, the legislature and the governor have never agreed on a new map, except for in 1991 when Arnie Carlson failed to veto. This amendment is based on the bipartisan coalition, including Mondale and Carlson, and they have urged this body to take the politics out of redistricting. This bill proposes a 5-member commission of retired judges with no party endorsements. We currently draw our own lines, which I think creates a conflict of interest. It's like allowing the winning team to set the rules of the game. Incumbents are able to pick their own voters, leading to more partisanship and lack of competition for a seat. And given our prior discussion, which Representative Anderson pointed out, that many members here win by a large percentage of votes, it leads to more or strengthening of partisan extremes and a loss of moderate voices in this body. Only about 1/3 of Minnesota legislative districts are competitive, according to Larry Jacobs. This bill is being passed in the Senate with bipartisan support. It's been endorsed by the Secretary of State, Steve Simon, and it's been endorsed in the past by Roger Moe, former President George W. Bush, the League of Women Voters, Minnesota Chamber of Commerce, the Minnesota Council of Nonprofits, Take Action, and Common Cause of Minnesota. I urge you to support this amendment and vote green. We need more cooperation in this body. We need to take this redistricting out of our hands and into the hands of people who are not partisan, who have no conflicts of interest. As Arnie Carlson once said, you can't take the politics out of the politics, but at least you can minimize it. Thank you. I please urge you to vote green. I roll call it.
Discussion to the A35 amendment. Chair Anderson. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Point of order.
Please state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to House Rule 4.03, item H. This amendment is out of order. It spends money and has no way of paying for it. and so it violates our budget resolution.
Advice to the Speaker. Advice to the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker?
Advice.
Advice, Mr. Speaker. I do not believe this bill will spend money.
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
Chair Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, if you look at the amendment and you look at lines, page 3, line 14, it has compensation and expenses. So members of the Commission must be compensated for their Commission activity as provided in Section 15.05, but there is no appropriation to provide for that compensation. Therefore, it violates Rule 4.03, Section H, and it doesn't account for the budget resolution, violates the budget resolution.
Advice, the gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, as you may know, and I know Representative Anderson knows, under the current system, we allocate a substantial amount of money to hire staff for each of the caucuses, each of the 4 caucuses, to buy computers for each of the 4 caucuses, printers to do the redistricting maps for each of the 4 caucuses. That's money that wouldn't need to be spent if Representative Schultz's proposal goes forward. So I would say we're going to be saving significant amount of money that we would spend on ourselves with this amendment, and will be, to the extent that we are going to be spending money for this commission, it would be going in that direction. As you know, this House, Representative Anderson took her committee out on the road all across the state of Minnesota to take testimony when we did the redistricting the last time. That costs a lot of money. Mr. Speaker, I would advise you to find the point of order not well taken, and that we proceed with Representative Schultz's motion, amendment.
Thank you, Leader Thiessen. The gentleman from Rice, Representative Bly.
Advice. This is redistricting that would follow the next census. I don't think it's in this biennium that it would be paid for anyway. So certainly in future redistrictings, we can find a way to budget the money for it, but it doesn't affect this budget.
Thank you. The lady from St. Louis, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice?
State your advice.
So this was a bill that did not get a hearing in the State Government Finance Committee, so I did not request a fiscal note.
Further advice? Thank you, members.
Mr. Speaker, further advice?
Please state your further advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I apologize. I think you just didn't see me before, and I did want to let you know that because kind of following on what Representative Bly was saying, because this wouldn't be in effect yet, and because we have no tails target, this would, whatever cost this might have, is not going to take effect until sometime in the future. Therefore, it does not violate the current budget target. So, Mr. Speaker, you should find the point of order not well taken.
Further advice?
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
The lady from Hennepin, Representative Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This, in the language just below the compensation expenses in subdivision 4, it says that this comes out of the LCC budget and that they must provide administrative support. And so this commission would be established. They could be working as soon as this gets enacted into law, which would, in effect, affect our budget target resolution and cost the state money. So this is out of order.
Further advice? The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Pinto.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I direct your attention to line 2.31, which indicates the commission will be appointed by March 1st of each year ending in 1. The next year ending in 1 is 2021, which is beyond the time period that the bill relates to. Therefore, it cannot add, it would be adding cost because the commission wouldn't be appointed until the budget period is over. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker.
Advice? The lady from Hennepin, Representative Lincheski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Further advice. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Advice to the body. Members, as has just been walked through by a number of members, this is a bill, this is an amendment that is affecting something far out in the future. And Mr. Speaker, if you rule that under 4.03 that this amendment is out of order, you must, going forward, rule that a number of the omnibus bills are out of order. There are numerous omnibus bills that have provisions that cost hundreds of millions of dollars outside of the forecast window. This is significantly outside the forecast window, and I hope you will rule the point not well taken.
Further advice.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose did the lady rise?
I'm going to withdraw my point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Okay.
And I'd like to speak to the amendment, Mr. Speaker.
Okay, Chair Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I rise in opposition to this amendment. I have studied the issue of redistricting for quite some time, having been the redistricting chair in the last go-around. And when people talk about a commission solving all our ills and woes when it comes to redistricting, I ask them to look to other states that have commissions. You are not going to get out the partisanship. You're not going to eliminate a hanky-panky when it comes to redistricting. In fact, what you're going to be doing is you're going to be leaving up redistricting to people that don't understand the districts. You can't tell me that there isn't a single person in this room that doesn't know their legislative territory better than anyone else. We door knock, we meet with our constituents, we're with our thought leaders constantly. That's why we cannot abdicate our responsibility to draw redistricting plans. In fact, that very situation is happening right now in the U.S. Supreme Court, talking about the fact that we cannot abdicate our responsibility to draw the legislative lines. Folks, the commission is not the approach to take. I urge you to vote red, and I ask for a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The lady from Olmsted, Representative Liebling.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, well, this really strikes me as being very similar to the situation where we set our own pay. Members, we should not be deciding on our own redistricting. We should not. I did get to see this process play out at least once since I was elected. And lots of my constituents kept asking me, why don't we have an independent commission doing this? Why are you doing this? It became the most partisan of partisan activities. Members, we don't need it. We don't need to be deciding on our own lines. We don't need to be deciding on our own redistricting. This is the very thing that we should not do. Doing this is the height of self-interest. This should be about our constituents. It should be about having fair districts. It should be about having competitive elections. And I think that passing this amendment and enacting this commission, this would be healthy for our state. It would be one of the healthiest things we could do for our state, and it would be showing our constituents that we care more about them than we do about ourselves and our own continuing in office. This should not be something that legislators decide. So I hope that you will vote yes on this amendment.
The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In response to Representative Anderson, I'm trying to think of a time in which we ended up being the deciders of this. It goes to court. It goes to court because we fight about it in politics, and in court, they're the ones that are deciding. So we don't end up deciding anyways. So in my opinion, I'm not sure I follow your logic on that. Thank you.
Lady from St. Louis, Representative Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Speaker. I urge you to vote yes on this, vote green. Right now, if we draw our own districts, it's too self-serving. We need to take this out of our hands. We still have the ability to vote once it goes to the commission and comes back. And if we're not satisfied, we'll go back and get redrafted. And the governor will get to weigh in as well. So I urge you to vote green on this amendment. Thank you. And I would like, oh no, roll calls are already passed.
There is a roll call. The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like a call of the House.
Call of the House. Seeing 10 hands, there will be a call of the House. Please take. Clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. Discussion to the Schultz Amendment. The clerk will take the roll. Members, the House is under call. The clerk will close the roll. There being 52 ayes and 77 nays, the motion is con changes from aye to nay. From nay to aye. There being 53 ayes and 76 nays, the motion is not adopted. Was that right? Okay. There's an amendment to the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Murphy E. moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A34.
Yeah.
Okay, before we go to the amendment, I'm going to recognize the gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank
for
you,
what purpose do you rise?
Mr. Speaker, I'd move that we lift the call of the House.
Speaker Thiessen moves that we remove the call of the House. All in favor say aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. Members, we now have before us the A34 amendment. To your amendment, Representative Murphy E.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I would ask for your support for the A34 amendment. 11 months ago, not even a full year ago, we passed the Health Insurance Transparency Act. After 9 years of effort and trying to pass a school pool bill that had been passed by the legislature and vetoed a couple of times by Governor Pawlenty, we took a different path and created legislation to create a competitive bidding process to drive down healthcare costs for school employees and to deliver a better value to taxpayers. We had quite a debate about this last year, but at the end of the process, we had solid bipartisan support for this piece of legislation, including my conference committee partner, Representative Davids, right now Speaker Davids, and the laws came into place. The ink is barely dry on this piece of legislation, and it is beginning to work in the state of Minnesota. There are a number of school districts who have begun the process of negotiating with a competitive process to get a better deal and a better value on their health insurance. And that's a good thing for school employees. It's certainly a good thing for property taxpayers. And I am hopeful that as we enter into the summer, and you can see if you talk with school districts, that many of the school contracts and their health insurance contracts will be negotiated this summer. So the law is new, it is underway, but it has not really been all that tested yet. I know that there were a couple of informational hearings on this piece of legislation, or not this legislation, on the law, one in Chair Anderson's committee, one in Chair Loon's committee. I did attend part of the informational hearing in Chair Loon's committee at the very early part of the session. And I heard some concerns expressed there, but nothing terribly specific. I did reach out to folks from the Minnesota Rural Education Association and from the co-ops to talk with them about their concerns. And after a long conversation about where we were with the law, we agreed that we wouldn't proceed this year with a change to this law because it was barely underway. I mean, really, just 6 months underway. It's a new law. And I agreed that if after a year, after we go through this full year of negotiation, if there are issues that have emerged as a result of the implementation of the law, that I would, in good faith, take that up with them to see what we could do to fix that. And I'd heard that there was a bill that was being introduced, but then I understand that that didn't happen, and that there was no further action on this issue, and in fact, no hearing in state government finance. So I would ask tonight for your support for this amendment that strips out just one provision of that new law. And I would ask you to do that for a couple of reasons. One, the law is new. It's beginning to work. I have some information about the districts that have already begun to implement this. So in Underwood, Minnesota, that school district sought 5 bids on their health insurance. They received 3. And they changed carriers. They went to Medica and they decreased their costs. In Henning, they sought bids. They chose the same carrier at the end. They stuck with theirs, but they got a lower cost. They got a lower rate. Same thing in Foston. And in fact, after the bidding process and the negotiation, because there's a negotiation that goes with that process, they saw a 15% decrease in their health insurance costs. I think there's a lot of promise in this law. I think that's why so many Democrats and Republicans voted for it. We know what we're seeing in the administration with competitive bidding. I think we should let this law work, and if we take this chunk out, we'll begin to unravel what was a hard-fought compromise before we've really been able to bear the fruit of that good work. So I would ask respectfully for your vote on the A34 amendment to keep the law in place as it is, and I'd request a roll call. Thank you.
Roll call. Having requested are the 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The lady from Hennepin, Chair Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murphy. You've talked about the importance of having competitive bid process. This just makes it that PEEP is part of that competitive bid process, and that school districts that are part of PEEP are competing for bids that way too, so that they can find the lowest cost bid. So I would urge you to vote no on this amendment.
Further discussion? The clerk will take the roll. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 56 ayes and 73 nays, the motion does not prevail. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Fisher moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A14.
The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, I'd like to ask for a roll call on this.
Roll call having requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Fisher.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Basically, what this amendment does is allows the Legislative Water Commission to continue on until its sunset date in 4 years. This is an important commission that's getting off the ground doing the important work on a very complicated issue. It's very bipartisan, and it's also bicameral. We've had many water issues that have come before the legislature this year. We have more that are coming up down the road in the future, and we see that this is great. This is going to be a great venue to help have some of the broader discussions based on the science that is out there and provide the expertise within both bodies to be able to help guide us with better legislation. And we're already seeing some of the results of that. Is in one of our earlier bills this evening was making reference that as one of the reports would, for our water supply group, be having some of the reports come to the legislature with recommendations and input to make sure that as future statutes are being looked at or referred to, is make sure that we don't have unintended consequences. So this would be a way to keep a good commission up and running and let it do some great work that we need with all the water issues that we have from all corners of our state.
Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Chair Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, or Mr. Speaker, and members. This commission basically has spent over a year doing what we do in the first 2 weeks of session. I encourage you to vote no.
Discussion. The gentleman from Nicollet, Representative Johnson C.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mr. Speaker, and I am a member of the Legislative Water Commission, and I asked for a seat on that commission because water is a remarkably complex issue. We've got issues with water quality, we've got issues with water quantity. And when I think about it, the issues vary by region radically, from the sands of Hubbard County to the situation in southwest Minnesota to the waters of the Minnesota River. There's just different challenges, and then you go to the White Bear Lake and on and so forth. What the commission does is it provides multiple ways to look at it, and there's lots of legislation before the House. What we need as a legislature is to understand this complexity, and frankly, I think we really need a larger view, a focus on the concept of water and a larger view at looking in a multidimensional way. One of my frustrations, frankly, with the House is too often we take a narrow view, and it's kind of the nature of the process. The Legislative Water Commission is able to take the broader view. We just got started. It just got started. We started in the start of this session, and with the busyness of the session, we were able to start to learn more about it. And this is what I talked about earlier. You'll recall I talked about some of the successes in this state. That's where we're learning about the successes in this state. Those are the successes that we seek to learn from and seek to be able to replicate in other parts of the state. Minnesota wants clean water, folks, and the Legislative Water Commission is a spot that can help us create the legislation that will make that happen. So it's fundamentally important to all. Water is obviously fundamentally important to everybody in Minnesota, and it will be for generations to come. This is a valuable asset for the House and for the Senate and the legislature. It's a bipartisan, bicameral commission. Let's keep it there so we can make better policy related to water.
Discussion? Roll call having been requested, the clerk will take the roll. Clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 72 nays, the motion is not adopted. There's an amendment The clerk will report the amendment.
Nelson moved to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A37.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, and members, the 837 amendments about transparency and contracting, part of this bill, there's a lot of, with cutting down some of the staff that we have on board, we're also contracting out more work. And with that, we should have some transparency in that. We should know what we're spending our money on. I mean, there's been a lot of discussion in the caucus, or excuse me, not in the caucus, in the committees, both the government operations and the state government finance, about what we're paying, about the raises the big kerfuffle about the raises with earlier in the year. All this stuff, we've had a lot of discussion about that in committee. And if we're going to contract out, we should have that same concern about what we're paying consultants to do the work for us, because that's also taxpayer dollars, and we shouldn't be paying them more. So I'd like a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call having requested are the 15 hands, seeing 15 hands, there will be roll call.
And Mr. Speaker, I have an amendment to the amendment, if we could.
There's an amendment to the amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Nelson moves to amend his amendment to Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A39.
To the amendment, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And could I start out with having a roll call on this?
Roll call being requested are the 15 hands. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call on the amendment to the amendment.
And Mr. Speaker and members, this has to do with the hourly rate, the maximum hourly rate charged to state agencies for the work that are performed. I mean, currently, what I'm being told is some of the consultants we have out there that are currently working for the state, and in some of the areas that we're doing this, we're contracting this stuff out, that they make anywhere from $90 an hour to up to $250 an hour. Now, if you take $100 an hour for quick and easy math, at an average year, 40-hour work week, 52 weeks a year, you're talking at $100 an hour, you're talking $200,000 a year. Now, members, that's a lot more than we pay anyone that works for the state of Minnesota. I mean, when I'm told the highest line staff that we have out there, they're making $50 an hour. So, I mean, this is, even at the $90 or $100, we're talking twice as much as we're charging as what our own employees that work for the state of Minnesota make. And we're going to contract this out and pay people twice as much to do the work that we could do internally. And members, so I mean, I just think that we need to look at this as we go forward. If we're going to be doing this, we need to be looking at what we paying these people, because it's about transparency of what we pay these people, and that's why the amendment's brought forward. But Mr. Speaker, with that, I think I'm going to pull the original amendment and pull my amendment to the amendment.
The amendment to the amendment and the amendment have been withdrawn. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment. And there's other amendments
there. Winkler moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment, as amended as follows, and the amendment is coded A44.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the clerk could report the amendment to the amendment, which would be the A50. I asked.
We have an amendment to the amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amendment.
Garofalo moves to amend the Winkler amendment to Senate File 888, the unofficial engrossment, as amended. The amendment to the amendment is coded A60.
The gentleman from Dakota, Representative Garofalo.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This amendment, the amendment is pretty self-explanatory. It has that the auditor, we have that the auditor request to investigate the report of the percentage of union dues and fair share fees that are deducted from the compensation of Minnesota public employees and spent on political advocacy. I would ask for members' support, and I would request a roll call, Mr. Speaker.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Garofalo, I'm not sure why you want the auditor to repeat an audit that they just did in July of 2013, but that's what your amendment to my amendment does. And members, of course, if you feel like the audit should be conducted again 2 years after it was last time, you should feel free to vote with Representative Garofalo on this. If you think that would be a waste of resources and the auditor's time could be better spent doing other things, then I would urge you to vote no. The Office of the Legislative Auditor conducted an evaluation report summary, or published it in July 2013, on state employee union fair share fee calculations. The only recommendation that Legislative Auditor Noble made was that the Bureau of Mediation Services should update its guidelines on chargeable union activities, and the Bureau of Mediation Services agreed that it would do so. The auditor did find that political activities from the funds of state employee unions are limited by federal law, and that the unions are complying with the limitations in federal law. And they took a particular in-depth review of AFSCME Council 5 in Education, Minnesota, and found that in fact they were fully compliant with the law and compliant with federal requirements as far as percentages of their dues that could go to political activities. And the relevant percentage is that 85% of the money from dues and fair share fees have to go to activities related to collective bargaining and representing employees. And in fact, all state employee unions were compliant with the 85% requirement. So if you want the auditor to check again, or maybe to see if the BMS updated its website, I'd feel free to vote with the Garofalo amendment. If you think that's a waste and a duplication, vote no.
Discussion on the amendment to the amendment. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 74 ayes and 55 nays, the amendment to the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk to the amended amendment. The clerk will report the amendment to the amended amendment.
Winkler moves to amend the Winkler amendment as amended to Senate File 8088, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment to the amendment is coded A50.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your amendment to the amended amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call having been requested. Are the 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Winkler.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I did ask that you report this amendment to the amendment before the last one. And I guess if I was trying to make some kind of point about dark money versus unions and wanted to kind of get a gotcha vote, I'd probably have done what you just did, which was to put the Garofalo amendment first. And so after having had that debate about fair share fees and union dues and political activity, I'm sure everyone who supported that last amendment would think that the legislative auditor should in fact evaluate the influence of undisclosed campaign money in our elections and in this legislature. We have had no audit of that. We have no available information regarding dark money in our politics, except that we know that it's there. And we can infer, based on the evidence of the bills that we've seen you pass so far this session, we can infer that that money has a great deal of influence on the body that we all serve in. So members, I hope that you will support this amendment to have the legislative auditor actually evaluate this issue and do what we can to bring some small measure of public transparency to our campaign and election system. And I believe that based on some of the very strong work that the auditor has done recently at the University of Minnesota, MNsure, and other places where he has really been willing to go in and tell the truth, dig into the facts, and find out what's happening and who's doing what right and who's doing what wrong, I think we can all be satisfied that pursuing this dark money is a very able and worthy goal for the legislative auditor, and I would ask for a green vote.
Discussion to the amendment to the amended amendment. The lady from Hennepin, Chair Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, members. Representative Winkler, in your language, it is rather vague. When you're talking about to evaluate the use of money to influence voters in political campaigns, it doesn't say any specific entity. So are we going to be asking the Office of the Legislative Auditor to do something that, quite frankly, is not possible for them to do? There are countless images that are presented before citizens that are designed to influence them politically, whether it's magazines, TV, and I'm talking about Hollywood TV shows, those that you see on the regular channels, those that you see on cable. You're going to be asking them to go through all of that kind of information because you don't have anything that is clearly stated that it's anything that is directly campaign related. And so social media, a whole host of things. So tell me, how much time is the Office of the Legislative Auditor going to be spending to review all of these materials and trying to interview? They're going to have a focus group just for citizens in the state of Minnesota to figure out exactly what you're watching, when you're watching, and what you see on every single day. That is frankly a waste of the Office of the Legislative Auditor's time. It's not feasible, and members, I encourage you to vote no.
Discussion to the amendment. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Anderson, one suggestion could be that the new bureaucracy that you're creating at the legislature to serve yourselves, which is the so-called legislative fiscal notes, when that staff perhaps is not busy creating whatever numbers you want them to create for you, perhaps then they could take some time to evaluate the influence of dark money in elections. But I think you can also recognize that the auditor is more than capable of identifying the most egregious influences that are out there and searching out that information first. I doubt that he's going to be confused or kind of flummoxed somehow by the vagueness and uncertainty of this task. I think anybody with a bit of common sense understands that hidden, undisclosed money is influencing elections, and you generally go to where the dark money is first, I think, if you want to investigate that. Members, I'd ask for a green vote.
Discussion. Discussion to the amendment to the amended amendment. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 72 nays, the amendment to the amended amendment does not prevail. Now to the amendment as amended. Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Oh, Mr. Speaker, this amendment was originally intended to actually serve some useful purpose to investigate and learn some more information, but the Garofalo amendment just creates duplicative work that the auditor has already done, so I would withdraw this amendment.
The amendment has been withdrawn. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
McNamara moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A13.
The gentleman from Dakota, Chair McNamara.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, you may have noticed Jess Mingo was around the last couple days having you sign the telephone bill. We actually have a really antiquated system where you have to, everybody on the House has to sign their long-distance phone bill before the bill can be paid. This amendment does not change the obligation. You're still obligated if you use your phone for long-distance phone call for personal purposes. It just doesn't require the signature by every single member on their bill before the state can pay the bill. It has been a county nightmare for poor Mr. Mingo, and this amendment would take care of it. I believe it's Representative Kahn, myself, and Representative Loeffler are co-authoring the amendment. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Discussion to the A13 amendment. All in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. There's an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A21.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, we've been trying since the beginning of this legislative session to deal with the issue that we have big loopholes in campaign finance laws that allow money to be spent to elect or oppose candidates, money to go right before the election in unlimited amounts spent by nonprofit corporations in order to influence people's votes. It's the only type of campaign spending that is not required to be disclosed under Minnesota law. We have left this loophole open in statute, and it is time to close it. The kinds of loopholes that we are talking about include the definition of express advocacy and the definition of electioneering communications. What this bill does is to change the definition of express advocacy to be clear that you don't just need to say vote for or vote against in order to be sending out a piece of campaign literature that advocates for or against a person's election. We are also clarifying that electioneering communications includes information sent out to voters in a particular district, identifying a candidate in that district in the 60 days before a general election and the 30 days before a primary election. It includes multiple exemptions for organizations wishing to communicate with their own members. It has exemptions for people sending out newsletters. It has exemptions for nonpartisan voter guides. The only kind of campaign spending that this targets is campaign spending to influence voters in a particular district by identifying a particular candidate in the run-up before an election. It is obviously and without question sent out for the purpose of influencing the electorate, and yet it is not required to be disclosed. This amendment would finally close that loophole, members, and we could finally have a little bit of a grip on the record amounts of dark money that are flooding into our elections. Members, I would ask for a roll call, and I would request a green vote.
Roll call having requested. Are the 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Gentleman from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. Representative Winkler's amendment looks very, very familiar to me because it's also House File 2015, which I authored. And I'm going to, Mr. Speaker, raise a point of order on this under Rule 4.03. This will violate our budget resolution for the state government finance bill that was passed in Ways and Means. As the author of this bill, I'm telling you that there are fiscal consequences in here, and by adopting the bill as presented as an amendment by Representative Winkler, it will in fact break our budget resolution. So, Mr. Speaker, advice to you to rule this amendment out of order.
Advice to the Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, advice.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I can't ask Representative O'Driscoll to yield the floor to a question, but I wonder if Representative O'Driscoll ever requested a fiscal note on his bill. And we can have this discussion now on this bill. And Representative O'Driscoll, I think it's important for the body to understand that this bill is the bill of the Campaign Finance and Public Disclosure Board, the bipartisan board that's responsible for regulating and overseeing the integrity of our election finance system. This is their bill. This is not a partisan bill. This is their bill. You introduced it. I don't know if you requested a fiscal note or not, but a very similar bill that I introduced, House File 43, is a subsequent amendment to this. That bill did receive a fiscal note showing zero cost. Representative Anderson requested that. We've discussed that on the floor. So we can have this debate whether you think the Campaign Finance Board's own bill creates a fiscal note of more than zero for them, or we can just have a vote on your bill that you introduced and move on. But otherwise, we can go on to the next one if you'd like to. But I thought we'd give you the benefit of the doubt of having your own bill brought forward on the floor today, since you introduced it, and it does substantially what the House File 43 does that I introduced. The point is, it's a zero cost. The fiscal note would come back the same, and your point of order should not be well taken.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Advice, Mr. Speaker.
Advice.
Mr. Speaker, just like the state auditor or the legislative auditor Nobles has often said when we give him additional tasks, Mr. Goldsmith has said that the cost of this is something he could absorb in his office, and there is no fiscal cost to it. That's what he said in the past. So I would take the not well intended.
Advice. The lady from Hennepin, Representative Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I have the fiscal note for Representative Winkler's bill, which is very similar to this. And it's not that there wasn't a cost. There was a cost of $32,000. And actually, the O'Driscoll bill was done last year by Senator Rest. It showed a cost of $32,000 there as well. So there is a cost to this, Mr. Speaker, and I would rule that it's out of order, or ask you to rule it's out of order.
Further advice. The lady from Hennepin, Leader Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I believe it is out of order for the reasons stated, but I'd just like to offer additional advice, since this is probably the 6th, 7th, 10th time that we've seen language like this. And so I just want to point this out while I'm on this point of order, and that is that this language is actually unconstitutional, as Representative Winkler knows. The Supreme Court has ruled on it. I can direct you specifically to a couple of sections. One is the section on express advocacy. What Representative Winkler wants to do is he wants to change the words so that it says the language is susceptible to no reasonable interpretation other than as an appeal advocating the election or defeat of one or more clearly identified candidates. There's problems with that because the Supreme Court has already said in Buckley versus Vallejo that express words of advocacy of election or defeat have to include words such as vote for, elect, support, and cast your ballot. And that's what Representative Winkler does not want to put in his language, because he knows that the Supreme Court has already affirmed that. And the reason is simple. It's because it's a violation of the First Amendment. And the Supreme Court has said that vague words such as this, when someone's supposedly supposed to have no reasonable interpretation, is it's pretty unclear, and it's a violation of the First Amendment. So members, when we hear this, just so you know that this is clearly a violation under several Supreme Court cases. Another Iowa case was also decided with virtually the same language. So members, Mr. Speaker, I would ask you to take the point of order well taken, and if you don't, members, this is unconstitutional.
And members, I will not be making a ruling under the Constitution, but rather the House rules. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and that was wise. You're absolutely right about that, not to rely on the Constitution. You can't do that. But I think what the argument Representative Pepin is making, because it was the point of order was raised under 4.03, is that when there's a chance that a statute that's being passed into law is unconstitutional, that it violates the budget resolution. For instance, when we've seen many abortion-led pieces of legislation that come up before this body that are clearly unconstitutional, I think in the future, if you rule in favor of the O'Driscoll motion, what you're doing is setting very good precedent for us to rule all of those motions and amendments out of order in the future. So I appreciate Representative Pepin's argument to set some precedent on those grounds, and I would urge you to find the point of order not well taken.
Thank you. Further advice. Gentleman from Stearns, Representative O'Driscoll.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Additional advice. Just to fill in a few of the gaps, I used the expression earlier today, the Paul Harvey rest of the story. Well, Representative Winkler also has some additional rest of the story that he forgot or was, maybe not pertinent to the conversation this evening. In 2013, when Representative Winkler introduced a bill similar to what I've introduced in House File 215, he brought it through. They found out that there was a fiscal consequence to it. It had to be re-referred to the Committee on State Government Finance, which it was successfully defeated at that point. And the following year, Representative Winkler brought a similar bill back, and the Finance Board said that there would be no cost to that. Again, I want to remind you, Mr. Speaker and members, that I have a similar bill, and I am telling you that there are fiscal consequences in here that are not taken into account in the budget resolution. So 403, Mr. Speaker.
Further advice? After reviewing House Rule 4.03 and members, I am basing my ruling on House Rule 4.03. After having listened to advice from several members, I find that the point of order is well taken.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request an appeal of the ruling of the Speaker, and I'd like to offer advice to the body.
Representative Winkler appeals the ruling of the chair. Representative Winkler.
And Mr. Speaker, I'd like to request a roll call.
Roll call having requested. Are the 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, members, I would urge you not to listen to the misstatements from Representative Anderson S. regarding the fiscal note. Unfortunately, the Speaker did not have the benefit of seeing the zero fiscal note. He only had the benefit of hearing what Representative Anderson S. had to say. What the fiscal note actually says is zero impact. General fund dash 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, all blank spaces. Zero fiscal impact on the general fund. Zero impact on the budget target. Zero impact on this bill. So, Mr. Speaker, I hate to request an overruling of your, appeal of your ruling. You didn't have the benefit of having the facts in front of you, and I don't blame you for trusting what Representative Anderson S. said on the floor. We would naturally trust what speakers on the floor, representatives say, but this actually says zero for House File 43. So we can go on to the next one if you want to, but a zero impact means zero. And you can't make it up, you can't manufacture it. I know you want to do that. That's why you create your extra bureaucracy of fiscal notes in the House. But you can't do it yet. You got to wait and to see if you can get that bill signed into law. Then you can make up your own numbers and have somebody else back it up. But for now, members, I would urge you to overrule the ruling of the Speaker based on the fact that there's a zero fiscal note. If anybody wants to come and look at it, I have it right here. 0, 0, 0, 0. No matter which, I look at it different directions, it still says 0. So I would urge you members to overrule the Speaker's ruling, and I think that's a red vote. And members, if Representative Anderson has something to disprove zero, she should share that with the body other than just her word.
Advice on the appeal. The lady from Hennepin, Chair Anderson S.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, what you failed to mention to everyone is that there is a cost to implementing this bill. There is a $32,000 cost in that fiscal note to do this bill. And that isn't just happening for this year. This happens in Senator Rest's bill for Senate File 643 of a cost of $32,000. And last year, when this bill came up, the Campaign Finance Board said they would not be able to absorb that cost. So you are adding a cost to the state that violates the budget resolution. And so, members, I ask that you uphold the ruling of the Speaker.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I would encourage people to overrule the ruling of the Speaker in this case. You know, we're talking about some very important issues here, but particularly this is important in the context of this bill, which blows the lids off campaign funding that destroys democracy in this state. When you are going to pass a bill that is going to allow you to allow political candidates like us to spend as much as we want, no limits whatsoever, and raise all that money from our corporate PACs and lobbyists and friends, I see why you may want to do that. But that's what this bill does. And it takes the small voices, it takes the average person out of our political system. So I hope that you vote to override the ruling of the Speaker so we can at least do one thing in this bill that's going to allow us to bring up a small amount of reason and democracy back to the state of Minnesota. Once this bill is passed, all bets are off.
Discussion. The clerk will take the roll. Oh, excuse me, members, excuse me. The question before the body is, shall the decision of the Speaker stand as the judgment of the House? A yes or a green vote supports the ruling of the Speaker. A no or a red vote goes against the ruling of the Speaker. The clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. There being 76 ayes and 53 nays, it is the judgment of the House that the decision of the Speaker shall stand. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A24.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a very similar provision to the O'Driscoll bill. This is House File 43, and I don't know anything about senator arrest. I don't know anything about a last year fiscal note. All I know is that this one says 0, House File 43. This is the fiscal note Representative Anderson S. requested for this bill in her committee. This is the bill that she refused to hear, even though she requested the fiscal note. Members, this closes loopholes in campaign finance laws. It deserves a vote. The public deserves to know whether you're on their side or whether you only care about the people who bought your election. And if you want to hide from it yet again, I'm sure you'll find a way. And Mr. Speaker, I'm going to anticipate a point of order, but I'll wait to offer advice until that situation arises. Substantively, this is a very similar bill to the last amendment.
Discussion to the Winkler amendment. Discussion. The lady from Hennepin, Majority Leader Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I don't know that there is a point of order in this. I'm not sure. Maybe someone else has a point of order. Although after the lawsuit that the state will face if this were to become law, I think it would be a significant cost, but I'm not sure if there's a point of order for that. I'll let someone else look under that. But the reason I would ask members to vote against this is because, again, this has already been decided by the Supreme Court. There's a couple sections in here. There's the same express advocacy section in here where it says that express advocacy has the meaning given in section blah, 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 also means any material that when taken as a whole and with limited reference to external events is not susceptible to any other interpretation by a reasonable person. And the Supreme Court has been very clear on that. There has to be magic words that say things like vote for or elect, things like that. And that's been held up for many years. So that is one unconstitutional problem with it. Again, it was tested again recently in Iowa virtually the same language, and it was ruled against by the Supreme Court. And then secondly, on the first page, starting on section 1.3, where it talks about the dollar amount, and the Center for Competitive Politics has put out a statement on this. It was, I think, probably Representative Winkler to one of your past bills in past years. And it said that it's likely unconstitutional because A, generalized disclosures for electioneering communication, which is what is proposed in this bill, has never been upheld by the Supreme Court, and B, it is likely small organizations would have to obtain outside compliance assistance, and groups will stop their issue advocacy to protect the anonymity of their contributors. As the court noted in Citizens United, the First Amendment does not permit laws that force speakers to retain a campaign attorney before discussing the most salient issues of our day. So members, I mean, if you look at the case law, it's pretty clear on this. I think that trying to pass such a law and somehow thinking that it's going to be upheld in a Supreme Court is pretty silly. So I think that we should just vote it down today.
Discussion. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I'd just like to request a roll call, please.
Roll call having been requested. Are there 15 hands? Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. The gentleman from Hennepin. Any further discussion on the amendment? Gentleman from Hennepin.
Mr. Speaker, if there's no further discussion, I would just like to answer Representative Pepin's fairly outlandish constitutional interpretation and say that the courts have repeatedly said that disclosure is acceptable. In fact, Justice Stevens, poor Justice Stevens, that's an unfair thing to him to say. Justice Kennedy said in the Citizens United decision, which he wrote, that disclosure is constitutionally acceptable. The express advocacy language that we're using here has been upheld multiple times by federal courts in both the 8th Circuit and nationally. The point here is not that we're creating any kind of imposition on anybody's free speech rights. All we're requiring them to do is disclose when they're spending. And Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Baker would yield to a question.
Representative Baker will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Baker, on January 29th, the first time I think we brought this up, you stated that you were going to be working with the chair of the Government Operations and Elections Committee and coming up with some legislation soon on campaign finance issues. And I did a quick check, and it looks like you've introduced 26 bills as a chief author related to various subjects: health and education, jobs, commerce, legacy, agriculture, all of those things. And I have not yet found a single bill that you've introduced related to campaign finance. So, Representative Baker, my question for you is, do you think that we need to do something to expose the undisclosed money that is influencing elections in Minnesota, or do you think that we should keep it quiet?
The gentleman from Candy, Ohio, Representative Baker.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And as Representative Winkler has mentioned, I do want to see some good things happening to making the voters appreciate our system of voting and how our campaign rules work better each year. Haven't found that yet. Everything I've brought up to Chair Sanders with the Election Committee is seeming to be sort of on that constitutional line of can we get this through or not. So we're trying to figure out something, and I plan on being here 2 years, so I want to make sure that I've got a little more time to work on that, Representative, so I hope to do some more later on. Thank you.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Baker, you've had a long time now. I know that anybody can claim to be a first-term member for the first year and a half, but you've had a long time. You've introduced 26 bills related to health and human services, education, energy, commerce, legacy. All of those things you've become an expert on pretty fast, and I congratulate you on that. But apparently, one of the top priorities that you announced for your constituents related to campaigning, you have not yet found time to be an expert on. I hope that you have a chance to do that, maybe over the interim, and come back with some really strong legislation next session. I wonder if Representative Tice would yield to a question.
Representative Tice will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Representative Tice,
excuse me. She's not on the floor at this point.
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Please state your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to Section 124 of Mason's Manual, Personality is not permitted in debate. Item 3 says it is not the person but the measure that is the subject of the debate. I see that Representative Winkler is doing his best to imitate Steve Ott today, and I just want to be known that we need to keep it to the subject, not the people.
I'm going to defer ruling on the point of order at this time, but members, let's try to keep personalities out of the debate. Further discussion to the A24 amendment. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I think this letter from the NCCL was sent around by Representative Tice, and if she is indeed submitting this to the floor to influence our votes, I'd like to be able to ask her something about it. So I wonder if anybody else sent this out and it wasn't Representative Tice, please, indicate with an arm gesture or whatever kind of gesture you'd like, and I'll ask you. But otherwise, I'd rather have the time to talk to Representative Tice about this than she pass this around.
Representative Tice is not on the floor at this time. Any further discussion on the
Mr. Speaker, I would like
the gentleman from Hennepin?
I'd request a call of the House.
Okay, call of the House has been requested. Are there 10 hands? Seeing 10 hands, the clerk will take the roll. The clerk will close the roll. To the A24 amendment, the gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Tice yield to a question?
Representative Tice will yield. Representative Winkler.
Representative Tice, I think it looks like your signature on this letter from the NCCL related to this legislation. And typically, I think the MCCL focuses its efforts not so much on campaign and election issues, but on abortion and choice type issues. But for some reason, they seem very intent on weighing in on this debate. And since you passed this letter out, Representative Tice, and I guess want us to understand what they're saying. I wonder if you could explain how this bill is in any way vague or burdensome or regulates campaign issues that are not related to elections.
The lady from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. I believe that the folks who donate to groups like the MCCL want their voice heard, and so that's what they contribute to. I do think that there are answers to be found, but I think we need a bipartisan answer, and this should go through the process. The Government Operations Committee in the interim will be looking for some of those solutions, but I don't believe that this bill at this time is the solution.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Tice yield to a question?
Representative Tice will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Representative Tice, if you oppose this disclosure bill, I wonder if you could tell me what kind of disclosure bill you think would be better.
The lady from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Mr. Speaker.
For what purpose does the gentleman rise?
Point of order, Mr. Speaker.
Please
I rise under.
State your point of order.
Mr. Speaker, I rise under Mason sections 114, questioning another member, and I would direct the body to the subsection 6 in limitations of questions, which would does not allow us to ask another member of a question of how they intend to move forward. Representative Winkler is trying to tiptoe around that by saying, what would you say would be a good thing, which would be which would be directing Representative Tice to say how she's going to proceed or how the body should proceed with the question before the body. Representative Winkler knows that he needs to confine his questions to the question before the body, which he is not doing.
Advice, the gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, my advice is that you would not rule on the Dean point of order. I think I was very much well within the rules and the traditions of this body when I asked her, I asked Representative Tice not how she was going to vote. She announced that she was opposed to it, and I simply asked her what would be a better alternative. If we can't debate what would be a better alternative to a bill that's before us, we would really not have much debate. And I understand that sometimes members don't like to answer questions, they don't want to engage, but I didn't put Representative Tice into this debate, she did. And so I'm wondering what she thinks would be better, and I think that's well within the House rules, and I would just urge you not to rule on the point of order, and we can continue. And I'm well aware and mindful of how the institution works at this point.
Advice, the gentleman from Ramsey, Representative Lesh.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The ship of bringing personalities in or intentions in to this debate has sailed earlier this evening on this same bill when Representative Anderson began asking individuals on this side of the aisle of what they pulled in for their campaigns and where they gave it. That door wasn't just opened, it was kicked in by Representative Anderson at this point. Representative Winkler has used kid gloves in dealing with other members on your side of the aisle compared to those direct questions. Therefore, because the door has been opened, Mr. Speaker, Representative Winkler is well within the bounds of the rules.
Further advice, the gentleman from Sherburne, Chair Knobloch.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, again, if you consult section 114, but this time subsection 5, not subsection 6, you'll see it says a question as to what course a member proposes to follow is not in order. Representative Winkler specifically asked Representative Tice, if you don't like this particular bill, what would you propose in order to get to a solution? He's specifically asking what course she would follow. Mr. Speaker, I'd urge you to find the point of order well taken.
I believe I'm being given advice on two different parts of Mason's. Representative Dean, could you please restate your site in Mason's?
Mr. Speaker, actually, Mr. Speaker, the entire section deals with limitation of debate, and I think that 2 points were brought up. Number one, that we are not on the question before the body, which would be subsection 4, and actually Representative Knobloch brings up another, which is a potential decision. But Representative Winkler has actually just said that he's tired of talking about this section of it, so he'd like to bring Representative Tice into another section. Representative Winkler's retractable leash is exceedingly long, and he tests the boundaries of that very skillfully on a daily basis. But he's actually told the body that he is outside of the Section 4. He is trying to lead her into something that's not before the body, and that's not my advice, actually. That's Representative Winkler's advice. He just said that.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen, advice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, knowing you, Speaker Davids, I know you're going to rule this point of order not well taken because you like robust debate on the House floor. I know that that's very important to you. And what's going on here, is clear to anybody who's still watching at this point, and that is this, that you are afraid of having to answer these questions about dark money in politics, about the fact that you're blowing the cap off any spending limits, about the fact that you're going to let PACs and lobbyists fund your entire campaigns. That's what's going on here. Let's have the debate. Representative Winkler is not asking about the course she's going to take. He's asking, okay, if you don't like this idea, what's another idea? That's the essence of debate. How should we move forward on this? I mean, this is just, it's silly. It's silly. So, Speaker Davids, you should find this point of order not well taken, or you should defer ruling on this and let us get on with the actual debate about this bill. Let us get on with the actual debate about whether dark money in our politics is a good or bad thing, and if there are ideas to get it out, which Representative Baker and Representative Tice apparently think there might be, let's hear what those ideas are. And let's actually try to solve this problem, because I don't think the people of Minnesota appreciate the fact that we're going to be blowing the lid off campaign finance reform in this state, that we're going to get rid of all spending limits, that we're going to make sure that PACs and lobbyists can exclusively and solely fund our campaigns, that we want to address the problem of dark money. The people of Minnesota know this is a problem. For some reason, the people in this body don't understand that. So, Mr. Speaker, I would advise you to either, I would actually advise you to not to defer ruling on this, and to find this point of order not well taken, because this happens over and over and over again, and speakers continually defer ruling on this so the next time someone can get up. Let's set some precedent and actually find this point of order not well taken.
Thank you, Leader Thiessen. Members, after having listened to advice and the point of order from Representative Dean, Section 114, members, please look at the limitations on questions, especially the second half of 5 under Section 114. At this point, members, I am going to defer the ruling and we'll continue the debate, but please, I am going to be watching very closely and listening very closely to the questions, and we'll be looking at Section 114 on page 94, Item 5, the second half. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Would Representative Tice yield to a question?
She will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Tice, just to even step back further from a very safe strike zone, as former Speaker Zellers would have called it, I'm just going to ask you a more direct and simple question. House File 43, which is the subject of the 824 amendment, requires that people who spend money to elect candidates disclose who's paying for that campaign material. Do you think it's better to have secret money in campaigns disclosed, or do you think it's better to keep it secret?
Delay from Stearns, Representative Tice.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler. I believe all the money should be disclosed, and I think that's what the Government Operations Committee wants to do in the interim. So I look forward to that debate and trying to find a bipartisan answer so that all monies are up for grabs.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Tice, I eagerly look forward to finding out all of the policy direction that the Government Operations and Elections Committee is going to bring forward in the interim. I would note that they have the only hearing, I think, on any kind of legislation in this regard that they've heard has occurred because of a provision of the rules that gave them little choice but to do it other than to bring it to the floor for a vote. I wonder if Representative Cornish would yield to a question.
He will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Representative Cornish, you distributed this letter from the NRA, which says that this bill is unconstitutionally vague. It goes is unduly burdensome, complex, and would negatively impact grassroots issue advocacy. I wonder if you could share with the body why you believe any of these statements from the NRA are true.
The gentleman from Blue Earth, Chairman Cornish.
Actually, no, I wouldn't like to.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Cornish would yield to a question.
Will Representative Cornish yield? Representative Cornish will not yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Bennett would yield to a question.
Will Representative Bennett yield? Representative Bennett will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Bennett, I'm sure you've received a copy of this letter from the NRA opposing this amendment, and I wonder if you have any basis for understanding why in any way this amendment would be unconstitutionally vague or would impact grassroots issue advocacy in any way.
The lady from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Winkler. I'll take this time actually to say that I believe transparency in donations, contributions is very important. But I also believe that the First Amendment is very important. And we've seen a number of instances in our country, and I'm sure in Minnesota as well, where somebody's campaign contribution has been revealed and they've been persecuted because of that, lost their jobs and so on. So I feel like we need to move this very carefully through the proper committee and using the proper resources and whatever methodology that should happen, and make sure that we're careful. And I think right now to pass this would be irresponsible because we need to very carefully balance our First Amendment rights of our citizens along with the transparency issues.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Bennett yield to a question?
Representative Bennett will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Bennett, you raised the specter of somebody being persecuted for their personal views or their personal donations, and you talked about that as a First Amendment right, which we would all agree that you have a First Amendment right to speak your mind. I think we would all agree that if you disagree with somebody, the answer is to speak back to them. And I wonder if having private citizens respond to free speech with more free speech is, in your view, a form of persecution.
The lady from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I'm not exactly sure what you're asking me there, but I will say that part of the First Amendment means that you are able to speak without fear of retribution. And we know that happens. There's been instances in California where people have lost their jobs. So I'll just say again, I really think this is an important issue with transparency of campaign donations as well as First Amendment, and we really need to run it through the proper committee and get it vetted and make sure that we have a very balanced approach to this.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bennett, it's pretty curious that a bill that's loaded up with stuff that never got hearings and was just sort of at the whim of the chair ends up in a bill. In fact, Representative Bennett, would you yield to a question?
Representative Bennett will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Representative Bennett, this bill contains provisions that repeal all limits on what PACs and lobbyists can contribute to you as a legislator in your reelection campaign, assuming that you were to run for reelection. Those bills never had a hearing in the Government Operations and Elections Committee. There was zero process, there was zero vetting, there was zero thought. Representative Bennett, the question I have for you is, if this bill should be properly heard in committee, do you think it's a good idea for us to return this bill back to the Government Operations Committee for a hearing on the provisions related to the public subsidy and special source limits?
The lady from Freeborn, Representative Bennett.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Winkler, I'll just state again, I believe transparency and contributions is important, but I want to see this go through the committee. This is a vague amendment that you have here. We need to be very careful as we move forward. So again, it's an important issue, but so is free speech.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Bennett, I won't ask you to yield again, except I think if you actually looked at the bill and at the amendment, you would find that it isn't vague at all. It's very precise and specific to the way in which you have to disclose money that you're spending just before an election in order to elect or defeat a candidate. And Representative Bennett, you of course didn't answer my question about whether this bill should be re-referred to the Government Operations Committee for that careful balancing and thought that you talked about, even though the provisions that completely gut some of the strongest anti-corruption bill laws in the country never went through that committee at all. So I think it sounds to me like members on the other side want to distribute materials. Representative Cornish, I kind of thought you would have a little bit more guts than that. You distribute a letter from the NRA. You like to call people gun grabbers if they oppose any of your bills related to firearms. But when you distribute their letter on this issue, you don't want to engage in the debate at all. And then you leave it to Representative Bennett to try to answer some basic questions about it. I think that's not exactly admirable behavior from a senior member who knows something about this issue and is more than happy to distribute it on the floor. Now I see that you're engaged, Representative Cornish, so I wonder if you would yield to a question.
I think he will. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Cornish, I'm sure you're going to use this opportunity to upbraid me for what I just said, but I wonder if in the course of the expected comments that you're going to make, you could explain in any way how this amendment is unconstitutionally vague or would somehow impinge on the ability of grassroots organizations to conduct their work.
Gentleman from Blue Earth, Chairman Cornish.
Mr. Speaker and members, actually I'm just going to engage you to say that you've been pretty friendly this year in the session on the committee, and I'm going to engage you with respect, what you haven't done with the rest of the body tonight. And I think you're a bright guy and you can read the letters before you and it gives you the reasons, and I'm not going to dignify your insulting comments to me with the same, and I'll just let you read the letter and go for it. So, and that's about it.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, is there anybody of the many opponents, Representative Pepin, would you yield to a question?
She will yield. The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Representative Pepin, can you explain in any way how this is unconstitutionally vague?
The lady from Hennepin, Majority Leader Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Winkler. Yes, I can explain. Well, actually, if I could ask you, what does on line 2.3 and 2.4, what does it is not susceptible to any other interpretation by a reasonable person other than that is in advocating the election or defeat of one or more clearly identified candidates? What does that mean?
Leader Pepin.
Precisely, please.
Leader Pepin, Representative Winkler has the floor, and he asked you to yield for a question. I can put you on the list down here to ask him a question, but Representative Winkler asked the question of you, if you could please respond to the question, and now with a question.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Winkler yield to that question?
Representative Winkler has the floor.
Okay, well then, Representative Winkler doesn't want to discuss this now because I can explain exactly why this is unconstitutional, which I've already clarified before. And there's a couple things, Representative Winkler, in the section starting with 1.23, it talks about the $5,000. It doesn't explain whether it is as an individual or whether it is from the association. Furthermore, in the section that you don't want to answer, it talks about including the proximate, it says expressly advocates, that has the meaning given, blah, blah, blah. It also means any material that when taken as a whole, not sure what that means, it's vague, and with limited reference to external events, I don't know what that means. What are external events? In fact, if I could yield, I would probably ask maybe Representative Lean or somebody what external events meant, including the proximity to the election. I don't know how many days that is because it's not clear in here, vague, is not susceptible to any other interpretation by a reasonable person other than that as advocating the election or defeat of one or more identified candidates. And Representative Winkler, I'm really disappointed you're doing this. And earlier you impugned my motives, and you talked about, and you also mentioned that it was, my interpretation was wildly inaccurate. Representative Winkler, on March 31st, 2014, the Center for Competitive Politics sent you a letter on your bill, and it said precisely what I just mentioned, and you know it because it was addressed to you. It talked about your bill, which was virtually the same as this language, and it said, various sections of the bill are unconstitutionally vague. The bill regulates an expansive amount of speech, including books and websites. The bill disclosures provides go farther than any form of disclosure approved by the U.S. Supreme Court. Goes on, it says the modified definition of expressly advocating is vague, and a similar definition adopted in Iowa was declared unconstitutional by the United States Court of Appeals for the 8th Circuit District, which covers Minnesota. Further, it says the United States Supreme Court's decision in the Seminole Cam Finance case of Buckley versus Vallejo famously limited the speech that could trigger political committee status under federal law to express words of advocacy of election or defeat, such as vote for, elect, support, cast your ballot. And that's what I mean by vague. Nowhere in this does it describe how one determines whether or not there's express advocacy, because nowhere does it require it to say vote for, elect, support, cast your vote for. Those are the magic words that were required in the Vallejo case. It hasn't been overturned. It was reaffirmed in the appeals court for the 8th Circuit, which had a very, very similar Iowa law, which had the language said reasonable minds could not differ as to whether it encourages actions to elect or defeat one or more clearly identified candidates. The proposed new additional definition of expressly advocating reads as follows, gave the same definition and clarified that is, again, unconstitutional. This is a ridiculous discussion. You received this letter. I've got it right here, addressed to you, Representative Winkler, from the Center for Competitive Politics. So bullying members or trying to run around and ask them questions about what language is vague is ridiculous. It's clear as day in the letter that you got. You know that these words in this amendment are unconstitutional or violations of the First Amendment, and it's ridiculous. So thank you. I'm happy to yield to any more questions you may have.
Gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, I think that Representative Pepin wanted to talk about a section of the bill regarding the definition of expressly advocates, and of course I would have been happy to talk about it if you had the floor and were actually able to ask me a question. The language in sections 2.1 through lines 2.1 through 2.5 has been the same language that's in federal law and upheld multiple times. And a very simple illustration will tell you what it means. If you send out a postcard that says, vote for Representative Pepin because she is a really smart lawyer and majority leader of the House, that you have to disclose. If you send out a postcard that says that Representative Winkler is a mean, terrible, bad person who doesn't deserve to be in the legislature and therefore is a bad legislator and shouldn't have any opportunity to serve again, that would not have to be disclosed, because it didn't have the magic words vote for or vote against. Now, anybody can understand, and you may even believe it's accurate. Sometimes, I'm sure my family does, that some postcard that came out that said that I was a bad person who didn't deserve to be reelected. Anybody can understand that if you send that out 30 days before an election, it's for the purpose of defeating me. That's what that language means. That's the language from federal law. It's the language that's been upheld multiple times. Now, your letter from the Center for Competitive Politics is the same people who fund your campaigns. So the same corporate special interests that fund your campaigns and spend all the dark money have created another nonprofit corporation to do research and advocacy and write letters to me that says that this stuff is unconstitutional, but there's no foundation for it whatsoever. There's nothing in this that is in any way unconstitutionally vague. There is nothing in here that in any way impinges on the ability of a grassroots organization to advocate on issues or to talk to their members or do any of those other things. The only thing this bill does, that's in this amendment, the only thing that it does is require that you say who is paying when you are trying to get somebody in office or out of office. It's the same system that everybody else follows. For some reason, two organizations in Minnesota have decided that they don't want to follow the same rules that everybody else follows, that the MCCL and the NRA deserve special treatment because somehow they like to communicate this way and they're afraid of this so-called persecution, this notion, this kind of quaint notion that if you're willing to say something, you're going to have to be willing to have people know who you are, that you're going to go into the public square and actually own up to what you have to say. If the NRA wants to fearmonger on issues, if the MCCL wants to distort issues, they are free to do so under the First Amendment. This bill does not in any way limit their First Amendment rights to do those things. All this bill requires is that you actually have to disclose who is paying for it. And we're not talking about somebody who's paying $100 a year or $10 a month to join. These are limits, or I'm sorry, there are contributions of at least $5,000. Under current law, it would be $5,000, and it has to be a certain percentage of the total amount of political money they're spending. These are the big donors. These are the big money people who use nonprofit corporations to shield their influence, and they use the nonprofit corporation to shield their influence because they don't want anybody to know who's paying for politics. Now, Representative Bennett, you think that's a form of persecution for people to actually stand up and acknowledge what they're saying? For people to stand up and be willing to own their opinions? I don't think that's persecution. I think that's called the First Amendment. If you're not prepared for somebody to argue back to you, if you're not prepared to answer questions, if you're not prepared to engage in discussion in the public square, you're not really prepared to be in politics at all. This bill is a disclosure bill, but defeating this bill is a bill to cover up for cowards. It's a way to cover up for corruption. It's a way to cover up who's buying our democracy, who's undermining our economy, and who's selling the public downriver. Members, I would urge a green vote.
Representative Pepin. The gentleman from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Mr. Speaker, would Representative Winkler yield?
The gentleman from Hennepin will yield. The gentleman from Sherburne, Representative Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, Representative Winkler, while I've been listening to your speech here, I've been looking at what happened the last 2 years. As you know, I wasn't here the last 2 years, and I noticed there's a House File 1944 that you are the chief author of that was introduced on February 25th, 2014. And if I look through it, much of the language seems to be very similar, if not identical, to the A24 amendment. And I'm wondering, Representative Winkler, if this is such an important issue that you feel so passionately about and your side feels so passionately about, why was it never brought to the floor of the House for a vote?
The gentleman from Hennepin, Representative Winkler.
Mr. Speaker, the reason it was never brought to the floor for a vote, Representative Knobloch, was because of the influence of secret money and special interest deals that these letters represent. The MCCL and the NRA.
Members, please.
I mean, when I'm actually funny, I appreciate the laugh, but that wasn't actually funny. Representative Knobloch, it isn't a partisan issue. That's what I said from the beginning. You've used this kind of same line over and over again about how you weren't here and it's all a mystery and how did it happen, etc. But the point is, it didn't pass the last 2 years for the same reason it's not going to pass now. Because two organizations don't want to own up to what they're spending in our elections. They have influence among Democrats. They have influence among Republicans. That's the nature of influence in politics. It's not just partisan. It reaches out across multiple people. I'm one member. Many people support this. Some people don't. But the point is, if you don't believe in disclosure, vote no. If you believe the public has a basic right to know about how you got here, Representative Knobloch, about the hundreds of thousands of dollars that were spent on your behalf to get you here, to return you back to the House, to return you back to being the chair of Ways and Means? If you don't think that the voters in your district deserve to know that, then vote no. It's a simple issue.
Gentleman from Sherburne, Chairman Knobloch.
Well, Mr. Speaker, actually, I was outspent by $40,000 or $50,000 in my election by other interests that were not supportive of me. But all right, Representative Winkler, I guess you say that you were trying to bring this thing forward and you just couldn't get it to come forward. You couldn't bring it to the floor of the House because of all these special interests being against you. I'm wondering, Mr. Speaker, would Representative Thiessen yield?
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Well, Representative Thiessen, again, I wasn't here the last 2 years, and I wasn't spending all my time watching what was going on the floor of the House. You were Speaker of the House. I'm wondering if you could enlighten us on why Representative Winkler's bill didn't get to the floor of the House for a vote.
The gentleman from Hennepin, Leader Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, Representative Knobloch, right now we have a chance to actually act on this bill. You now are here, thank God, or not, I don't know, to inform us about all this information that you've been telling us all session long. And you now have the chance to either choose to get the dark money out of our politics or not. That's all that's in play in this debate today. That's all that's an issue in this debate. I imagine that you're going to vote to keep dark money in politics, that you're going to vote, and it's not just, you know, the MCCL and the NRA. There's lots of other organizations that fall into this category that spent lots of money in the elections in the last time around and spent money on both sides of the aisle. There's no question about that. That's why this is not a partisan issue. The fact is we should get that money out of our politics. That's all Representative Winkler is trying to do. And I also imagine you're going to vote for a bill that's going to allow you, who's probably one of the wealthiest people in this body. I guess you didn't abide by the spending limits last time, did you? I guess you didn't. You spent a ton of your own money to elect yourself, and that's fine. That's certainly constitutional, and you can do that. But what this bill will now allow you to do is not have to spend your own money to do it, but to raise unlimited money from PACs and lobbyists. And as chair of the Ways and Means Committee, you know, it's actually interesting. There was that letter, right, that Representative Knobloch sent, if I recall, to a number of lobbyists saying you donated some money. I see you donated some money to Zach Dorholt. Maybe you should rethink that because it's likely I'm going to become the Ways and Means chair if we take back the majority. So, Mr. and Mrs. Lobbyist, you ought to send some money to me as well. I think you wrote a letter like that, if I recall correctly. So, Representative Knobloch, this is your chance actually to take that kind of money out of politics, and let's have a fair playing field, a fighting chance for members of the legislature, and more importantly, not members of the legislature, member of the public, to actually engage in our politics in a meaningful fashion.
Well, Mr. Speaker, you know, one of the things that has changed in the years I've been gone is some of the comments that are made on the House floor. And I'm not going to respond to some of the things that Representative Thiessen said. I will tell people that if you want to look at my campaign report, I loaned my campaign a whopping $6,000 at the end of the campaign, which is no small amount of money, but it hardly compares at all to the nearly $1 million that was spent in total in my particular race. But Representative Thiessen, you didn't answer my question. Representative Winkler talked about how he had brought this forward, how he wanted to bring it forward last year, how there were various special interests that apparently conspired to keep it from getting a vote on the House floor. And you, sir, were Speaker of the House. You had the ability to bring this to a vote, and for whatever reason, we never got a vote on it. So members, I'm not going to say any more about it. I guess we're all going to be able to have our votes. Members, this issue has been before the House in the last 2 years. Somehow or other, it never found its way to the floor of the House for a vote. Perhaps it was because people feel like Representative Bennett does and Representative Pepin does and others who have spoken do, that it is unconstitutional. And so therefore, perhaps that's the way Representative Thiessen feels, that it's unconstitutional, and so it shouldn't have come to the floor for a vote. And if that's the case, I can appreciate that that might be a position that he might have, and that might be a reason for not bringing it forward. But members, this has been an issue that's been here before, and despite all of Representative Winkler's debate on it, He had his chance last year when the Democrats were in the majority. Somehow or other, it never got its way to the floor for a vote. So when you think about all the other issues involved, other union money, for example, that's not covered by this amendment, the free speech issues that are here, members, I guess there's a lot of other issues here to think about.
Representative Considine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm rising in support of the amendment. I think, like a lot of you, I did a survey to find out what the people back home thought were pressing issues. It was pretty simple. There were 6 questions. 5 of the questions, the answers were all over the board, so I know that I had Libertarians, Republicans, Democrats answering this. However, question 5, should outside special interest groups that can spend unlimited amounts of money in elections on independent mailings and ads be required to disclose the total amount of the spending and the major donors behind it? That was over 95%. In 120 surveys, I had 5 people that said no. And actually one of those said no, but then underneath it wrote, "Stop Citizens United." So I think that person was actually confused. I am a little bit confused about one other thing, and maybe it's something that I missed, but I could have swore about the 2nd or 3rd day we were here, Representative Winkler did try to bring this to the floor and was shot down. So if we were going to start the process like several people have said they want to do, wouldn't that have been a good time to do it? Thank you.
Representative Drazkowski.
I pass, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Isaacson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I really have enjoyed this debate, and one of my favorite parts of this debate has been the GOP logic that because you perceived to fail to do the right thing last time, now we don't have to do the right thing now. That's probably my favorite message and takeaway from you guys so far in this debate. You know, I think all of us get wrapped up in this whole concept of politics and being on both sides, and when we get angry or we get frustrated or we think of ourselves as partisans, and then we get on the floor and we have these debates, and when we walk back and forth between the House and here, or SOB in here, we actually have real conversations and find out about our kids and our lives, and it turns out, you know, contrary to popular opinion, you're not all bad people. Contrary to popular opinion, neither are we. Politicians in general are real people who have real lives, who have families and kids, and they're involved in their community. And I think that one of the things that I struggled with the most in the last election was watching the lit pieces rain on my house and rain on my district, sometimes up to 3 a day. And what I really struggled with was the moment my wife said to me, "You know what? I'm just not going to check the mail anymore because I am tired of reading the garbage that they're saying about you." And I know that every one of you over there that had a targeted race experienced the same thing I did. You've experienced that moment of frustration when somebody put out 10,000 pieces of mail that said something about you that you just know is not true. It just isn't true. But how do you respond to that? What do you do to respond to that? Well, one option is just to lift the caps and let us raise as much as we want so I can fire back as much as I want, right? The other option is we can have some sensible regulation on how we manage these elections and making sure people are held accountable for the things that they say. Now, I'm a public official now. I've been elected. I've had that experience, and maybe you over there you're thinking, well, Jason, you should have a thicker skin than that. Or the argument could be maybe we don't have to be so mean to each other. And maybe we don't have to be so dishonest with each other just to win an election. And so when I read what this amendment is trying to accomplish, and I think about the bills that we have, right, and I think about the lit pieces that are coming out, I am personally offended by that. And I get even more offended when I see people like Representative Knobloch stand up and so disingenuously try to defend that side. You and I both know that literature that comes out isn't always accurate, and we're in no way able to respond to that by the current costs. And you know what? If I have the willingness to stand up and put myself in the public light, and I'm willing to say, here I am, flaws and good characteristics, I want to run for this office, I'm trying to step out and take some responsibility for leadership in our state and try to make things better. And then somebody can come along and donate a ton of money undercover to say things about me that aren't true in hopes of winning this seat for the other side so they can vote for a different speaker. And you guys sit over there and say that's not something we should take care of? Are you kidding me? That's embarrassing. This is why people hate politics. This is exactly why. And the fact that we sit here divided like this, angry as we are as our leadership dig their heels in, and we're unwilling to make a simple vote to make this better is disgusting. And I find it to be very frustrating. I'm frustrated because I have all those lit pieces at home right now. And those lit pieces that talk about who sent them and what part of it is known and unknown. But I have lit pieces of what they said and the calls I had to take every day. Now, as much as you want to demonize, as those lit pieces did that were some sort of phony politicians up here making some big choices on our own that are so self-aggrandizing, we make $31,000 a year. And we're not legally allowed to accept anything. So you know what? We're not being self-aggrandizing. And that is disingenuous, and this amendment helps us put a stop to that by making it clear that if you're going to donate to people that don't tell the truth, we're going to know who you are. And it is your First Amendment right to say what you want, and you also get to be held accountable for it. So I'm very disappointed when I hear this kind of red herring argument all over the place and unwillingness to answer this question because you've been backed into a corner by your leadership instead of taking a stand because you have an election certificate. And that's what you should be doing right now.
Any further discussion on the Winkler amendment? Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The House is under call, members. Please vote. Clerk will close the roll. There being 51 ayes and 78 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Winkler moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended. The amendment is coded A52.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Winkler, to explain your amendment.
Mr. Speaker, members, this is a very simple amendment. I would ask for a roll call.
A roll call has been requested. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call.
Mr. Speaker, the House Rules Committee has announced its intentions and I think maybe acted on a House budget that requires $2.96 million in reductions in compensation to our staff. This amendment clarifies that if this legislation, if Representative Anderson S.'s bill leads to a reduction in the House budget, the amount of those reductions should be shared evenly between members and staff rather than having a 25% increase in housing and other goodies for members while cutting compensation to our hardworking staff. We should share the pain evenly. And, you know, we can debate later, I suppose, about whether it's a good idea to cut staff in the middle of a budget surplus time when they've been doing a lot of hard work over the years to get us to this point. But to the extent that we are cutting, we should be cutting evenly between members and staff instead of serving ourselves first.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. And Representative Winkler, actually what our bill does is it's a 7% increase over what we passed in session law from 2011. So we are spending 7% more than what we spent in the 2011 session funding for the legislature. But that being said, members, I encourage you to vote green on this.
Any further discussion on the amendment? The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm not sure why we're comparing with 2011. I think there was a session in between 2011 and the current session. And I thought, Representative Anderson, that you actually had a cut target, and it's clear from the budget page that there is a 5% reduction. So that's a really weird argument.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Thiessen. You guys increased spending for the legislature, your own spending, by 10% in the 2013 session, on top of creating a Senate office building that you have no way of paying for. So those were some of the little nuggets that you left us to deal with for this year.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Representative Uruso.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I urge a green vote on this. I think when we have a little nugget like a $1.9 billion surplus, 2.9, excuse me, is getting very late. I think we can find room to compensate our staff, and there shouldn't be any need whatsoever to make cuts to them.
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The House is under call. Members, please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 129 ayes and 0 nays, the motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Lilly moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment as amended, and the amendment is coded A18.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Lilly, to explain your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'm always leery to follow Representative Winkler. He's quite a talented orator. But and I was a little confused by the last argument on the last amendment. But anyways, my amendment here is regards to the across-the-board cuts that the House is seeing, the 5%. Amendment 18 restores a reduction to the House budget and just the impact to our staff. And the way I do it is I go after the capital moving expenses, and I think about my years in college, and we were able to move ourselves. So I'm kind of thinking maybe the senators might even have some friends that they might be able to, I don't know, they have twice the districts we do, so maybe they might have enough friends that could help them move across the street or wherever they're moving to. I suppose I'm not supposed to bring up all that, but when I was thinking about this amendment, you guys can, I kind of went through. I was thinking about retirement speeches and all that because we've continually had Representative Knobloch say, I wasn't here. So I thought, I should go look at speeches. You ever do that? It's kind of fun. So I started with his speech. And he had a wonderful speech. And one thing you guys do that I always like, you guys do ties better than we do. And he had a wonderful tie. You know, Representative Hackbarth and Representative Cornish, you guys honestly do have cool ties. But or Representative Erdl, I don't want to leave him out, my buddy. But that day you had a beautiful tie, red, white, and blue, screaming tie. It was like, you probably could see it at the Senate building. So, so you were talking and how much of an honor it was, you know, and to serve your district, which we're all going to say. I was never involved with freshman training, so one of the advice I would do is take a look at your speech and what you're going to say at the end of your term. You'll learn a lot. But what he said is what an honor it is to serve St. Cloud and Stearns County and the history that your great family has in that area. You thanked your wife, and I learned a lot about you with your pretty neat kids, and they were here sitting right there in that row. And he was pretty funny. He said, you know, I'm getting a little stale, he said. I don't know if I could read any more of these bills. Remember that? I think that's pretty funny. He must have been one of these guys. There was a couple that read every bill, and I remember Oba Miller, I sat with him over there, read every bill front to back. And Congressman, whatever, Emmer, no, not whatever, Congressman Emmer read every bill cover to cover. I hate to admit publicly that I don't read every bill cover to cover. Hopefully nobody's listening. But you thanked, in your speech, you thanked Shirley. You thanked your staff. You thanked her for a couple things. You thanked her for maybe adding a few pounds to you with those marvelous cookies. But you thanked her. Then I kind of got going on this. It kind of is a little addictive listening to these speeches. And so I got into last year, and I started watching Mary Liz Holberg. She sat over there in the bullpen. Or bull, what do you guys call yourself? The dog pound. And I think and she called herself a name. We're not going to say what it was, but she was amazingly bright, and she's missed. I mean, clearly we see that on some of the bills here that we're doing this year. She was caring. She was funny. She tells a story about the first time she met, I suppose I can't turn around here, but she sat next to Representative Davids. And they sat next to, I think over by where Representative Hackbarth sits is kind of how I read it to be. And they sat next to each other on the floor. The first thing he says to her, he says, according to her, he says, don't touch my desk. And don't touch my papers. And by the end of it, they're stealing candy. I think he's eaten a few candies, and I do. We share candy here in this row. But she had advice that day, and we all should listen to it. You know, we're all going to fight, and that was kind of talked about here. We're all fighting. But at the end of the day, don't punch too hard, because tomorrow you're going to be working together on something. So that's pretty good advice. So you learn a lot of this advice from it. But she said, love this place. And then she got into about the people behind the scenes. And she looked up at these people and others. And she said, we broke every single labor law in the state. She just said that 2 years ago. A lot of you guys are new, and I respect that, and you know, whatever. And we have new members too, but I hope my members are listening as well. They care as much as we do about what we're doing, she said. This is the best institution, and we should keep it that way. That's Representative Liz Holberg. Ron Abrams, 17 years. He thanks his LA. Can you imagine one person working for someone 17 years? House Research, he thanked. Fiscal staff. Love this body. What an honor to serve. That's how we're all going to be measured at the end of the day, is when we get up here. We're going to give our little speech. I'm practicing. Other people make us look good, Ron Abrams said. Thank the staff. Representative Beard sat right back here. I liked him because he was an aviation guy. I like planes. But anyways, he got up. He was part of this. I forgot about it. He talked about the old guy caucus. He says, you know, maybe we should wrap it up at about 10 o'clock, 11. So, you know, treat our staff and have them go home. I've got a whole big list. Some of them are our people. I thought it was interesting with what we've been talking about the last couple of days. Keith Ellenson talked in his. He said he thanked a lot of folks for going up to the north side. He even I thought that was pretty neat. He mentioned the ball of twine. I don't know if I would have mentioned that in my retirement speech. I don't know where Representative Erdahl is. I thought he'd enjoy that. Last year, Representative Drazkowski and I, through the last couple of years, and then Representative Benson, we always did battle on the state contract bills. And I can't tell you how much, actually I learned a lot, especially from Representative Drazkowski. I did every time he asked a question there was on the bills. But Benson talked about the great staff, amazing staff. And he's talked about when he first came here, it's like drinking through a fire hose. He talked about Joe Marble. He's part of your team. We had a freshman that got up a couple today, and he had staff that were helping him, and I was in that position. Nobody's helping me now. I wish they were. But Joe Marble. And then at the end he goes, you know, I'm leaving, but Joe's going to be here. And I've seen some of you folks. Joe will hand you a sheet of paper, and then you'll get up, and he's staff. Zellers. I don't know if you remember him. Mr. Speaker of the vote. Someone saying voting. Okay. I liked his thing. He said, never let the Senate win. Right? Remember that when you were in this body? Never let the Senate win as we're coming up here. He talked about a couple of facts about members. Of course, he was proud to be from North Dakota. He loved Minnesota, so he always said, I'm from North Dakota. A couple facts about members we all know. Representative Gruenhagen was on the school board for 16 years. Gentleman next to me, what was he? Chair of Education. He talked about that. But then he got into staff, his own, back offices, pages, writers, and of course, the front desk. And then he talked about that day when we had the restart. You guys, a lot of new people probably don't remember that. And Al Mathowitz, he talked to him, he says, holy buckets. And then Al said, no, we can't do that. And then Speaker Zellers kind of restarted, which was good for our institution that I feel that he did that. We're blessed here with a staff. So it breaks me a little bit on our heart that we would consider even doing this. I've had some amazing people on your team that have come up to me and said, you know, we're not going to do this in the end. It's just kind of a position. You know, we're going to, you know, it'll be different. And I just wish we wouldn't, you know, it's just not right to do it. I mean, we have a surplus. I just don't think, you know, we have a big myth that someone talked earlier today about some myths about the politicians making all this money. Our staff are not getting rich. I work for a big company. They give a big bonus when things got better. Our staff aren't going to get a bonus. And then we do this to them. I know one staff member told me the other day, or earlier today, he says, nobody knows, but we're here till like 11 o'clock. And that same day, he had 3 teeth pulled. He's up there all day. You know, we're lucky. We get to take a break. We go watch hockey, which I did. I think we're winning 4-1 or 4-1. So we get a break. They're up here. They run out and they run back. But it's not just them. It's all over. You know, we shouldn't talk about our staff like that, that they're not part of our family. They're not part of our team. I think we're better than that. We need to treat people well, hire good people, and I guess that's that.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the House be allowed to meet past midnight.
Representative Pepin moves that the House be allowed to meet past midnight. Any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor?
Mr. Speaker?
Representative Lilly.
I would like a roll call, and thank you, sir. My mistake. I think I'm okay with passing on the roll call on the Majority Leader's Amendment.
Thank you, Representative Lilly. All those in favor of the motion to meet past midnight signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. Any further discussion on the motion, or on the amendment? Representative Lilly?
Mr. Speaker, and thank you. I would like a roll call, please, on the amendment, and would like your support, please.
Roll call has been requested on the A18 amendment. Seeing 15 hands, there will be a roll call. Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And members, I urge you to vote no.
Representative Schoen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I just want to rise in support of Representative Lilly. I think one of the most disgusting things about this is to talk to some of our staff that are trying to feed their families on their salaries, and then we're cutting it. They're trying to feed their families, their children, and they need food assistance on the salary that we pay them now. And like Representative Mary Liz Holberg, the good-hearted woman that she is, pointed out very clearly, be good to our staff. That's what she was saying. There isn't a single person that didn't shake their head over there and went, you know what, our staff is fantastic. They put in the extra hours. They're the ones who make us look good. They're the ones who help us get reelected. This is ridiculous what we're doing to our staff. It's sad, and you know it. Support our staff.
Further discussion on the amendment. The member from Ramsey, Representative Murphy.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. After such a rough recession in Minnesota, when I had the good honor of being the majority leader and chair of Rules Committee, I was so happy that we were able to balance the budget and to make sure that we were able to give the staff of the Minnesota House a raise, a well-deserved raise. It was really satisfying because they do work so hard here. And I'd been a staffer once over in the Senate. It was hard work, and I think the people that work in the House are phenomenal. And I think they work a lot harder than the people do in the Senate, but that's just me because I like the House. And so I was surprised when the Rules Committee made this decision to cut the staff salary. I was really surprised by it, especially because we've got such a nice surplus. And while it is a significant cut to the people who work here, it doesn't really save the state that much money. So I thought maybe, because you in your targets created such a significant tax cut number that you were struggling to get to that number, and you had to really look under every cushion and find every pot of money. And so when I saw Representative Lilly's amendment tonight, I was really excited because he worked hard, I think, to find a way to find the money to get you guys out of that jam that you were, created for yourselves, unfortunately, by the targets that you set. But I didn't think really if someone found a way for you that you would choose to sacrifice their staff and their salary, not if somebody found a way. And Representative Lilly in his amendment found a way for you to be able to make that work so that you could be clear in your support for our staff, just like we were 2 years ago. And so, Representative Anderson, I'm wondering if you would yield.
She will yield. Representative
Thank you, Mr.
Murphy.
Chair. Representative Anderson, you are so crystal clear in your opposition to Representative Lilly's amendment. And, he's come up with a good idea, but you didn't really give us much of a rationale. So I am wondering why you are so eager to cut our staff salary.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Murphy, for the question. What I saw over the last 2 years is a situation where you are building a building that we can see from the windows right out here, and you have no way of paying for it. As of today, you passed that back in 2013, and you have no idea of how you're going to pay for that bill, or that building over there. And so we've had to make some tough choices here, Representative Murphy, because you could not figure out how to pay for that bill over there. And instead, what we are doing is we are making the citizens of Minnesota pay $137 million for that building over there that you have no way of paying for. In fact, we are paying more for that building because of the way you tried to put it through, which we don't even have a bill. There was no bill that was before the legislature. The House never saw a single bill that was brought forward. This thing just kind of appeared out of nowhere. It's like the great unicorn of the legislature. So I find it hard to hear from you to have such concern when you left that albatross across the street, wrapped around our necks, and wrapped around the necks of every Minnesotan in the state. $137 million that you did not fund. Not one dime.
Representative Murphy.
Well, thank you, Speaker Dowd and Representative Anderson. You know, I'm glad for your revisiting of that, but that dog's not going to keep hunting for you, because especially now that you're in charge, you know, you're going to be responsible for the budget going forward, and you have some responsibility for exactly what you're describing. But rather than spend any more time talking about that, because I know you like to wave that shiny object and say, oh, the building, let's not talk about what you're really doing. A $2 billion tax cut is your top priority, and the large share of that is going to corporate special interests. And you are funding that by cutting our staff. And let me say, while we're having this debate, Majority Leader Pepin moved to meet past midnight, meaning partisan staff and nonpartisan staff and the clerk's office. We are here till midnight and beyond, and we will be back here again tomorrow morning, as they always do, and they will be ready to work and to serve the people of Minnesota. A $2 billion tax cut. You are sacrificing our staff for corporate special interests. And you want to talk about a building? You want to talk about a building. The people that work here do it because they love Minnesota, just like those of us who serve here love Minnesota. They don't earn much of a living. And you are going to cut them so you can fund a $2 billion tax cut. That's disgusting.
Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. We've heard some really interesting conversations, and I agree we do have fantastic staff. But I do have, I guess, a rhetorical question to ask, and that is, if you respect our staff so much and wondering why you're tweeting about our staff currently, and I would ask also, and want to point out that several times, at least two in Rules Committee and on the House floor, Minority Leader Thiessen has specifically called out our executive director and made some interesting accusations and aligned his alliance. And so I just want to point that out. There's no point of order I'm making, and I'm not yielding to a question. I'm just saying that let's keep in mind, if we're going to talk about staff, you make some really good points about our fantastic staff, but let's not call out specific staff people on the floor in committee anymore.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I'd just like to correct something that my good friend Representative Murphy E. stated, saying that most of the money in the proposed $2 billion tax cut goes to special interest corporations and so forth. Actually, there's a fact check done on that. I made the comment that over 75% of the $2 billion goes to individuals. And of course, that was facts checked. I don't know why I checked my facts. I mean, I'm always right. So over 75% goes to individuals. So, and then of the 50%, of the 25% that's left, quite a bit of that goes to very, very small businesses in Main Street, Minnesota. So just wanted to correct the record there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Considine.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise in support of the amendment. I kind of like to walk around and talk to the staff in between. Was talking to, well, if you guys know my LA Joan, she doesn't have any kids at home, I don't believe, but was talking to one of the LAs. She is a single mother, and with what she's getting paid for here, she qualifies for food stamps. So I'm definitely in favor of the motion, or the amendment. Thank you.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members, and Representative Lilly. I want to say thank you for bringing this amendment forward. Your comments tonight were spot on, as usual. But I'm looking at your amendment, Representative Lilly, and I wonder if, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if Representative Lilly will yield to a question.
He will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Representative Lilly, now you're a pretty smart guy. I know you. And there's a lot of numbers here on your amendment. But I'm just wondering if you could tell me and tell the body, you know, what the difference is between what's being proposed in Chair Anderson's bill and what you're proposing to spend on staff. If you could just, you know, even in round numbers, give me an idea what it is we're talking about that you would like to spend on the good quality staff that we have here.
Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and Representative Simonson, and I actually do not have a magic number that I'm thinking of. I just really firmly believe that you hire good people and you treat them well, because I think this is part of our team. They love Minnesota. They love us in this institution. So I actually don't have a magic number because, you know, every job will be different and every work, you know, is measured as it should be. I just think you hire good people and you treat them well.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Lilly. And, you know, I appreciate your honest answer. But in reality, members, we're talking about a drop in the bucket. We're talking about less than a couple of $1 million to maintain the salary that our staff earns, which is not a high salary to begin with. And I think it's a little disingenuous if we're going to try to blame our staff for the Senate office building. Really. Like somehow it's their fault. Like any of them had anything to do with the construction of the Senate office building. No. Mr. Speaker, will Chair Anderson yield to a question?
She will. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Anderson, a question for you. And you and I sit on the tax committee together, so I'm sure that you'll have some sense of what the answer to this question is. But I'm wondering if you can tell me, in the Omnibus tax bill that I think passed out of Ways and Means today, if you remember off the top of your head and just, you know, round it off to the nearest $100 million, what the proposed tax cut to the CI is in the next biennium, commercial industrial. If you could just give, you know, round it as close as you can.
Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Simonson, I do not have that number off the top of my head, but what I can tell you is that you own this. You own this entire thing, because right across the street, you can't avoid it, is that Senate office building that you have no means of paying for. On top of it, Representative Simonson, you voted to allow for the governor to increase pay for his commissioners by $30,000 or more, up to $84,000. And you didn't seem to be too concerned about the House staff at that time, did you? So don't come to me when you can't even pay for that building across the street. In fact, your entire budget was unsustainable, and now we are having to come here and fix that mess across the street.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Anderson, for not being able to answer the question. You know, you can say all you want to me about the Senate office building, and I'll own my percentage of it. Okay? Everybody in Minnesota is going to own a piece of all the government buildings. I'm good with that. You can say whatever you want to say, because we all know the truth, right? I mean, this Capitol needs to be renovated. That's reality. That needs to happen. The Senate needs to go somewhere. That was the most efficient and least expensive option in front of the Rules Committee. Every one of you knows that, but you twist it around, and I'm not here to talk about that. But Mr. Speaker, will Representative Davids yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Chair Davids. Question for you, because I'm just guessing that you probably know exactly what's in the omnibus tax bill. And if you could just tell me what the CI tax cut is in the next biennium in your omnibus tax bill.
Representative Davids.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and Representative Simonson. I'm going to go, well, I can't go over to Representative Drazkowski. Maybe you could ask that to Representative Drazkowski. That's in his division report. He should have a better number than I have, and I'll try and look it up on my spreadsheets here.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Chair Davids. Will Representative Drazkowski yield to a question?
He will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and Representative Drazkowski. Chair Drazkowski, could you tell me what the proposed cut to the CI tax is in the next biennium?
Representative Drazkowski.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Simonson. In the House tax bill that you're going to see coming forward, and as we did in the division report, we are going to relieve Minnesota businesses, and especially Minnesota small businesses all across this state, of about $445 million of tax burden that the state is placing onto them in the form of a property tax. And that, Representative Simonson, if you'll remember, is yet on top of all of the local property taxes that each and every one of those small businesses, whether you're talking about the lady in Aiken, Minnesota that we heard about last week who had to put in an extra 400 pies a year just to pay her statewide business property tax, or you're talking about people in Stewartville that we heard from that have empty lots, commercial lots that they can no longer even afford to pay the property taxes on, to a wide variety of other businesses around our state that are struggling in the face of a large state bureaucracy that continues to slow them down in their ability to grow their business, to reach the American dream, to hire people, to do the good things that businesses do in this state. Those are the things that we will see happen as you see the great things unleashed in the House Republican tax bill that will come before us next week. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Chair Drazkowski. And you're actually pretty close on the first biennium in terms of the large tax cut to the commercial industrial tax base here in the state of Minnesota. But Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering if Representative Lincheski will yield to a question.
She will yield. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Representative Lincheski, you are the DFL lead on the tax committee, and I know that you sat in on the property tax division as well. And I'm just wondering if you could shed some light on perhaps what Chair Drazkowski was referencing in terms of the tax cut to the CI tax base, and he seems to be suggesting that this is going to have some magical impact on just individual property tax payers across the state of Minnesota. I'm just wondering if you could maybe shed some light on that, and then take it one step further and talk about what the cost of this tax cut is out into the future, perhaps.
Representative Lincheski.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you, Representative Simonson. And of course, this isn't my bill, but I can shed some light on it. And the price tag for the commercial industrial property tax you're talking about, while it shows up in the first biennium as about $638 million, and the second biennium as another 600, it's actually, that's not the true cost. It's not being booked in its full cost because it's being phased in over multiple years. So it's actually going to create a deficit in Minnesota if something doesn't change. That provision alone, the true cost of it is $1.7 billion in tax cuts for corporations in the next biennium, but the bill is only phasing it in over time. So through a unique kind of accounting, people are able to make it work on a spreadsheet that technically fits the target for the tax committee, but in fact would ensure a deficit for Minnesota. That tax cut, Representative Simonson, and I was looking at the fact check, and actually the GOP tax bill earned a misleading for the claim as to that the majority of relief is going to the middle class. You have to look at the full cost, and there are some middle class tax cuts, but it's short term and it's small. But there's large corporate tax cuts to infinity, I guess, and beyond. So that provision isn't really paid for. We'll spend a lot of time talking about that down the road. But members, that tax cut for corporations will cost Minnesotans $5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost revenue over the forecast window. 5 billion in lost
Just as a reminder, members, we are on the Lilly amendment, the A18 amendment, which has to do with the state government finance bill. Representative Simonson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate your latitude. And thank you, Representative Chesky, for shedding some light on that. And members, you know, I'm going to wrap this up with my point here. And Representative Lilly, again, thank you for this amendment. And I think during the short discussion that we've had here, we've learned that you're proposing to spend, shift back about $2 million that would allow us not to cut the salaries of our staff. $2 million in comparison to the hundreds of millions of dollars in corporate tax breaks. And we can argue, right, about whether those are directed towards corporations and large businesses or whether they're perhaps, some of those dollars are shifted onto individual property taxpayers. But the reality is if you compare hundreds of millions of dollars in tax cuts versus $2 million to take care of our staff, big difference. Thank you.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Thiessen.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And first, I would like to acknowledge a point that Representative Pepin made, and she's absolutely right. I should not talk about our staff on the floor and committee, and I apologize to Mr. Golnick for doing that, and I won't do it again, because she is right about that. But members, we've had a lot of discussion about this amendment, and there's been a lot of talk this session about family budgets, and that we need to budget like we're budgeting for a family budgets. But when we look at some of the things that are going on, whether it's cuts to wages of tipped workers, whether it's a refusal to take up the Working Parents Act, or most specifically and most importantly right now, whether it's cuts to the budgets, the family budgets of our staff, we're not living up to those words. When we cut the budgets of our staff in a time of surplus, we're not living up to our highest ideal, I guess, of making sure we're watching out for family budgets. Because when you cut those budgets, you're cutting family budgets. Our staff have families. So, members, I hope that we can adopt this amendment. I look forward to going into rules tomorrow on Monday and readjusting the budget, because we have adopted a budget in rules. The Republicans adopted a budget and rules, I guess, that did cut staff significantly. And with the last amendment that went on, we're going to have to go back in and recalibrate that budget to make sure that we're at least equally sharing as members of this body with those cuts. So I look forward to having that discussion in the Rules Committee. I hope that we can focus on our staff. I do need to say there has been a lot of talk about what happened in the last several years and what we did. And what we did is leave this state with a $1.8 billion surplus. What we did was invest over $500 million in education. We brought all-day kindergarten to the state of Minnesota. We made the first meaningful investment in early childhood education. We froze tuition in this state. We made sure that we were investing in broadband in the state in a meaningful way and started down that path. We made sure that we invested in economic development programs. We made sure that more people got health insurance and coverage in this state in an affordable way. Those are the things that were accomplished over the last 2 years. And we were able to find money, even in a time of deficit, to actually increase the pay of our staff. Representative Anderson, in her opening comments, criticized us for raising the pay of our staff. That, I think, is unacceptable, members. And what we're doing in this budget bill by cutting the pay of our staff is also unacceptable. So I hope that we vote for this amendment so that we can restore some money. I look forward in the Rules Committee to balancing out the cuts between ourselves and our staff, if this is the direction we need to go. Because we should be focused on family budgets, but we should be focused on the family budgets of real people, the people we work with. And so, Mr. Speaker, I ask that people vote yes.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Members, I'll just be brief. This is about real people. The real people of Minnesota don't expect to see that their surplus tax dollars are going to be spent on pay raises for governor's appointees or on a $137 million building across the street that wasn't needed. This could have been avoided. Vote no.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Hortman. The member from Ramsey, Representative Lilly.
Mr. Speaker and members, I think we're about there. This is about our team. No one's getting rich. They miss what you and I miss. This is your staff too. I know who's getting married. I visit with you in the back. It's not just our team, it's all of our team. Take care of our team. Don't just do it in your speech at the end when you're done.
Any further discussion? Seeing none, the clerk will take the roll on the amendment. The House is under call, members. Please vote. The clerk will close the roll. There being 57 ayes and 72 nays, the motion does not prevail and the amendment is not adopted. There is an amendment at the desk. The clerk will report the amendment.
Khan moves to amend Senate File Number 888, the unofficial engrossment, as amended, and the amendment is coded A36.
Representative Pepin.
Mr. Speaker, I move that the call of the House be lifted.
Representative Pepin moves that the call of the House be lifted. All those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Khan to introduce your amendment.
Mr. Speaker and members, I'll have to point out there's a little mistake in printing. The amendment is also co-authored by Davids and Nash. What this is tries to correct one of the mistakes that was made a couple of years ago, actually not in the House. I think the House had corrected it, but it was still messed up when it got to the Senate. What this does is at some point we took out the MNsure technology was taken out of the agency that specifically understands technology, i.e. the agency now called MNIT. This not only puts it back in, but specifically says that this will never be done for any other agency in the future. And I'd like to yield to Representative Nash at this point.
The member from Carver, Representative Nash. He will yield.
Mr. Speaker, Representative Khan, thanks you for the opportunity to work with you bipartisanly because MNIT will help MNsure. It's a big insurance issue for Minnesotans, and I am glad to have worked with you to correct the problem that, as you pointed out, was not made in this body. It was made in the Senate, and I urge members to vote green.
Representative Khan.
That's good enough, isn't it?
Any further discussion on the amendment? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor of adoption of the Khan amendment signify by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails and the amendment is adopted. There are no amendments at the desk. The clerk will give the bill its third reading.
Third reading, Senate File Number 888, as amended.
Third reading. Further discussion on Senate File 888. The member from Hennepin, Representative Dean.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. In looking at this bill, I'm not so sure it's a great bill. Matter of fact, I have some concerns about some of the way in which the new proposed soccer stadium is indicated in the bill, and I would ask folks to vote against it. And I also would hope that we think about what we do for other facilities throughout the region that are large employers and large contributors, and that hopefully moving forward that the small requests that has come from the partnership is something that hopefully we all can consider and hopefully we'll be able to vote for in the future. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The member from Hennepin, Representative Nelson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. I urge a red vote on this bill. Send it back to committee, make us do a better job with it. This bill is nothing but more shifts, more cuts, more gimmicks, and some micromanagement that we really haven't talked much about in the bill tonight. You know, as we go about it, we hear a lot of talk about local control, but in many portions of this bill, we're taking local control away from people and giving it back to the legislature and making us make all the little decisions that go along the way. We hear discussions on this floor about we should run government or government more like a business. But we're, again, putting more decisions back here to us where we don't have the front line know what's going on. Be like a CEO of 3M going around to every office and counting the paper clips and the rubber bands. And we shouldn't be doing that as a legislature. We shift, or I'll call it steal, money from the money paid by our employees of the state of Minnesota, including ourselves, into the health insurance fund, that we're self-insured fund, and we're paying that money in to pay medical bills, and we're going to steal that money out to help balance our budget and pay for a one-time cost to pay for a program that's an ongoing program. And again, that's not something we should be doing, especially when we have a surplus. Like I said earlier in my remarks, sometimes some of these things you have to do when we're in deficit to try and maintain programs and get them going and get us over the hump for when things are going to be better. Well, things are better now. We've had 10 years of deficits, we've had 2 years of surplus here, and now we're going to make more cuts like we're in deficit all over again and go back to the same shifts and gimmicks that kicking the can down the road and making future legislatures and future taxpayers pay for the stuff we're doing today instead of paying our bills right now like we're doing it. So members, the hour's late, and I could go on a little bit here, but this is a bad bill. And remember, there's a lot of things in here that I don't see getting past conference, and I don't see getting, if it gets past conference, I don't see getting past the guy in the corner office. So members, vote red on this bill.
The member from Ramsey, Representative Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Budget shifts, gimmicks, sleight of hand, those are the best descriptions, as my colleague here, Representative Nelson, said. And the cuts in this shifts and so on are so poorly thought out, I have no idea what the goal is with respect to this bill. Some of the things that really jump out at me in terms of problems are one, the bill reduces the planned contribution to the Public Employees Retirement Association by $36 million. This is a huge thing for para folks. We learned that the fund will meet its obligations and have an extra $36 million available because of improved actuarial assumptions. But instead of sharing that extra money with the people who paid it in, Minneapolis teachers, city employees, airport workers, and so on, the money is used for your budget. Secondly, it transfers over $7 million from legislative reserve here at the House into the general fund for your use. And of course, it eliminates public financing of state campaigns, as we've heard tonight for quite a while, and takes the money that was left unused into the general fund, another sleight of hand. And it transfers thousands of dollars from the public employee insurance program to help fund the ethnic councils for one biennium. And the biggest sleight of hand, and I think Representative Nelson referred to this, is that it transfers $10 million from the state government employees insurance group to prop up the ethnic councils, the veterans homes, and reviser of statutes. And as we heard in testimony in committee, this is not a surplus rainy day fund. This is actual money that the Labor and Management Committee work on to ensure that that program, that health insurance program, stays whole. As I said, there doesn't appear to be any strategic plan or goal in mind when looking at the cuts at our state agencies. The agencies weren't brought in. They weren't brought in to get some idea of how these cuts could be put into place or what the impact might be, how they could plan for it. None of that occurred within the committee that we were in. And the bill lays out some arbitrary plans, one of which is to limit the number of state employees to 36,211. That seems to be an arbitrary number taken from 2014. Why, I'm not entirely sure. But what happens, folks, when we have emergencies like we do with the avian flu, for example, and we need folks to help out with situations, with problems like that? Are we supposed to just not hire the people? Are we supposed to take them from other agencies? It's not clear. Not clear at all. And there's large cuts to our great workers throughout the state, whether it's in Minnesota management and budget or administration. We're a very lean state government, quite frankly. We rank 37th per capita in terms of state employees. And at a time when we have a $2 billion budget and decide to cut state workers even more, it just seems ridiculous. We heard about the cut to the State House of $3 million. I don't know what else you can say about that other than we have a responsibility to treat these folks in a way they should be treated, and if you're going to be the party of the middle class, there's nothing more middle class than the workers that we have here at the Capitol. One of the frustrating things about the bill is at the same time these cuts are being made, more mandates and responsibilities are being put on the state workers. An example being one of the state departments, one of the departments in the state where you're cutting 16 employees at the same time you're requiring more work that entails 28 new job responsibilities. And again, that doesn't make any sense. Cutting and making more responsibilities to get done. So what we have is more work with less staff, no overall strategic plan at all, just arbitrary cuts, and add in the elimination of public financing and the end of spending limits, and boy, you have one heck of a bad bill. So this will be an easy no vote for you folks, and other than that, it's getting time to go home.
Any further discussion on the bill? The member from Hennepin, Representative Anderson.
Thank you, members. This bill is a good bill. We were dealt with a building over there that has no means of being paid for by the majority that left it to us. We were able to protect our veterans. I know it was earlier mentioned that there was cuts to veterans. There are no cuts to veterans in this bill. In fact, we prioritize state spending. What we do is we make sure that we're taking care of folks so that they can have better options when it comes to healthy eating. We make sure that we have helping our teachers teach financial literacy in our schools. We also make sure that kids that are at risk are getting the skills to help them read, something that's very important to their academic success. On top of that, we recognize the fact that when it comes down to real reform, as the governor wants us to do, we need to be the ones in state government to lead in that charge. And that's what this bill does. This bill puts in place better oversight of the public tax dollars that are entrusted to us. We have seen countless articles throughout this year of areas where a state grant has been given and the money's been abused. Investigations have happened. And it's really frustrating for the public. It makes them have a lack of confidence in all of us here at the Capitol. We need to restore that confidence. We need to have greater oversight, and that's what this bill does. Many of you talked about how you wanted to focus on the real people. This does focus on the real people of Minnesota, the people that pay the bill, the taxpayers of Minnesota. I think you get in this little fishbowl and you forget about that a little bit. This bill will help us right-size state government, get us back on track, and make sure the people of Minnesota have the confidence that we're spending their tax dollars wisely. I do want to thank Representative Thiessen on his work in the Pension Commission, recommending the $37 million for the MERF fund. That's something that the actuarial report put out. I appreciate his efforts on that. We took that and put that as part of this bill. But I also want to highlight a couple of other things for oversight and whatnot that we need to address. We talked about the public subsidy program that's part of this bill. And nobody in the state of Minnesota is asking that their tax dollars go to some candidate that is then going to turn around right away and send it over to their party. They don't want to see their tax dollars being used in a public subsidy so somebody can go buy some food maybe for some volunteers. That's not what they're expecting. This bill still puts in place the disclosure requirements that we have. You still have to report what you're going to do. But what it says is you don't need to have the money in order to do it. Members, I also put in place an FTE freeze. Not a huge freeze by any means. I looked at the FTE trends from 2008 all the way up to 2014. That number was around 35,000. In my bill, I put it at 36,000 in 2011. We did some adjustments later on. But it was the number that I chose, wasn't actually what the average was in FTEs. I went back to 2014. So if you're concerned that this is going to burn the house down, then you should have been concerned about what FTEs that you had just last year. I think it was the third quarter, actually. So we're talking maybe 6 months ago. You're saying that that wasn't enough? The governor is going to increase FTEs under his budget proposal by over 1,500 people. Folks, we need to slow down things. Minnesotans have been footing the bill for a long time, and they can't afford it anymore. This bill streamlines things, makes sure they're right on track, and it restores confidence in the taxpayers. Please vote green.
Seeing no further discussion, the clerk will take the roll on the bill. The clerk will close the roll. There being 73 ayes and 55 nays, the bill is passed as amended and its title agreed to. Messages from the Senate. Without objection, we'll revert to messages from the Senate. Messages from the Senate.
Messages from the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the Senate accedes to the request of the House for appointment of a conference committee on the amendments adopted by the Senate to the following House file. House file number 2225, an act relating to agriculture. The Senate has appointed as such committee Senator Dahl, Sko, and Dames. Said House file is herewith returned to the House, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate. Mr. Speaker, I hereby announce the passage by the Senate of the following Senate file herewith transmitted. Senate file number 1458, signed Joanne M. Zoff, Secretary of the Senate.
First reading of Senate files.
First reading of Senate File Number 1458, an act relating to state government, establishing the Health and Human Services budget. Dean M. moved that Senate File Number 1458 and House File Number 1638, now on the General Register, be referred to the Chief Clerk for comparison.
Hearing no objections, so ordered. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration.
There's two of them here. Report from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration. Pepin from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bills to be placed on the calendar for the day for Saturday, April 25th, 2015, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bills. House File Number 844 and 718. Pepin from the Committee on Rules and Legislative Administration, pursuant to Rules 1.21 and 3.33, designates the following bill to be placed on the calendar for the day for Monday, April 27th, 2015, and establishes a pre-filing requirement for amendments offered to the following bill, Senate File Number 5.
Motions and resolutions. There are copies of the non-controversial motions at the House desk and online. If there's no objection, we'll take action on these motions first. Hearing no objection, the motions prevail.
Atkins moved that House File Number 1947, now on the General Register, be re-referred to the Committee on Civil Law and Data Practices.
The member from Dakota, Representative Atkins, on your motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is my motion. Talked with Chair Scott. She wanted to see the House File 1947 in civil law. I'd be happy to accommodate. I appreciate your support for referring this from the General Register to civil law.
Any discussion on the Atkins motion? The member from Anoka, Representative Scott.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, Representative Atkins. Just wanted to make the body aware that I did request this, that was amended and then went to the floor, and those amendments required it to come to the committee, so we're going to hear it on Monday. Thank you.
Any further discussion on the Atkins motion? Seeing no further discussion, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. Announcements. Representative Thiessen.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The House caucus, or House DFL caucus, will meet in room 200 tomorrow at 9:30 in the morning.
Announcements. Representative Pepin.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker and members. The Rules Committee will be meeting tomorrow at 9:45 in the basement hearing room, and the House Republican Caucus will be meeting at 10 o'clock in room 5. Mr. Speaker, I move that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 a.m. on Saturday, April 25th, 2015.
Representative Pepin moves that when the House adjourns today, it adjourns until 11 o'clock a.m. Saturday, April 25th, 2015. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails. Representative Pepin.
I move that the House do now adjourn.
Representative Pepin moves that the House do now adjourn. All those in favor say aye. Those opposed, no. The motion prevails, and the House stands adjourned until 11 a.m. Saturday, April 25th, 2015.